Madison, Wisconsin at the Alliant Energy Center. CubeCon 2024 has been a stellar event up to this point. We're finishing it off with a banger. We have the Pro Tour Cube incoming for our top 64 competitors. Lord Tupperware, Ethan, how are you feeling today?
I am feeling great. There's a mixed emotion, right? It's the last day of CubeCon. It's our last time together here in the booth, our last time to watch these wonderful drafters and these wonderful cubes being designed. But it's been a wonderful weekend.
That's right, that's right. And how are we feeling about the upcoming competition? We're about to look at a cube of cards that have any cards that have ever won a constructed Pro Tour event. We're going to get into an overview of the event as well, but I want your thoughts on this. This is the highest level of competition in terms of card selection that we've seen all weekend.
The Pro Tour Cube is fascinating. I was talking to Eric Klug, the designer, Klugalters on Twitter. If you follow him there, he's a wonderful artist. And he was saying the normal cube is over 1,000 cards. He doesn't make cuts. If it wins the Pro Tour, it's in the cube. It has to be in the main deck, but if it wins the Pro Tour, it's in the cube. He pared it down to 540 cards for this event, and I'm really looking forward to see what the players come up with.
That's right. It'll be real exciting, guys. We're going to get into an overview of the event. We're reviewing the main event for CubeCon 24. We're reviewing how we got here, what is at stake for the players, and what people have come together for now the third year in a row. CubeCon is a celebration of everything we love about the Cube format. It's located at GameHoleCon in Madison, Wisconsin. And again, this is the third year that we've done this. This is a really exciting time for players to show off not just their knowledge of the massive pool of game pieces in Magic the Gathering, but also express a little bit of creativity, right? This is a very creative project to embark on, to put together a cube to bring to this event. It's a room full of hundreds of players that all get to put their hands on maybe cards they've never gotten to interact with before. Some cards on the vintage list, large pools of cards that are randomized for your gameplay enjoyment. Cube has evolved into an artistic expression that can have nearly any philosophy behind its construction. Some other things that we saw this weekend, for example, some house rules, adding different features to how you start the game, what your creatures are capable of in the game. I'm thinking of the Changeling Cube that we started off with on Thursday, the Mono Red Cube, just all of the best cards in red. Really, the possibilities are as endless as the card pool itself, but think of all the many different permutations that you can even have within that. Cubing with powerful cards is plentiful and exciting, and we're going to do just that in our upcoming match as we get into the Pro Tour Cube. So that is an overview of Cube. All the players, they get to shuffle through these cards and put together their best deck as they draft from it. Again, we're on the final day of the event. Look at the far right of your screen, and you can see the event structure. We're looking at the top 64 draft and the top 8 draft, Ethan.
Yeah, it's very exciting here. We've had a little bit of, not to say loosey-goosey, but the event structure is forgiving, to say the least, but not forgiving today. It's single elim in top 64, it's single elim in top 8, and we are going to crown a champion this afternoon.
That's right, and we're looking at our coverage team here. We've been joined by some wonderful, wonderful faces. You've seen Niall on the far right handling much of the video work, lots of our interviews that we've seen with the players and the competitors and the attendees here at CubeCon. Of course, towards your left, from left to right, we got Ethan, we got Hayayu, we got Rondez, and myself and Ryan. We've been your coverage team for this weekend. It's really been a wonderful time to come together and support this event. But coming up next here, we're going to go ahead and review what's up in our cube for this upcoming match. Again, this is the Pro Tour Cube. You're going to see every card that has ever won a constructed event in the Pro Tour. You're going to see some banned cards in here. I saw Tolarian Academy, one of the most powerful lands ever printed.
That's right, that's right. And there's not, you mentioned house rules. There's not many house rules here. There's just 2. We have Squadron Hawk as a singleton copy in the cube. Any player who drafts Squadron Hawk, they get 2 additional copies in their pool. And the Tron lands are here, the Urza lands. Urza's Mine, Urza's Tower, and Urza's Power Plant. Those 3 cards, if you draft any one of them, you get their complementary set. So might have some Tron players out there as well. Beyond that, something I always look out for in cube lists is, does it have a card from a vintage cube in it? And we saw that in the Mono Red Cube last night. There's not a ton here, right? This sort of going to play out like Legacy Cube Light. It's a nice, Cube does pay homage to the history of Magic in general. You can pull from any card from any year if you like, and the Pro Tour Cube does just that. But we are going to see some bangers here. There's Fury, there's Nadu, there's Oko Thief of Crowns, there's the entire Kiki Jiki Splinter Twin combo with Deceiver Exarch and Pestermite and Zealous Conscripts, Restoration Angel. We have some really fun stuff happening with potential Illusions of Grandeur plus Donate combo. Put the Illusions of Grandeur in, gain 20 life, donate it to your opponent. They have to deal with it, that sort of thing. And also looking at the list, it's mostly balanced, but you'll see like the lands. So there's 4 of every dual land in the cube. I was going through and I was like, wait a minute. Taiga has never won a Pro Tour, it looks like. It also looks like Plateau has never won a Pro Tour. So the mana base, it's balanced in a sense, but it's not going to be exactly what you might find in like a pure Legacy or Vintage Cube. The very exciting thing today, Rondez, as I'm looking out to our top 64 competitors, we have a lot of big names. We have Caleb Durward is still in it, Zach Allen, Gavin Verhey, who we featured earlier this week, Tom Martel, Jonathan Brostoff, our president, commander-in-chief here of CubeCon. He's battling. And Luis Salvatto is our feature drafter. I'm not sure how often it is that someone who put a card into the Pro Tour Cube drafts the Cube. Luis Salvatto being Pro Tour Rivals of Ixalan champion with Ensnaring Bridge I'm seeing in the list, Mox Opal, and I believe those 2 cards are courtesy of him.
That's right, guys. So without further ado, we can hop right into the Cube. We're taking a look at the draft as players have the packs randomized, once again, shuffled, set up into multiple packs ahead of them. They're going to pull one, pass it to the right, and we're going to keep it moving just like that. Luis Salvatto, we're looking through his perspective and looking in hand. Lots of green cards so far in this hand. We're seeing Up the Beanstalk, one of the newer additions to the Pro Tour, one of the newer additions to competitive Magic in general. Fatal Push, a staple across all constructed formats, one of the most powerful black removal spells ever printed, and that's what you're going to see, is some of the most powerful cards in their colors in this cube.
Yeah, the power level in this cube is quite flat. I think there's a lot of directions you can go, just sort of depending on what you want. Obviously, if you spike something like the aforementioned Fury or Nadu or Oko, those are going to give you a direction. But I'm looking at this pack, and I feel like it's sort of dealer's choice. What do you want to do? Do you feel like a controlling mage and you want to grab Counterspell? Do you feel like an aggressive mage and you want to take Kari Zev? Are you feeling a little spicy? You want to do the Tron land thing? You take Urza's Mine? Windswept Heath has been pulled to the front by Salvatto, and honestly, I like that. The fetch lands are at a premium in this cube, in any cube environment, really, but they're really powerful, and that is what Luis is going to start off with. I like that, kind of delay the decision, lay a base coat for the mana base, as it were, and it's going to open up options for taking any dual lands down the road, taking those, classic dual lands if he happens to find, we know Plateau won't be in there, but Savannah is in there, etc. Opens up potentially splashes or just full-on 3-color, 4-color mana bases, that sort of thing.
That's right. You can pull as many powerful cards as you want, but they will sit pretty in your hand if you can't even cast them. So pulling the Windswept Heath, a fetch land, first and foremost, not a bad call. Look at those cube bits. You can hit the prize wall with that. Get yourself some packs, some gear, some wonderful items from our sponsor, Dragon Shield, and Luis Salvatto's pocketing that immediately.
You don't want to leave that on the tabletop.
Absolutely not. So Windswept Heath being the first pick here, he is handing off things like Fatal Push and such to his competitors here at the table. I imagine many other players at the table will be taking some of these lands as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I can't help but be intrigued by the Urza lands in this cube. That sort of little twist of, hey, you take one, you get the other 2, no matter what. That does excite me. What I'm going to do with those lands, I'm not particularly sure. And I'm also curious, Luis Salvatto got some cards on this list by winning the Pro Tour with one of the most controlling decks imaginable. I'd be curious to see, is that his preference? Is he going to lean that route? Is he going to go more aggressive? The cube itself, I think, is a bit more, we've seen some real people cooking with proliferate stuff in the World War of the Spark cube that we featured a few days ago. There's a lot of synergy you can dive really deep into. And there's obviously synergy that exists in this cube, but I think it's a bit more of kind of limited classic, just drafting a good curve, drafting a deck with a clear plan. You might have some combos in there, but I think that something as niche and streamlined and narrow as something like the Urza Tron lands can have a high ceiling, but can certainly just have a low floor that'll bottom out.
Absolutely, and that house rule of you getting the multiple copies goes a long way to allowing you to string that together. Looking to this next pack, we're seeing a Sweet Removal Suite, a Braid, Seal Away, Lightning Bolt, Invoke Despair, another new addition to the Pro Tour recent card, but that's quite expensive and probably not where we're at just yet. So as we're continuing to look through, we're favoring a Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, Lightning Bolt, Strip Mine. I'm remiss that Luis is passing up Mox Opal without even a nod, as that is one of the cards in his Pro Tour winning deck. And it looks like he landed on Strip Mine.
Some land destruction, some disruption.
So not favoring a color just yet with Windswept Heath and Strip Mine. Maybe having some land shenanigans. But I don't believe that any of the land recursion cards like Crucible of Worlds, Ramunap Excavator, Renin 6 are in the cube.
All right, so looking through this pack, we're seeing Once Upon a Time, seeing more of these powerful lands. Blink of an Eye, an instant speed blue spell.
Oh, and there's Tolarian Academy.
Oh, you gotta pass. You gotta snag the card that's been banned in our premier competitive format, right?
I mean, I would be really tempted to take Tolarian Academy. It's extremely powerful. I like Once Upon a Time. It's a free spell. Another, a nod to if it's been banned. Also, probably should pique your interest.
That's right.
But he's also eyeing a lot of these red beatdown spells. Flame Tongue Kavu in front, Stoke the Flames, Goblin Rabble Master, Badlands, just to stretch his mana base a little bit. And Factor Fiction is a strong card advantage spell. Gets to play at instant speed. I'd be quite tempted by Academy just thinking about the ceiling. The players have to spike this draft. You have to 3-0 to advance to top 8. There's no dickering and dealing. No, can I squeak in with no. You need to 3-0 the pod to get to the next draft. And Tolarian Academy is the kind of card that can do that.
Absolutely right. And we love free spells, which is why Once Upon a Time should have your attention as well. There's some other kind of goofy things you can play around with in here. I saw the Atarka's Command, the Brave the Element. That's going to be something maybe more important later on in the pack. Right now we're just trying to assemble our mana base here, and we're going with a red creature.
Flame Tongue Kavu hits the pile, and you can kind of see, there have been sure, Tolarian Academy had my attention there, but the power level is flat. You really get to just decide what you want to do, and it seems like Luis might be saying with that pick, I'd like to decide to do something aggressive. Ancient Stirring's another card from his Pro Tour winning list.
You got to imagine that he sees it as well and wants to scoop that up.
If he follows his red life from the last pick, there's a Monastery Swift Spear and a Fireball for him to consider. And nothing, he's fanned the whole pack out. Nothing really. All right, Fireball has come to the front. There's also, to combat the aggressive strategy, a Batterskull in the pack that I'm sure he's thinking about as Fireball is in consideration here for the Pro Tour champion.
That's right. We're favoring some of the more red spells so far in his run through this cube. We saw the Lightning Bolt. We saw the Flame Tongue Kavu. Looks like Fireball might make its way out of this pack. There's a Monastery Swift Spear in here as well. It's not too late to, not too early, not too late to select a second color as well. We got plenty of lands in this format that can help you situate whatever path you want to go with that, and Fireball it is.
Okay, so, barring anything strange happening, I would imagine Luis is saying, Springheart Nantuko, a very recent addition to the cube, and Drain Life, one of the perhaps more underpowered. I was chatting with someone previously about this list, and they were saying it's kind of funny. Most of this list makes a lot of sense, and then there's some real clunkers in there. There's like an Arcbound Slogger, a real weird 5-mana 4/5 in red. And I'd say Drain Life feels like a little bit of a relic of the past, more of an homage than anything you'd be happy picking. But in terms of options for Salvatto, we may be having a run back of the mono red life. I think Springheart Nantuko is the most powerful card in this pack. Nadu is in the cube. That's a very strong thing to be doing, but he's going Flame Tongue Kavu into Fireball into Searing Blades, or Searing Blood, rather. And I think he's just deciding red looks like the way I'm going to win.
Yeah, we're going in that direction. I see an Abrupt Decay here. We're probably going to scroll straight past that. There is a scroll rack if we want to do some manipulation at the top of the deck. Maybe in this pack we start to see him branch out towards a second color.
Lightning Berserker, kind of innocuous. 1-drop. Can dash it out, have it have some haste. And he may also be, with this pick, the Lightning Berserker is the kind of card that I think you would hope, if this were Pack 2 or Pack 3 and you'd already sort of planted your flag in red, that you could wheel. In Pack 1, it seems like Salvatto is deciding, I'm going to plant my flag. I'm actively doing that right now with this pick. I don't want someone to pick up these cards later. I want to be the sole mono red drafter at this table.
And if we're continuing on that path, Abbot of Carol Keep is going to be a good pick for it. 2-mana creature with prowess. When ETBs, exile the top card of your library. Until the end of turn, you may play that card. We also saw some red shock lands in there. Steam Vents.
Yeah, Needle Spires as well.
That's right.
Cadaverous Bloom in the back of the pack there. Not something that Salvatto's going to be considering, but another combo piece in this cube that maybe we'll see someone have some fun with. But Salvatto doesn't have fun on the mind. He has wins on the mind with these red picks. And a Jackal Pup. There it is. There's the Arc Slogger. Though it is mono red, I don't think Salvatto's going to be choosing that one over the fiery 1-drop of Jackal Pup. And he's got options to branch into. You know, white is most commonly the color that you will pair with red for an aggressive deck if you need to branch out. Obviously, you would prefer to be monocolored in your aggro decks in Cube, just because you get to play, you know, he took the Strip Mine second. If you're playing 2 colors, you don't often have the opportunity to play Strip Mine just because your mana base has to be rock solid with how cheap all the cards are. You're going to have red 1-drops, white 1-drops, red 2-drops, white 2-drops. Some of the times they're double pipped. You can see Searing Blood here. So the mana base gets a little tight with these aggro decks if you're stretching into a second color. So far, we've only seen Salvatto interested in red.
That's right, and it's quite a low curve too. Lots of 1-mana, 2-mana spells. He's been quite consistent in that regard. I imagine that we see more of the same as we roll through the rest of these packs, but take a look at some of the more powerful cards that he's passing up. There's quite a bit in here, quite a bit of removal in here, so strategies surrounding control can be built up. We're taking the Fatal Push, so should we decide to throw black into the deck, there's a bit of removal as well. You also mentioned the Drain Life that's in the cube, so we'll see where he goes from there.
I think he sees red. I think that's all. I think Luis Salvatto's a draft late, and had he been in the mono red cube, he would have been happy. But he seems just as happy to grab a Siege Gang Commander here. You want to choose these cards at the top of your curve in your aggro decks sparingly. I wouldn't be surprised if at the end of the draft, Siege Gang Commander seems a little too expensive. It's a bit more of a mid-range card. You know, you combine it with something like Recurring Nightmare. Get a big go-wide effect, sack a goblin, recur something, bring back the Siege Gang Commander, get your 3 goblins again. Certainly it can dome people out, but you really want in the 5-drop slot something that has haste, something like a Glorybringer or a Goldspan Dragon, that kind of thing. Rounding out the pack here, there's an Atarka's Command. I do think that pairing red with green is quite reasonable as well. We did see a Bloodbraid Elf running around the table, and that is a kind of card that could wheel. He's going to take the Inspiring Vantage. I think that's smart to hedge towards maybe white's going to be a secondary color, a splash of some sort if he finds something powerful. There wasn't a Johnny Vengeant running around the table.
That's right. We got Yavimai's Cradle, so should we decide to go green, that'll make things a bit easier, turning all your lands into forests, giving them that additional card type to tap for green.
Oh, I don't think that was that land. That was a creature land, Treetop Village.
Excuse me, Treetop Village, that's right.
Arcbound Ravager. I don't think there's quite enough artifacts in this cube to go full Ravager, Artifact, Mox Opal shenanigans, though that Tolarian Academy did pique my interest earlier. It is gone. And we'll review at the end of pack 1. 7 red cards to speak of. Say everything but Siege Gang I'm happy with. Fireball also, I mean, it's good. It can go face, that's important. But as we saw in the mono red cube, land count is a consideration in these aggressive red decks.
Right.
And so if you end up running only 15 lands and keeping the curve low, do you want that 5-drop? Do you want that X-Spell? Remains to be seen. Especially when you think about Strip Mine as part of that mana base, as Salvatto does seem to be doing. You often just count that as a spell in the deck. Reviewing
our next pack, quite a number of red spells on this list. We're seeing Seeing some Llanowar Elves, Snapcaster Mage. Oh, good old Snapcaster Mage. A classic.
And not a ton for Salvatto here. Shrapnel Blast, I think, not going to be something, while 5 damage is something he's interested in. I don't think Sacking Artifacts is at the moment. Exquisite Firecraft, fine. That can go face, and that's nice. And there's also an Inventor's Apprentice at the bottom of the curve there. But again, I'm not sure how many artifacts Luis will be interested in here. So how often will that, Inventor's Apprentice had the nickname Nerd Ape because Curd Ape got +1/+2 for having a forest, and Nerd Ape gets +1/+2 for having an artifact.
Magic, the Magic community is some of my favorite colloquialisms of all gaming communities. It's just the creativity.
They're throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. Yeah. And I feel like that stuck for me. Here there's an Earthquake, an Expel. Imidane's Recruiter is extremely powerful, another recent addition from Wilds of Eldraine. He did pick up that Inspiring Vantage, so maybe sending that on the adventure to get the 2/2. You're also just fine with your hasty 3-drop there. Pia Nalar as well. And Arid Mesa, if he's considering dipping into white. This is a nice pack for him. He's got quite a few options. He's going to land on Pia Nalar. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, we're talking about Chandra's mom. ETB, create a 1/1 colorless Thopter artifact creature token with flying. Looking to pressure the board a bit with your artifacts as they come into play. Also making your creatures unblockable. We're seeing there's lots of cheap creatures in the deck. That could be important as well.
Wild Slash, I believe the only mono-red option in the pack, though there is. Hard to not hear Randy Bueller saying it, but oh my god, there's Lightning Helix. Which we might splash, but no need to just yet, and we'll just take Wild Slash here.
That's right. Big score coming in from the Lost Caverns of Ixalan. We were mentioning yesterday the Unexpected Windfall, just an instant speed spell, tap 4, discard 1, draw 2, create treasures.
Eldrazi Obligator, a nice option here. He does have colorless source thanks to the Strip Mine. He's going to land on Mishra's Factory. The creature lands like that in these aggressive decks are strong. It's a way that you can get away with running perhaps a higher mana count and not being punished for it. Frenzied Goblin, Falconwrath Gorger as a couple of aggressive 1-drops here for Salvatto. And Aethersphere Harvester, though not a card I imagine he'll end up taking as he checks back on his picks just to see what's up. Looks like there's a pause in the draft as he reviews. But getting to run, you have Mishra's Factory, you have Strip Mine, then you're running 17 lands and you're okay because 2 of them are utility lands. Sacred Foundry as well in the pack. Just continuing to shout out. There's not that many of the Boros lands, I believe only 4. And so if he's thinking about splashing out for a white card.
That'll give you access to it for sure. Also something fetchable with that Windswept Heath that Luis Salvatto did pick.
And Parallax Wave, it's very strong. It's also double white, and so that's not really a splash in the sense. But Parallax Wave is one of the best 4-drops, if not the best 4-drop for an aggro white deck in any cube.
That's right, coming in with the fading counters every time you remove a fading counter, you're exiling a creature.
I imagine we're just selecting between the 2 1-drops here, and ideally he takes one and the other one wheels, and if it doesn't, you might get a little concerned as someone else in my business as well. But Frenzied Goblin will be the selection for Salvatto over the Gorger.
That's right, again, just trying to get in for damage, leaning into the theme of the low-cost creatures, some of the abilities that might abilities and spells that might clear a path for you to do so. Pia Nalar, making so that a creature can't block. Lightning Bolt, just doing 3 damage to anything. Frenzied Goblin itself, when it attacks, if you pay more red, target creature can't block. So we just want to get in for damage. This pack has no red, though.
There's a bit of Magic history in there. There's Settle the Wreckage, the one copy in the mono-white deck that Luis Scott Vargas piloted to a runner-up finish at the Pro Tour, the classic pen trick heist that he did, where he went to write down the damage from the attack and, oops, here's my one settle, and that is signed by him, I believe. Very, very cool. That is the one copy. And this is back-to-back packs with no red cards.
That's right. So we're picking a white card, secure the waste, create a bunch of tokens. Luis Salvatto just kind of taking the best that he can get from there. It's off color. We move on.
And it doesn't necessarily mean that someone else is drafting red. It could just be pack after pack after pack with no red cards in them, and that's just how the packs broke and how they were distributed. But I think starting to splash out into white with that secure the wastes is a pretty smart decision. We may have to dip into a second color.
We're eyeing that Inventor's Apprentice, and we're going with it.
Okay.
Another red 1-mana card.
Notably, the Mishra's Factory that we picked up will be an artifact when it's animated, so that can help to buff the Inventor's Apprentice. Fire Diamond, red mana rock, also can do so. And a cranial plating here on the wheel. Perhaps we can get enough artifacts to make that effective.
Yeah, dipping into artifacts is seeming more and more worth it here as this draft continues for Luis Salvatto.
Yes, and of course the Thopter from PNLR as an artifact as well. So might piece it together. That might be the second color. Big score makes treasures.
I think we just grabbed that, yeah, for sure. 3 cards left in that pack. Keep moving on to the next one.
Sitting just to the right of Salvatto is the captain of CubeCon, Jonathan Brostoff.
I heard he was a menace on a dance floor last night.
Is that true?
I made it up, but he was definitely there. I don't know how he dances.
We'll go with menacing. We'll go with menacing here in the booth.
Oh, menace as in incredible, right?
Yeah.
Boisterous.
Yes.
A showman.
Snubhorn Sentry. It's a white 1-drop. Not exactly aggressive. Looks like that's a demonic consultation. Grab a Dryad Militant.
Lots of white cards, but not sure we're going in that direction. Just kind of the circumstances calling for the picks. Lots and lots of low-cost red here. Got the Inspiring Vantage. If we get that out early, that'd be lovely. Artifact synergies as well. I think we would like to have more, and maybe some artifacts that are a bit more impactful, a bit more powerful.
And I was talking about at the end of pack 1, do I really want more than... Do I really want to be playing a Siege Gang Commander or Fireball in my deck? I think at this point, those are probably locks for the main deck for Salvatto, just with how red dried up in pack 2.
Right.
Towards the second half of those packs. As you can see, that's quite a few cards that he's not hoping to play. You know, you have these benchmarks in draft of, at the end of pack 1, I'd like about 7 or 8 playables. At the end of pack 2, I'd like to have about 15, so I can get to that 22, 23, 24 at the end of pack 3. And Salvatto he's a little pinched right now. You know, your aggro deck, you hope to not play Fire Diamond, but I think he might have to. And here we go into pack number 3 of the Pro Tour Cube.
Seeing some surveillance of recent edition from Murders at Karlov Manor, Chandra's Hope Beacon, one of the latest in the mini iterations of Chandra as a Planeswalker. It looks to be the only properly on-color card in this pack, at least that we would prefer. Of course, there's black and white in this selection from Luis Salvatto as well. Chandra Hope's Beacon, though, is quite an expensive card for him to play, but when it comes down, if that thing is able to survive more than a turn, you are getting an insane amount of value. Not a lot of instants and sorceries in the deck, though. Something to consider.
Yeah, this is not exactly a mono-red windmill slam kind of card.
Yeah, that's effectively just a removal spell when it comes down.
And this is another pack that is a bit of a disaster for Salvatto if he's trying to be mono red. I think at this point, you can take Foundry Street Denizen, and it'll be fine. Mutavault makes sense as well. Another creature land. Getting that power there. But the more colorless creature lands he takes, the more I'm thinking he's assuming he can be mono red, and I would be quite nervous at that assumption. Though there are a fair number in this pack. Heavy pipped cards, Frostburn Weird, and Goblin Chain Whirler.
I think that's the best pick in the pack is the Chain Whirler. Having
Right.
first strike, again, we just want more combat prowess on the, not prowess is in the ability, but more powerful creatures in combat on the battlefield.
It's a great card. There's tension already. If he's thinking about playing Strip Mine and Mishra's Factory and Mutavault,
Right.
when do you expect this triple red card to come down?
That's right, because we're going to have a low land count. You don't want to be drawing too many lands. Splinter Twin is in there. That's cute, but we're getting a little bit away from the theme of Luis Salvatto's draft so far.
It is the kind of card that you might hope to wheel. Like, if is anybody else as heavy red as Salvatto at this point? I would have to imagine no. It definitely feels like he's not alone at the table. But he seems to be planning to play mono red, and you might consider trying to take a different card out of that pack and wheel the Chain Whirler. He said, no, I think it's worth it enough. And I wonder how much he'll be favoring, I need some artifacts to make this cranial plating work, to make perhaps the Inventor's Apprentice work.
That's right.
As Tangle Wire's the card on the front of the pack here. So I'm not sure if that's actually on his mind. Tangle Wire is quite a divisive card in the Cube community. Some people are real truthers about it. It's quite good in aggro. Some people think it's a dead card. I personally lean a bit towards the dead card school of thought. But I will defer to the Pro Tour champion here, of course. Galvanic Blast, another artifact-related card. It is interesting how much red seems to be leaning into colorless as a air quotes color pair in this cube. And he is going to select the Galvanic Blast. That Mutavault pick looking pretty heads up as it helps enable that down the road.
Not a lot going on this pack for him here.
And it's gone. I mean, how many packs have we seen him kind of slow down as he gets to the end to say, please let there be a red card, please let there be a red card. And there isn't. He has the Inspiring Vantage. He does take the Dauntless Bodyguard. Gonna be tough to have some colorless lands, to have a triple red card, and to think about playing a white 1-drop, but there it is. Oh, a Reality Smasher. That's something where the colorless lands are actually a boon. The Strip Mine, the Factory, and the Mutavault can actually cast Reality Smasher on curve, and it's a beating.
That's right. 5 mana for a Trample Haste creature. It's no joke. And again, if we want to be able to get through on combat,
yeah,
that'll do it.
I like that. That's a nice pickup.
Not many creatures in his deck so far have haste, even.
Right.
Just to be a mono red deck.
Exactly.
Nearly mono red. It's a great furnace. We could grab the artifact land. Gives you another to up that artifact count.
Yeah, it's actually kind of a great pickup here late in the pack for him to enable, again, cranial plating, Inventor's Apprentice, now not looking too shabby. So it does look, though he has had to dip into other colors, it does look like he may be able to squeak out just being mono red with those utility lands and the artifact synergies. We are on the wheel here now. Not much in these packs the first time around, so there'll be even less now. Scoop up a Profane Command. Okay, Foundry Street Denizen wheeled, which definitely makes me think that Goblin Chain Whirler could have, but it also means that, right, this was that pack that he will wheel either Scorched Rusalka or Frostburn Weird. He elects to grab the Weird. And so he was getting 2 picks out of that pack anyway. He got 2 picks there. Might have been nicer for him to try and get the little Phoenix, wheel the Chain Whirler, but wheeling the Weird is good. Though, again, 3 colorless lands in the deck that we know of may make that slightly harder to cast. Kiki Jiki. Speaking of haste.
What are we copying in this deck, though?
Siege Gang Commander's not too bad to copy. Chain Whirler's not too bad to copy. We're not comboing for sure. We're not ending the game
Certainly not.
with a Kiki Jiki. Scoot Mob and a Winding Constrictor. And last pick, Angel of Despair. And that is the draft for top 64 Pro Tour competitor Luis Salvatto. And you can see the full pool here.
Yeah, and for this second color, if we go that direction, it seems like the most powerful cards are actually not in white. It looks like they're in black. And then as far as what's more on theme, with the Fatal Push, with the Profane Tutor, I don't know how effective staying in mono red and going for these, how powerful compared to what else is happening at the table and what else is happening in this cube, staying mono red will be with this selection. But the artifact synergy is something worth leaning into. I'm interested to see where that goes with this deck list. Is there anything that stands out to you here, Ethan, aside from the red, the effectiveness of red, the artifact synergies? Where else can Luis Salvatto go with this pool?
I don't think there's many places for him to go. I think he decided where he was going when he took those early red, when he grabbed the FTK, when the power level was flat and he kept leaning into red. I think he just decided to do it. He's not going to have much wiggle room with this pool. He's going to have probably... It's the kind of thing where you go, can I get 23 red cards I'm happy with? Here are my 3 colorless lands. I'll add my Great Furnace. I'm going to add 14 mountains. That's going to be it. I don't think he has much to play with here. I think the packs were a little shy, a little shallow in red, and he's going to have a pretty face-up deck to build.
That's right. So we'll see how the players navigate this cube as our draft has been completed. We're going to cut to a short break, and we'll be back to you with more CubeCon 2024 action shortly. Stay tuned.
Hey everyone, this is Eric Klug, perhaps better known online as Klug Alters, and this is the Pro Tour Cube. The Pro Tour Cube is a 540 card cube that consists of only cards that have won a constructed Pro Tour. Gameplay is similar to a Legacy Cube, and you'll find familiar archetypes like red and white aggro, green ramp, blue control, and you'll find some archetypes that you won't find in many other cubes. Like in black, there's a slight zombie and vampire synergy thanks to Jerry Thompson and Seth Manfield's Pro Tour winning decks. You'll also find some fun combos like Illusions of Grandeur Donate. And you'll also have to reevaluate powerful cards like Tinker, which don't have as many powerful targets as you would find in another cube. You might have to settle for a Bosch Iron Golem. One special rule about the cube that I really enjoy is that anyone who drafts a Squadron Hawk will receive 2 additional copies after the draft, and anyone who drafts a Urza land will receive 2 complimentary Urza lands following the draft. Thanks, and I'll see you at CubeCon.
Hello and welcome back to CubeCon 2024. We are here for our top 64 draft, and we are proud to have many sponsors here this weekend, one of them being Gamers Guild. Gamers Guild is an Arizona company based on a simple idea, creating a safe, inclusive, and fun gaming space for everyone, but specifically minors, LGBTQ, persons of color, and women. Their vision is to see a Gamers Guild in every city in North America, all united in their love of fun and safe gaming for all.
And that's right, magic is for everyone. Folks, this is CubeCon 2024. We are in the final day of the event. We just completed our draft of the Pro Tour Cube through the perspective of Luis Salvatto, previous Pro Tour winner at Rivals of Ixalan. My name is Rondez Green. I'm Rondez Green Mage, and joined by Lord Tupperware. We have a wonderful, wonderful set of matches ahead of us today. Folks, these guys are playing to go 3-0 to move on in the tournament, potentially be crowned a champion here at CubeCon 2024. But even if you find yourself at a loss, you're still playing for prizes. You saw those cube bits drop on the table before this draft started. These guys are still playing for the myriad of prizes that we have on the prize wall, from oversized cards to booster packs to sealed cases, all kinds of action. On your screen right now, you're seeing the decided deck list from Luis Salvatto. This is the selection that he went with. We stuck pretty low to the ground, mostly when it comes to red cards here. Lots of artifact synergy, and we stuck with that, despite the many black and white cards that he was kind of forced into picking. We are seeing at the top end a Fireball, a Chandra Hope's Beacon. I think a lot of the times, though, Ethan, I'm curious to know your thoughts, that Chandra might just end up being a 6-mana removal spell for 2 things, maybe to finish off the opponent. That last minus X ability can target anything.
I think that's absolutely right. I think Chandra coming down as a deal 5 to the opponent is ideal for Salvatto. He would like that to be the last spell he casts if he has to cast it in a game.
That's right. So otherwise, lots of 1-cost, 2-cost creatures and artifacts that we just want to get in. Many opportunities to make it so the creatures cannot be blocked. Lots of creatures can fly over the top. And now we're looking at Sylvia C's deck list. So I'm wondering, what's standing out to you here about Sylvia's deck list?
Well, this is the other side of the aggro coin and cube, which is mono white. Though Sylvia has an excellent mana base here, being able to splash for Hazoret the Fervent. I mean, Sylvia has the 2 things you really want to have when you're in mono white, which is Path to Exile and Swords to Plowshares. Cheap, efficient, exile removal. May not find itself as the most impactful or at its best or matching up the best against what Salvatto has. But that's the kind of thing you want to see, and I like a lot of what we've got. We've got 6 1-drops, a number of powerful 3-drops, a little bit of ramp with the Chrome Mox at the cost of exiling a card. So we'll see how the battle of the aggro decks fare in match 1.
Right, so we're hopping into game 1 between Sylvia and Luis Salvatto. I gotta say as well, one of the things that stands out to me about this matchup here is that Hazoret the Fervent, I bet Luis would have loved that in his deck.
Oh, yeah.
I'm actually trying to figure out how in Luis's deck can he even get through a Hazoret should it come down to the board. So this white deck splashing red could prove troublesome. We'll see. We got the Denizen on the battlefield to start things off. Passing over to turn 2, we got the Orchid on the side of Sylvia. Turn 2, Luis Salvatto is going to drop the artifact that we had mentioned that's able to pump your creatures based on how many other artifacts you have on the battlefield.
And you can see the graphic at the top of the screen. We now have the number of trophies claimed by our players throughout the weekend. Salvatto at a hefty 4, but Sylvia, nothing to sneeze at with 2. And Knight of the White Orchid with the first strike is holding the ground nicely. Getting pseudo-vigilance there thanks to Flicker Wisp. And here's Pia Nalar. Brings along a friend.
That's right, and as a reminder, this Pia Nalar will play nicely with the Cranial Plating, the 2-mana artifact.
Yeah, if we equip that next turn, we can already start to crack in for 3 in the air, though Flicker Wisp may have something to say about that. And there is a Cursed Scroll. And we're just rolling the dice here.
Yeah, so Cursed Scroll, we're going to tap 3, name a card. We're reveal a card at random from your hand. If it's the named card, Curse Scroll deals 2 damage to target creature or player. Keep in mind, this is repeatable every turn.
Yeah, but that's not when you have that's the kind of thing you want to do when you have 1 planes in hand. When you got 3 cards in hand and that's your turn 4 play and it doesn't work.
Yeah, you're spending a lot of mana to do nothing, to shuffle your cards around, which you were going to do anyway.
That is not. Yeah, that's right. That's one of the tactile perks of paper Magic.
But how satisfying is it that you have a card that tells you to do it?
Oh, I have to. I'm sorry, I have to do it. I can't. I wouldn't be doing it otherwise, but Curse Scroll tells me I must. So I can't quite make it. I think there's a Swords to Plowshares and the Archangel that was revealed, which I guess Sylvia can kick, not twice, but does have. Well, I guess twice with if she has the Chromox out, but just once with her handful of red duels in the deck for Hazoret. But I think that would have been a more effective turn 4 play, personally. Not to get too deep in the weeds here.
Yeah, as we move on, though, we're seeing the Knight of the White Orchid here with First Strike. He's going to be able to get in quite nicely. Thopter can fly overhead. We got, again, the Cranial Plating that can, and Pia Nalar's ability that can offer some unblockable threats from the side of Luis Salvatto. So, First Strike, not too troublesome. And we mentioned that we're missing quite a few keywords important to aggro in Luis Salvatto's deck. Not a lot of haste. The only First Strike creature is the Goblin Chain Whirler. So that ability to have unblockable creatures is going to be oh so important. Creatures flying in the air. Pia Nalar is going to get in there. The Denison's going to get in there as well.
And we've got a hasty, I believe, dashed Lightning Berserker that'll be wearing the Cranial Plating. We'll leave Jackal Pup and the Thopter behind.
Looks like we're blocking the Denizen.
Okay, Flicker Wisp gets in front of the Denizen. And, oh no, the Berserker was not dashed, it looks like. Or else it would have gone back to hand.
So, the board state for Sylvia, we got that 3-mana artifact that we spoke about. I don't imagine that on a good turn we want to see that activated again. Knight of the White Orchid is our 2-mana creature that you're seeing to the right of it. The card was dashed, so it does go back to hand. You pointed it out wisely. And Sylvia caught that on her turn as well.
Go to draw. Deploy a Champion of the Parish that grows with humans entering. And I fear if Sylvia does not drop this Archangel that we're getting just a little greedy. We don't have to have the red kicker on this, is my feeling. I think a 3/4 flyer with lifelink is quite good. And sure, if Salvatto has a removal spell for it, fine. But, and here we'll Fireball the Champion of the Parish. Not getting much better as Salvatto's stuck on 3 lands.
He's right. Now maybe the Archangel of Wrath is looking like an even better play this next turn after Fireball has been revealed and used.
All 3 creatures sideways. Swords to Plowshares will take out Pia.
That's huge.
And we'll go for now we can actually scroll rack with 1 card in hand. And we'll cast Lightning Berserker. And notably, by scroll racking, or cursed scroll rather, cursed scrolling the Jackal Pup, it's also going to send 2 damage to Salvatto. And Figure of Destiny, it's not quite level up, but we'll activate the single mana for it. Abbot of Carol Keep does not reveal a land. Salvatto continues to be stuck on 3.
To this Figure of Destiny, quite a lot of text on here, but so far the only real relevant ones are the first 2. Is it's the amount of mana that Sylvia has access to. You can see the 2 abilities on the left side there. First one, it becomes a Kithkin Spirit 2/2. Second one, it becomes a Spirit Warrior and a 4/4.
All right, it's not a land, but it is a mana source.
Yeah.
Get a Fire Diamond in play and equip the Abbot with Cranial Plating, so that's sitting as a 4/1 at the moment. Can't tussle with a first striker, though.
Tapping 3 white here on the side of Sylvia. We're dropping a creature.
So, Silverblade Paladin, going to grant Soul Bond, so double strike to it, and it looks like the Figure of Destiny as Knight of the White Orchid already has first strike, so no blocks for Salvatto, and I believe that's 6 damage coming at you.
First strike is no joke. Double strike. Certainly no joke.
Even less of a joke.
Yeah, not funny at all, actually.
Do I say funny things? Do I amuse you? Do I look funny?
Sylvia leading the game so far. The aggro matchup here and the aggro matchup here. It's going to be up to Luis Salvatto to respond to some of these dangerous threats in the battlefield. At least getting the double strike situation under control is wonderful.
Firecraft picks off the Soul Bond, double striker, and a Frenzied Goblin as the follow-up as Abbott turns sideways. And Luis keeping it interesting.
That's right.
Six life apiece for these players.
Small technical error for the moment. We'll have this resolved for you shortly.
We back. Looks like we're a full turn cycle ahead. Siege Gang Commander has been presented and answered. The Archangel's down. Student of Warfare is down.
And we're at the top of the turn for LSV. Luis Salvatto pulling a card from the top. We're at access to 5 red mana at the moment, just 1 short of the Chandra Hope's Beacon, the only other strongest card in the deck here, or highest cost in the deck, but it's just not enough. At 3 life, you got the first striker on the ground. Just lots and lots of pressure. A flyer from Sylvia as well, and she's going to take game 1. Turn 1 play, the Jackal Pup comes in. Whatever damage is dealt to Jackal Pup, you deal to another target.
No, deal to. You take that damage.
You take that
to yourself. Jackal Pup is no friend of its own.
Biting back. Denison comes out again.
We'll level up Student twice. It's now, I believe it'll be a 3/3 first striker. Is it level 2 or level 3? It looks like level 2. Yeah, there we go. So it was a 3/3 first striker, but Firecraft going to take it out.
Yeah, Exquisite Firecraft, a well-timed spell there as we're expending mana into this 1 drop. Setting Sylvia back a little bit. Another three mana spell coming in.
Spectral Procession. 3/1/1 spirits.
So these spirits, one is able to block the Jackal Pup, the Denison, the Inventor's Apprentice, excuse me. With an artifact, can have some support here.
Big score, pitch a land, draw into a land and an abbot, and we'll make 2 treasures. All right, we're going to Enlighten Tutor and Upkeep. And it looks like Sylvia knows what she wants to get. Honor of the Pure pulled to the front immediately. It looks like she'll rifle through the library just to check, but that is going to present a quick clock as it buffs all 3 of these spirits.
That's right. Honor of the Pure going on top of the deck, drawn for turn.
There it is.
So now we have 3 2/2s. Swinging these in, they're certainly stronger than both the Apprentice and the Jackal Pup. Well, the Jackal Pup could block, then you're dealing 2 to yourself.
And Cursed Scroll comes back.
And these tokens are flying. The ground game for Luis Salvatto not quite enough.
Habit of Carol Keep will reveal Reality Smasher, which we can cast thanks to this Mishra's Factory for colorless and the 2 treasures from Big Score. And a big swing coming back the other way for Salvatto. I thought he was getting frisky with some more, but looks like he's only going with the Smasher. Not often that Abbot of Carol Keep reveals a 5-drop and you can cast it.
Right. And you mentioned just how important it would be to have access to that colorless mana here.
Right, the treasures would not have done it. Ooh. Go to jail. Palace Jailer dropped. Exiles Smasher, and Sylvia is now the Monarch. So she'll be drawing an extra card in end step. And as long as she's got flyers, it's going to be easier for her to get the Monarch back. Whether or not she decides it's important for her to keep it every turn, we'll see.
That's right. This Palace Jailer, though, is a 2/2. There's several cards in Luis Salvatto's deck to take that out. We got the Galvanic Blast. We got the Lightning Bolt. Still need to draw to it, however. That's another concern. Seeing a Peni in hand, I think.
But it's currently buffed as well from the Honor of the Pure. So.
That's right. It's a 3/3, so only Lightning Bolt at this point. And Fireball. Peni comes down. 3-mana creature, create that Flying Thopter token. We'll be able to make some of our creatures get in for damage without being blocked.
Mishra's Factory getting animated. And it looks like we'll sack the Thopter to make Palace Jailer not block this turn. Is that right?
That's right. Paying 1 and sacrificing an artifact allows you to make these creatures unblockable. We sacrifice the Thopter. The Spirit tokens could still block.
It looks like Luis really wants the Monarch. He would like to be able to draw. Looks like we do have another glitch here, so we may be jumping ahead in just a second. So it looks like blocks were made, and Luis does have the Monarch. And so that means he gets his Reality Smasher back, which is extremely important. Looks like we scrolled on upkeep or after draw to pick off another body. So board state is Skrelv, Skymark Aspirant. We do not 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We do have the City's Blessing for Sylvia. So the Aspirant has Flying, the Palace Jailer, and the Skrelv facing down the Reality Smasher. Sylvia would like to find one of those removal spells. Path to Exile, Swords to Plowshares to take out the Smasher.
We do have 10 permanents on the battlefield, so this Skyclave Aspirant does have its Ascend ability activated. It has ascended. Sky Marcher Aspirant. Reality Smasher getting in. It is finally taken down with a double block as the Palace Jailer and the Sky Marcher Aspirant go to the graveyard.
No trample damage thanks to Honor of the Pure, a 3-3 and a 3-2, getting in front of that 5-5 trampler. Board looking a little bit more manageable, but the Monarch looms as Salvatto will have an extra draw every turn unless Sylvia finds a way to reclaim it.
Quite a dangerous thing for a red deck to have. Really, it's quite powerful in general in this matchup. Two aggro decks going at it.
Though the Mishra's Factory is gone, Great Furnace has come into play in Luis's mana base, so that Inventor's Apprentice is sitting at 2-3. So Curse Scroll, not going to take it down. Skrelv, not going to be able to attack through. Recruiter of the Guard hits the battlefield, and Sylvia will be allowed to tutor up any creature with toughness 2 or less. Had quite a few options at her disposal. Figure of Destiny, Knight of the White Orchid, Silverblade Paladin seem to be the three that she's deciding between. Lands on Figure of Destiny. And it looks like Salvatto is saying, we can just shortcut this. I've got it. Wild slash face, Fireball face with this extra land, and we'll go to game 3.
Clean finish with the red burn spells, and we get to game number 3. Knotted up at 1-1. Both players, both aggro decks starting off with a 1-drop. We're seeing Jackal Pup make a return. Certainly the weaker of the two, no level up abilities. Sylvia's got access to that, and we're going to do exactly that and swing in for 3 damage. Cranial Plating comes in. Jackal Pup swinging for 2 as well. We're trading blows off the top, but the Cranial Plating, as more artifacts hit the battlefield, should become more and more useful. Luis Salvatto going down to 4.
And Bramaz, King of Oreskos, comes in. A hefty beater. Salvatto looking at Fireball, not quite able to take out the 4 toughness. And Jackal Pup can trade with it if Factory gets animated. That'll give it a buff up to 4 power, thanks to the Cranial Plating. I'm sure Sylvia sees that, and we'll just have to see if she decides if that's worth it, though she does have Swords to Plowshares in hand, and she may just say, or no, sorry, that was Enlightened Tutor that we're going to fire off here instead. And we'll go find Curse Scroll.
Bramaz could get out of hand quite quickly here. With 4 toughness, it's going to be a little bit hard to defeat through our through some of these instant spells that Luis Salvatto has. It's going to create tokens every time it attacks, making that board state just that much wider. And these tokens also have vigilance.
Oh. Is Sylvia going to get the 2-for-1 here with swords? She takes out the Mishra's Factory. Salvatto will get, he's, doesn't miss a beat here. He taps it to make it 3 power. He'll gain 3. But Jackal Pup is now a 3-1.
Not quite enough to block this Bramaz.
It looks like maybe she got a little... I don't know if Salvatto decided not to block, period, or what, but it looks like maybe she fired it off just a little prematurely, because it did seem that Salvatto was looking to get that 2-for-1. Or get that trade with Bramaz, rather. Okay, we'll Cursed Scroll, pick off the pup, reveal City of Brass. And Brave the Elements is a protection spell for Sylvia. Send in the clowns.
Another cat token made. This is Vigilance. Again, this happens whenever Ramaz attacks or blocks this creature with Vigilance. We're getting buried here on the side of Louis Salvatto. Access to 3 mana. One's just colorless because of Mutavault. We're looking for a nice removal spell.
Oh, interesting. Looks like Salvatto sided in Wildfire. I don't think we're going to get to 6 mana for it, and the hand is extended, and Sylvia C advances to top 32 with her mono white deck.
Yeah, some of the keywords on those creatures just far too powerful for what was going on in the mono red deck. Also, well-timed removal. We saw Swords to Plowshares coming into effect, but flying, Vigilance, First Strike is what kept us in the game. It was a bit of an interesting interaction there between the players as they were fighting for Monarch as well.
Yeah. Well, and I wasn't expecting Salvatto to burn out Sylvia in Game 2 with the Fireball and the Wild Slash, but wasn't able to quite repeat that for Game 3.
That's right, guys. We're going to cut to a short break. A couple of minutes, we'll come back with more gameplay in this Pro Tour Cube. Stay tuned.
Hey, this is Kelton hailing from beautiful Seattle, and I just wanted to talk about my Simple Cube. I have designed many cubes over the years, and many of them are fraught with tokens and shuffling and fetch lands and all sorts of crazy stuff. And I just wanted to take something and design something with the key Magic gameplay, none of the frills that we all love, but sometimes can get tired of. You know, I wanted someone to be able to shuffle their deck, set it down, have a life total, and that's it. So this cube is following a couple restrictions. There are no counters of any kind. There are no back faces to cards. No cards will create any kind of token, and there's also no shuffling. And so I'm trying to curate a low to medium power level with a lot of just good, clean cards. The stuff I like to highlight is lots of adventures, which is just a really great mechanic. For this kind of power level. Lots of French vanilla creatures, which are can be super engaging, but in a very different way from what people are used to. And then lots of the simplest versions of spells, something like Counterspell or Lightning Strike. Within this, I try to encourage a lot of deep gameplay through the archetypes and through stuff like the Graveyard and Madness, these sorts of things, to make a really engaging archetype within the sort of classic container of Magic. On top of that, I really focus on the aesthetic, so everything is foil and everything is in a base Magic frame with no other edits. In particular, there are clear sleeves, so you get to see the real Magic backs. On top of all of that, it just has a lot of cards that people really get excited about because they don't get to see anywhere else. And so I think those are the big draws. Good clean Magic, just your deck and your life total, and the enjoyment of some real back to basics. Hope you enjoy. Thanks.
Hello and welcome back to CubeCon 2024. We are in the final day of our festivities for this 5-day event. I'm Rondez Green. I'm joined alongside by Ethan Sachs, Lord Tupperware. Guys, this event is brought to you in part by one of our lovely sponsors, Dragon Shield, providing us with all kinds of integral game accessories integral to protecting the game pieces here. Dragon Shield has been providing players with reliable gaming accessories since 1999. They are passionate about creating high-quality accessories that protect the games we love. Thank you, Dragon Shield, for being a CubeCon sponsor. And thank you all at home for tuning in once again for more Pro Tour Cube action. Again, this is the final day of our event here. We have a new matchup for you, and we're hopping into Game 2 between Brandon and Mayo.
So we talked about the Tron lands before the draft started. And Brandon got not one, not two, but all three in the draft, which means he has 9 in his pool as dictated by the house rules. And boy, howdy, does he have stuff to do with it. At the top of the curve, we have Ugin the Ceaseless, or Ulamog the Ceaseless Hunger, Ugin the Spirit Dragon, Mir Enforcer, Karn Liberated, Platinum Angel. I am so excited at the prospect of this deck, but I am afeared that Mayo may have earlier work to make of this game. With a near mono black deck, sort of flavors of the Pioneer deck that won earlier this year, we've got the Vein Ripper, we've got Sorin Vengeful Bloodlord, we've got Preacher, we've got Dusk Legion Zealot, there's Vamps, there's Zombies, there's Recurring Nightmare. But look at this, it's Tron! It's Tron, it's Platinum Angel on turn 3. How do you not get excited about this?
It's Tron, it's happening. We got the big angel, big flyer, just that
natty
soon.
Tron.
Oh my gosh. And there's so little you can do about that when you're putting together your list here. I mean, you don't expect a Platinum Angel to get slammed down on turn 3. How do you respond to something like this?
Come on. So if you're just tuning in, the house rules state, if you draft 1, you get the other 2. That's why Brandon has 9 copies of these lands in his deck.
So this is a 4-4 in the air. You can't lose the game when your opponents can't win the game.
Now, is a mono black deck going to have no problem answering a creature like this? Sure.
Yeah, find some removal, take it out. That's what black does best. But you got to get to it.
It's still exciting to see, though.
That's right.
We're scroll racking here. What? This card. This Insensei's Divining Top. Just ban him. Just get him out of here. I don't want to watch you just look at the top of your library, decide what cards you want to draw next, yada, yada. So scroll rack lets you sort of swap any number of cards from your hand with top of your library. So it's not card advantage. It is card selection, and certainly any shuffle effects that Brandon is able to deploy will give him fresh looks off the top on future turns.
Big mana and high artifact synergy in the deck list of Brandon. We got Tolarian Academy in the deck. We got the One Ring in here. Oof. Some outlets for that big mana. We got...
We're time spiraling with Tron!
Not just extra turn spells. We also got Ulamog. We got Ugin, as you mentioned. Once we get there...
This is incredible. Shuffle up your hand and graveyard, get a fresh 7. We're floating mana here because of Tron. Untap. Brandon, I believe, will have 9 mana to work with. That's 7 from the Tron, the island, and the 1 floating from the die. I'm good. I mean, I feel like I don't need to see any more. We can crown a champion right now, as far as I'm concerned.
We did see the Platinum Angel targeted at instant speed.
Oh, I think Brandon's got bigger dreams. Platinum Angel's the least of Mayo's worries.
Oh, certainly. As we draw 7 here, we could very likely expect to see a massive threat come down this turn. Fresh script. What do we do with it, Brandon?
Doesn't look like that exciting, actually. We have a 1 ring. So that can get the party started a little bit. Maybe we're starting... Yeah, we'll start with the 1 ring.
Protection from everything. We're going to tap it, get our first bird counter, and draw a card. Protection from everything for 1 turn. It was cast from hand.
Metal Worker. The draw, the mana is no shortage. Oh my goodness, and Brandon also has Cyclonic Rift. There's so much happening in his deck.
So with protection from everything, Brandon will not take damage should a creature decide to get through.
We've been focusing so much on the left side. Bitter Blossom is amassing some fairies here.
It is indeed. Getting some flyers in there, but...
That's a Relentless Dead. I believe from the hands of Jerry Thompson making the Pro Tour. And Lord of the Accursed from the same deck. So we've got zombies and vampires and fairies oh my on Mayo's side.
Zombies and fairies, some recursion with that Relentless Dead as well. Healthy board state at the moment. So we're going to crack the Expedition map. Brandon will tap one, put a basic out here.
Well, I think Map can get whatever. Map's a Tron buddy. We're getting Tolarian Academy.
Yeah, you gotta get the Tolarian Academy. At least 5 artifacts, mini artifacts on the battlefield. You're gonna get blue for each of them.
Here, I would say that I'm afraid because it's something that happens to me when I draft a sweet deck like this. Is game one, everything goes swimmingly. It plays out exactly how I want, and then I never win another game. But this is Brandon's second game. He's already up a game, and his deck is popping off. That gives me real hope.
Someone's about to get buried in card advantage. We're going to draw 2 cards to turn off the One Ring. We're going to have access to a whole lot of mana, thanks to Tolarian Academy.
Buffet's open. All you can eat with the mana here. Oh my god, Cyclonic Rift is just still there to undo all the Bitter Blossom token work that Mayo's done.
That's right.
Okay, never mind. Ugin can just come down and exile the board instead. Plus there's an upheaval. Like, Brandon has so many reset buttons. Upheaval, Ugin, Cyclonic Rift. I believe there's an Oblivion Stone. I was saying that the power level of the cube is flat. There's not going to be a ton of synergy. Brandon has broken the mold here. Sure, let's draw a couple more cards.
Look at that grip.
We'll reveal Stone and Top for 4 mana. I think... I would imagine that Ugin slams the door here, but really, I feel like Brandon can randomly select...
From hand,
like you can just take random game actions. But instead, we will Ugin minus, and it's a one-sided Wrath because every permanent Brandon has is colorless. And we'll get the O-Stone out. That's going to keep advancing Tolarian Academy's mana production.
Should we rebuild the board state, as you mentioned, we have the Cyclonic Rift in hand. Invoke Despair will cause Brandon to sacrifice a Planeswalker, an enchantment, and you're gonna lose life for that each time too.
Right. So Ugin's gone, Metalworker's gone, and then Mayo will draw a card. And that's a Teferi hitting the board.
Mage of Zalfir. Your spells will have flash. Your opponents can only cast things at sorcery speed.
A little bit of insult to injury here. All right. We're scroll racking.
Scroll rack, we look at the top Top of the library, we're rearranging things. Again, this turn goes uninterrupted, even if Mayo was not tapped out. All spells from Mayo are cast at sorcery speed. Creatures from Brandon come at an instant speed.
And I would say I'd be worried if Brandon is certainly winning this game.
To say the least.
How that ends up happening has not been presented yet.
Right.
But he's ahead in every metric other than life, and I would say he'd be worried about the one ring. But he's got upheaval to reset it, should that be something we need to do.
That's right. Ulamog and Karn are in here somewhere.
Right. Here's the Mirror Enforcer. And a Reckoner Bankbuster. This Tolarian Academy is sitting at, what, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Taps for 8. On its own.
Just disgusting. Ballista comes down.
That's something to do with a lot of mana. That's something to do with a lot of mana, I'd say.
That's right. So the Ballista, the Walking Ballista, we start pinging for damage. You tap 4, put a +1/+1 counter on it, and you can remove an instant. You can remove a +1/+1 counter at whatever speed you like, at instant speed. Ping your opponent for each one of them.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thanks to Teferi, was that all? That was all end step?
Those were 2 creatures.
That was
That's
all in Mayo's end step. So now we untap with approximately 1 million mana.
Math might be a little off on that one, but yeah, it might as well be.
I mean,
It might as well be.
coverage blew up. It was too much mana for even our cameras to track.
The Ballista.
I think we probably could have pumped. I mean, Academy's tapping for 9. We have our Tron lands tapping for 7 total. We have Thran Dynamo. I think we probably could have just pumped Ballista. Plus, considering that was all in end step, nothing in Mayo's board. So pump Ballista, attack, chuck the counters at it. I think that was game. That's why we're seeing that scooped up.
Absolutely. So we saw Tron come together. We saw big mana plays to Larian Academy. Of course, excellent synergy with those artifacts, banned for a reason, and restricted in multiple formats for a reason. We see just how powerful it is and why it made it into the final deck list of a Pro Tour competitor. Guys, we're going to cut to a quick break. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with more CubeCon 2024 action. Stay tuned.
Hey, this is Anthony Adams from the UberCube podcast, hailing from Raleigh, North Carolina. I wanted to tell you about UberBear's Artifact Cube that's now featured for the 3rd time at CubeCon 2024. And without further ado, we're going to talk about the cube. So the idea of the cube is anti-artifact versus artifact as just kind of a general premise, where you're looking at this world where it's man versus machine, if you will. Let's move into our Azorius section, where you're going to find kind of a control tempo type of shell, where cards like Dance of the Manse or Steel Sabotage or Unctus will take you to victory. But then we move over to our Boros section, which is different than what most players are used to. It's not your aggro strategies per se, but it's going to be your modular or your equipment with like Stoneforged Mystic or Arcbound Shikari. And then we move over to our Dimir section, where you're going to see really cool cards like Baleful Strix or Tameshi or Armix that'll help carry you to victory. Very control-y type of section. Then we move over to our Rock or Golgari section, where you're going to find classic cards like Manglehorn that just hates on the entire cube to begin with, or you've got Birthing Pod for those that wants to go really technical. Then we have the section of Gruul that's kind of your anti-artifact sacrifice section. We get to run cool cards like Kappa, Tech, Wrecker, etc. Brea's Apprentice. Then we have our Spells Matters, Artifacts Matters. Is it really loves artifacts? And you're going to see cool cards like Third Path Iconoclast or Rise and Shine. Then we move over to our Rakdos section, which is going to be my favorite section per se, because I love to do that, sack the artifacts for value with stuff like Onicot Anvil or Trash for Treasure, and then bring them back with Whip of Erebos. Then we move over to kind of our Disruption anti-artifact section. We're going to see cards in the Orzhov that's like Tide Hollow Sculler or divest. Selesnya is also your anti kind of section, or even your control section, if you will, where cards like Cankerbloom or Nature's Chant will play a major role in the cube. Don't pass these cards. Then we've got our Simic, that's kind of our wild card. That's your ramp mid-range control section, where cool cards like Master Transmuted or Glistening Dawn can take you to victory. And then our grand finale is our Titan cycle, where I feature all 5 of the Gear Hulks from Kaladesh. Other than that, I hope you enjoy the cube. Looking forward to my 3rd time out, and happy cubing!
Hello and welcome back to CubeCon 2024. We're getting into more of the final day of our 5-day event. We're following the winners here. Brandon and Sylvia coming up here shortly. However, keep in mind this event is sponsored by Wizards of the Coast, one of our many sponsors of the CubeCon event. Magic is about the gathering. Play the game your way, whether at your local game store, at home with friends, or online with Spell Table. Thank you, Wizards of the Coast, for being a sponsor of this wonderful event. Once again, I'm Rondez Green Mage, joined by Lord Tupperware. And we're getting into this next game between the winners of our Pro Tour Cube, the current winners, the current winning players of our Pro Tour Cube. We saw Tron get assembled in our last match. We saw a Time Spiral get cast. We saw a massive Walking Ballista end the game. But we're facing off against Sylvia Lee, who's coming with a mono-white aggro list. What are your thoughts on this matchup, and what are some things that these players need to look out for from their opponent?
Well, we have Brandon's deck here, as we saw. I mean, it just did everything you wanted to be done with triple Tron land, Walking Ballista, Upheaval, Time Spiral, Cyclonic Rift, Temporal Mastery, the big colorless spells at the top of the curve. So many ways to reset the board. I think we will kind of know what's going on by about turn 4 in these matches. I think that we'll know if Sylvia can get under, and I'm a little skeptical, and perhaps it's just me wanting Brandon's deck to do well because it's so sweet, but I am a little skeptical that Sylvia can come out the gate fast enough before Brandon's able to get his mana production going and reset the game. He has so many reset buttons. That's the thing. Like, if it was just Upheaval, but it's Upheaval, it's Ugin, it's Time Spiral is resetting his hand and untapping his mana. It's Cyclonic Rift. Like, there's just so many ways for him to say, scoop him up.
That's right. That's right. It can be exciting to see things come together in Brandon's list, but taking a look at Sylvia's list, we're looking to go wide, lots of tokens, lots of important keywords, Vigilance, Flying, First Strike. We just want to get in fast, early, and with evasive threats.
Yeah, I think we have a long match ahead of us here. Brandon has a lot to get through, and it looks like perhaps some mulligans resolved as Brandon, classic Tron player, mulls to 4, but Tron Land Expedition map and an Ugin in hand, so these may only be the cards that Brandon needs to work with.
That's right, Expedition map can get you that 3rd piece of Tron, get you to Tolarian Academy later on in the game as well, but we're going to crack it one time and probably just complete the tower.
Oh my goodness, okay. Not bad for, multi-4s don't usually win in limited, but Brandon might be able to do it. Champion of the Parish on 1 for Sylvia. Turn 2 will exile Brave the Elements with the Chrome Mox and cast out a Recruiter of the Guard. That is a human, so it'll add a counter to the champion, and we will go a Tutoring.
Last time we got the Destiny's creature.
Yeah, Figure of Destiny was the selection. I think Silverblade Paladin is Sylvia's creature of choice at the moment. It is a human, so it'll buff the champion. Yeah.
All right, it's going to go right on top. We're swinging with the Champion of Parish. +1/+1 counter there. A little extra pack to that punch. Top of the turn for Brandon. We got the Expedition map on to get us our final piece of Tron here. Final Tron land.
This is so cool. I mean, it's just so cool to see. I love it.
Love to see an Artificer's work come together.
You know, this is the kind of thing that I wonder if Eric Klug, I'm sure he's seen it before, but if you watch it back, you go, Maybe I tweak that rule a little bit. Maybe this rule is a little too good, a little too exploitative.
Urza is one of the best things that you can be doing in several in our premium constructed formats here. It's exciting to see it come together in the cube. And see what comes of it.
And Strip Mine and Wasteland both made their way around. We know that Luis Salvatto has the Strip Mine. We don't know where the Wasteland ended up just yet.
Right.
But it's nice that Brandon doesn't have to fear getting Tron broken up just yet.
That's right. So we saw an Ugin in hand. The Expedition map was cracked at the end step of Sylvia. So we've still got some things to play with here this turn. Sensei's Divining Top is going to allow Brandon to look at the top cards of the library here.
And I did see an upheaval. We have no blue mana as of yet. And we'll just pass Ugin and Island. So Ugin gets to come down next turn. As long as Tron doesn't get disrupted. And here is the Paladin, Champion of the Parish. Buffed with a counter, and I imagine is also soul bonded, so that's 7 damage coming.
Double striker coming at you, Brandon, down to 11. But Ugin can just reset all of it.
Yeah. Yep. Bye. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Right away, we're going to down-tick Ugin, exile these colored permanents. Brandon's deck, exempt from this this effect.
No, I won't be partaking. None for me, thanks. My permanents are colorless. I'll fetch up a Sacred Foundry. Just a little bit of red in Sylvia's deck. Hazoret the Fervent and a kicker on the Archangel. Honor of the Pure and Swords to Plowshares in Sylvia's hand. This game is going to grind to a halt. I don't think Sylvia has a way to answer.
To directly answer the Ugin?
I don't think there's like a Banishing Light or an Oblivion Ring in her deck. Palace Jailer only hits creatures. I think she's kind of in for it here.
Just things in the sideboard that she can't cast. Is a Vraska's Contempt in her pool, but of course no black mana in this list.
Student of Warfare comes down, and thanks to this Honor of the Pure, it won't be buffed. It won't be able to get bolted by Ugin, but Ugin can just down-tick again, as Brandon does, for 2. Clean up Honor of the Pure, clean up Student, and land a Platinum Angel.
Yeah, so now not only do you need to get in for damage through the 4/4 flyer before Ugin can uptick to, again, remove your permanents.
Brandon is literally twiddling his fingers right now. He's just like, well,
have at it. Good luck.
This is what I have. This is what I've done. What say you? Metalworker, Relic, and Upheaval.
We've got stellar card selection coming from the ability of the Sensei's Divining Top. We're going to rearrange the top 3 cards here. Is Sylvia hoping to get a bunch of tokens down? They still don't have haste, so we're going to have the issue of Ugin just exiling them again because the permanents that she creates, the spirits and whatnot, all have color to them.
Looks like we're just cantripping with this Relic. Exile the Yards. There's Upheaval. I can't imagine we want to Upheaval anytime soon. Spin the top again. So again, this is what we will see with Brandon is, you know, if I were a referee of this wrestling match, I would stop the fight.
Yeah.
I would lift Brandon's hand for this game. But he's not winning the game at the moment. He's going to bolt Sylvia by upticking Ugin. Sylvia does have Swords to Plowshares for the Platinum Angel. So she's not going to be dying to that, but Brandon has the game locked up at the moment.
Yeah, Ugin just has to +2 enough times.
And I'm fine to watch. To be clear, I'm happy. As long as Brandon wants to cook, I'm here to watch him do it.
So the
This is a mull to 4. He mulliganed to 4 against a mono-white aggro deck, and he is doing fine.
I don't. Yeah, there's certainly. Hazard at the Fervent can discard cards and deal damage to any target.
Ugin can exile it.
It sure can.
I mean, I guess that does have haste, so that could be a surprise for Ugin. Currently, it's Knight of the White Orchid and an unknown.
We could possibly have a Cyclonic Rift at some point too to stop the Hazaret action. Tapping 5 for something. It's going to be the Archangel.
Okay. Deal 2 to the Ugin. Gain 2. One land short of being able to double kick because Chrome Mox is in play.
That's right.
Or I guess no, Chrome Mox only adds the color of the exiled card. It's
just
not,
white, right?
Yeah, so never mind.
So this 3/4 flyer still can't quite kill the Ugin next turn. So we're going to get a number of opportunities to look at the top of the deck and find some answers.
I'm going to tap Metalworker to reveal top. That'll add 2 colorless mana. Oh, are we upheavaling? We are upheavaling. That is a little surprising.
What surprises you about the upheaval here, John? Ethan?
Well, I suppose we're not answering this Archangel cleanly, but the fact that we don't have much that's powerful to redeploy after this, right? We're floating 5 mana, so we'll get to go land drop, Metalworker, and I think we probably, do we want to keep top in hand? I guess not, because it'll find its way there eventually, but this isn't great for Brandon. It's not bad, but like, this is the kind of board that Sylvia can now maybe get out of, because her draws will allow her to potentially deploy a 1-drop on turn 1, a 2-drop on turn 2, while Brandon is turns away from getting Ugin out again. Both players being extremely friendly. Leaving their revealed cards from Upheaval as known information. So we'll start with Sacred Foundry tapped. And I think it's just a whole mess of lands for Sylvia.
That it is. We're just looking to assemble Tron again here. Ugin being set back to hand means that come down here soon with a full, fresh set of loyalty points.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's going to have Ugin in 2 turns. Because once he hits Tron, as long as he's got an artifact.
Vintage players just went berserk in the corner.
Yeah, the budget vintage table has a rowdy crowd around it. At the opposite end of the hall. Land go. This is music to Brandon's ears.
Yeah.
Because now he doesn't have the artifact. Oh, he does. He's got the O-Stone, right. So he reveals O-Stone and Dynamo. Gets 4 mana. Deploys Dynamo with that 4 mana. And we can cast Eugene. Come on down.
Great big Spirit Dragon comes down. Is going to plus again here, I would imagine. Nothing coming from the side of Sylvia C just yet for the next several turns. Only playing 1 land per turn. The rate at which Brandon is able to build up his mana is just far, far greater.
9 loyalty. Bolt you. Sylvia draws for turn. Knight of the White Orchid. Brandon's 3 lands in play to Sylvia's 2 means that she will get to search up a plains and put it into play.
And so this 2/2 swing in for 2 on Ugin, I imagine. Ugin just pluses again, deal 3 damage. Reversing that damage right away. Could deal 3 damage to any target. He could just pick off the Knight of the White Orchid if he wanted. Skrov comes in. It's not quite able to tap to give. You can't even give protection in the way that Sylvia would want here because Ugin is colorless. Can give it hexproof? Or no, excuse me.
I think it's hexproof from a color or colorless, perhaps.
Hexproof from that color, yes. But of course, this is not a colored ability. This is a colorless ability.
Brandon doesn't see color.
Oh, God. Brandon plussing can do 3 damage to anything. I think we just go straight for the White Orchid.
Yeah. Skrelv is an afterthought at this point. Ugin upticks. Brandon says this one goes to 11.
We're looking at a potential ultimate from the Ugin next turn. Skrov can get in for 1 and bring it down to 10, but that ultimate could very well end the game. We could also just see something in hand to stop the Skrov from getting some damage onto Brandon. Onto Brandon's Ugin, the Spirit Dragon. We are going to draw that card on top. He liked what he saw. I didn't get to see what it was, but I imagine it's something to disrupt the damage that might come to Skrelv here, so we can just get a safe ultimate. Okay, Reckoner Bank Buster.
What's the rush? The rush on the ultimate here. Have some housekeeping here. Looks like Archangel being considered here for Sylvia. We can come in, we can shock. Bowstone gonna drop a Fate counter on Ugin. Ugin will be protected should Brandon need to deploy another reset button.
Yes, indeed. We got Brandon having excellent card selection here. Lots of opportunities to look at the cards at the top of the deck. We can exile all colored permanents on the battlefield. Scrub on the Archangel. Quite a lopsided board state at the moment.
Doesn't look like a Molda 4 now, does it?
You can say that again. The upheaval certainly put him in a better situation against this Archangel. Walking Ballista. It was a matter of time until we got to the win con. That's 8 +1/+1 counters. We remove those, deal damage, get rid of the biggest thing. That's going to be the Archangel.
Yep.
We continue pumping it, swinging, going upstairs.
So many counters.
Yeah. We're crewing with the Bank Buster. All right, we're just going to scoop it up. So that's game one to Brandon. Quite a mess of a board state there assembled as Tron came down on turn 3. A mulligan to 4 for Brandon, paying dividends here. And sends him home for a win in game 1.
All right. Sylvia shakes it off. Plains, Aspirant. This is the kind of start Sylvia needs to get under what Brandon's doing. You'd prefer a creature here.
We open up with the Sky Marcher Aspirant. Once we get to 10 permanents on the battlefield, it's got flying. An early start for that enchantment there is nice to pump up the creatures as well. We're doing 3 damage already. Got to get in early here.
Yeah. Okay.
Flicker Wisp comes down. Exile a permanent, bring it back in. We're going to do it to a land.
We've seen Brandon have turn 3 Tron every game, sometimes natural, sometimes with the help of Expedition Map. It doesn't look like that's what we'll have this game. We've got the tower, we've got the power plant. No mine just yet.
Island in play, Lotus Petal. Got access to 4 mana here, so, well, more than that with the Urza pieces here. Seeing a scroll rack.
I would give Brandon some selection, but he's playing fair this game.
How kind. Down to 7.
He's on 3 mana just like the rest of us.
We're going to tap for 1. Exile any number of cards from your hand face down. Put that many cards on the top of your library into your hand. You saw this in previous games, because then we're going to look at the exiled cards and put them on top of your library in any order. This, alongside Sensei's Divining Top, has been very problematic for Sylvia's game plan with the excellent card selection in a deck that thrives off of that. Assembling Tron, getting big mana spells together. Time Spiral off the top.
And there's another power plant, so we're not quite there. Reckoner, Bank Buster.
Temporal Mastery. Temporal Mastery off the top.
That is a really cool combo with Scroll Rack and with Top. Being able to
Reorder the top of your deck.
Yeah, and just miracle
draw another
it.
card.
Mm-hmm.
We saw the time spiral in game 1, but this time we might get our first cast of Temporal Mastery.
Here's the One Ring.
So at 7 life, we're going to have protection from everything this turn, no damage coming through.
And he needs it because that's lethal. Brandon's at 7, and there's a 4-power and a 3-power attacker.
That's right, a couple more turns here, and we'll have Ascend, meaning the Aspirant cannot be blocked by the Reckoner Base Buster should it get crewed by anything. Ramaz. We're making more tokens. Cats with Vigilance. Brandon's going to tap the One Ring, place a burden counter, draw 1 card, and at the top of the turn, we'll take a damage from it. We're getting dangerously low here, so the game's got to be won quickly.
Digging again with Scroll Rack. Looks like only 2 deep.
We found the order that we like. We place them back, untap, and get back to it. Taking our 1 life from the burden counter on the One Ring. I imagine we'll be tapping that again here soon.
The One Ring ticking up.
That's 2 off the top, a curated set of 3 cards here that we've seen. So what's it going to be, Brandon? Tapping the Scroll Rack again. Let's see what we got off the top.
Well, there's a Tolarian Academy.
Oh, that would be lovely here for him.
Yep. Platinum Angel. Though Sylvia hasn't had to deploy a removal spell yet, so...
There could be 1 in hand.
Exactly.
There could be 1 incoming. So Platinum Angel might not save you here. It is a flyer. It has relevant ability text. But it's very likely that it doesn't survive.
Academy currently adding 4 additional mana. The only issue here is that even if Brandon finds himself in a spot where he's somewhat stable on board, he doesn't currently have an answer to his own One Ring.
Yeah.
O-Stone's not going to do it. Ugin doesn't do it.
Someone was tempted by the ring. Ugin comes on out.
There it is.
We didn't see it in hand, but that's a clear-cut response to what Sylvia's got going on the board here. We're going to exile those permanents. All 4 white spells gone, and Ugin is sat pretty. We've seen this board state before.
So close, but yet so far is Sylvia.
So as you mentioned, though, this One Ring in 3 turns will take Brandon out.
Yeah.
So what we're looking for is that Ballista here soon and ways to pump it up.
Sure.
Sylvia says, hey, remember, take your 2.
Yeah,
Thank you.
That's my win con right there.
Enjoy.
Okay, Muldrifter to dig us perhaps a little deeper to an answer to the ring.
And we might as well tap the ring again. Well, perhaps, unless we need another turn.
No, I mean, it's a 2-turn clock right now, no matter what.
So if we tap for 3, right, next turn we take 3, we're at 1, and we take it again, right. So we might as well tap the ring.
Yeah, might as well draw 3 and then 4 next turn.
Why not?
Upheaval will do it. Upheaval will reset it.
Cyclonic Rift is in the deck?
Well, Cyclonic Rift only hits Sylvia's stuff.
You're right. Opponents.
Normally, that's a benefit. It's a positive of that card. A reminder to our viewers that the reason we've got these sets of Tron lands is it's a house rule. Draft 1, you get the full set. Braden happened to draft all 3, so he gets 3 sets.
How do you get yourself out of this one, Brandon? You were tempted by the ring.
I do think he has upheaval, so I think he can.
Oh, okay. You saw it in hand?
Float a bunch of mana, reset things.
Okay. We might be in
a
good spot.
No, that's we got Ostone, Muldrifter, Angel, Enforcer. So we haven't found it yet.
After all, why shouldn't I keep it? Why not?
It's mine. My own.
Okay. Bringing down our 4/4. Affinity for artifacts. Platinum Angel comes in. Can't lose unless that's removal in Sylvia's hand.
But I believe it's just lands for Sylvia.
Not what we want to see here if you're Sylvia. We're going to crew with the Reckoner Bankbuster. Get in there for a small chunk of change. Second main phase, and it looks like we pass over to Sylvia. Do you have it or do you not?
It's a Masticore. It's colorless. Can get around Ugin. Seems far from enough, though. Brandon notably not deciding to draw off the ring.
Curious. A relic comes down. A relic of Progenitus. Doing a little more than just increasing our artifact count here, it seems, for Tolarian Academy. Muldrifter comes down. We're going to look at some cards. It's going to be evoked.
Seat of the Synod, an island, 2 lands, not adding to Tron, and more importantly, not helping us answer this ring. Now, Platinum Angel can protect us.
That is right.
Platinum Angel can carry the ring.
So it does make me wonder then why we don't tap it.
Right. Right. If we're losing life, but let's lose all the life at this point.
More mana to add to Brandon's already massive pool. Platinum Angel will keep you in the game. Some things we're looking for here. Once again, the win cons, Walking Ballista.
Cash Relic in.
Draw yourself a card. I hear the One Ring also draws cards. I think we also
Just
have the ability.
suggestion. just a friendly nudge, Brandon. You're going to die to it anyway.
Yeah, we also got plenty of ways to rearrange the top of the deck here. Brandon's cooking something. Sensei's Divining Top. There it is. You can rearrange it once again.
It's 2 lands and a Karn. Karn can exile the ring. Okay.
That it can't. Exile target permanent. Keep it moving.
There we go. Ghoul down tick. Oh, excuse me.
Okay.
Excuse me. We'll take care of the Masticore.
We're getting in there for 8.
I mean, if Sylvia can top deck Path to Exile,
we need exactly that.
right? Because Swords to Plowshares will gain life. It's a red-white
There it
land,
is,
and
the
Sylvia
land.
extends the hand.
Wow. A couple of long games there. Brandon's deck having great inevitability in assembling the pieces that we need, putting Ugin onto the battlefield, making short work of all of the opponent's decks that are going to have color on their creatures. And we're going to come out. He's going to come out 2-0 there in that match against Sylvia.
I'm excited. I'm excited. Is Tron going to win the Pro Tour Cube?
It would be poetic, of course, for Tron to get assembled every game. The player is incentivized to mulligan as much as possible to the combo. But guys, that was the end of that matchup. We're going to cut to a short break, and we're going to come back with more CubeCon 2024 action. Stay tuned.
Hello, my name is Bones and I'm from Tulsa, Oklahoma. One of my cubes in this year's CubeCon is World War of the Spark. It's kind of like War of the Spark draft cranked to 11. With 100 planeswalkers in the cube, they will be everywhere, especially since players start with an interplanar beacon on the battlefield tapped. This allows any planeswalker with 2 or fewer different colored pips to go into any deck. Some of the cards I'd like to highlight in this cube include Sir Ginger, the Mealender, whose top line is probably not going to be as impactful in any other cube as it is here. Pestilent Haze, which allows you to deal with a board of planeswalkers that's grown out of control. And Burning Tree Shaman, which reminds us that we're on Ravnica, and in Gruul style, punishes anyone who gets too clever. The decks players build in this cube are going to revolve largely around what planeswalkers they manage to find. For example, you can draft an artifacts deck with some help from Saheeli, Daretti, and Tezzeret, and there are many artifacts in this cube which can go in any deck and are extremely impactful even without the support. There's also an enchantments theme, thanks to the presence of planeswalkers like Calyx and Estrid. The historic batch is extremely powerful here, with cards like artifacts, sagas, and of course, planeswalkers, which are all legendary, appearing all over the place. There's also a lands matter archetype with planeswalkers like these. Don't try to blow up the opponent's interplanar beacon, though, there's no way to do that. Some of the minor themes include non-creature spells matter, or in this case, instant and sorcery specifically, thanks to Ral and Rowan. Creature tokens, which there will be a lot of running around, and Flicker, or Blink. There are multiple ways to reset your Planeswalker's loyalty counters so that you can minus them all over again. There are even some pretty narrow archetypes that I strive to support. Thanks to cards like Tyvar Kell and Freyalise, I make sure that there are enough elves that a deck of that specific creature type can be viable. And as a final note, while I do try to include as many unique or off-the-wall Planeswalker designs that Wizards has made as possible, they must all be within the Magic canon. This is War of the Spark, after all, even if some time travel is involved.
Hello and welcome back to CubeCon 2024. This is the final day of our 5-day event. We're live from the Alliant Energy Center here in Madison, Wisconsin. I'm Rondez Green Mage. I'm joined alongside by Lord Tupperware, my friend Ethan Sachs. And today, folks, this event is brought to you in part by Daybreak Games. Magic Online, a property of Daybreak Games, lets you play what you want when you want. Collect cards, build decks, and duel other players on your schedule. With the widest array of cards and formats that are always available, Magic Online is a great way to play this game. Thank you so much, Daybreak Games, for being a CubeCon sponsor. And once again, folks, welcome back. We're heading into a new matchup here. We just watched an assembling of Tron dismantle the opponents time and time again with Ugin walking ballista, so on and so forth. But this time, we're going to watch Jonathan Brostoff facing off against Connor Patterson. I saw a request in the Twitch chat to see some more elves. Connor's brought that action for you here. And Ethan, you had a bit of time to review the deck list here. I want to know your thoughts on this matchup and what we can expect.
Yeah, well, we've got on the side of Connor with 4 trophies from the main event earlier, as you can see on the graphic. Very impressive there. He's junned them out. When in doubt, junned them out. Got some elves at the bottom of the curve. Orcish Bowmasters, Skeletal Vampires, Xenagos, God of Revels, Umezawa's Jit, as we can see on the board here, Jite. I never know how to say it. Wormcoil Engine at the top of the curve. A great-looking mid-range deck. The question is, in our rock, paper, scissors world of aggro, control, and mid-range, will J-Bro be able to emerge victorious in what seems to be just a nice classic blue-white control deck? He's got no real sweepers to speak of. That would be the thing that I was first looking for. Is there a Wrath of God? Is there a Day of Judgment? There's a Settle the Wreckage. There's a Parallax Wave to buy some time. Lots of control magic, lots of counter spells. Planeswalkers at the top, Tamiyo and Teferi, but it'll be interesting to see what ends up happening here between Jund mid-range and blue-white control.
Lots and lots of counter spells, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
In the deck list of Jonathan here.
He's going to memory lapse a Mana Dork. That's kind of savage. Because you'd like to have that early, and if it gets countered, you don't really want to draw it again. J-Bro going to crack a Clue and hit a land, and we'll get a Rishkar.
Pima's Renegade. Comes in with counters. You can tap it for mana.
No other creature to dump a counter onto. And anytime the blue-white player says go, just leave up their 4 mana, say, go ahead.
It's a threat.
It's scary. It's not a great feeling. Oh, a nice main deck sort of zag for Connor here is Thrun the Last Troll. Can't be countered. Even if you wanted to, J-Bro, even if you had the ability to do it, you can't do it. So we'll Flash and Fairy Mastermind instead and get in for 2 in the air.
And so that alongside Umezawa's Jite is going to be huge. You can, as the charge counters come, you can have the equipped creature get +2/+2 until end of turn. Settle the Wreckage.
That'll take care of Thrun.
Target the player instead. That's rough. There's no way Connor could have known that Settle was in the opening hand. That was absolutely the correct play, but he's still punished for it.
Yeah, no pen trick needed indeed.
Dropping a Planeswalker. Lots of protection spells to keep this Planeswalker alive on the side of Jonathan's battlefield. And the Planeswalker looking at as a Johnny Mentor of heroes. We also have Teferi, Hero of Dominaria in the deck. What do you think? What are you thinking? What are we expecting from this Ajani here in Jonathan's deck? Of course, Teferi might be a bit more impactful for what he's trying to do in the main game plan, but how do you feel about this Ajani as a pick?
I mean, turning your Thraben Inspector into a 4/5 is a nice start. And dumping some counters on Fairy Mastermind as it gets in the air, right? That'll get it out of range of the GT? Should it get some counters? But Sword of Fire and Ice equipped. So that'll get Rishkar larger than the Inspector. Swings combat in J-Bro's favor.
That's right. Johnny's +1 is also able to help us dig for that Teferi in the deck. Any other creature or aura in the deck, I think the most relevant text is going to be creature or planeswalker, however.
Parallax Wave will come down.
So Parallax Wave, that's fading 5. Remove a fade counter from Parallax Wave, exile target creature. Once these fading 5 counters are all gone, once this card leaves the battlefield, each player returns to the battlefield all cards owned with Parallax Wave.
I'm just going to buy some time for J-Bro. That's all he really needs as a control player. The longer the game goes on, the more likely you are to win.
I know a certain bald man that loves time. And he's somewhere in this list.
Let's slow things down.
Card for turn, it's Disallow. Nothing ambiguous about that one. Counter a spell, activated ability, whatever it may be, all for just 3 mana. Cracking a fetch, shuffle it up.
So we'll reveal the top 4, or look at the top 4, can grab I believe a creature or planeswalker from among them.
That's Tamio the Moon Sage. So Tamio the Moon Sage, 3 quite powerful abilities for the current board state. The first one, tap target permanent. It does not untap during its opponent's next step. Its controller's next step, excuse me.
Yeah, we'll stun the Wood Elves here.
Also relevant here, interestingly enough, just because we're looking at elves, is Tamio can -2 to draw a card for each tapped creature target player controls. And yeah, I mean, things just got out of hand there. The planeswalkers were taking over.
Yeah, Green Sun Zenith got disallowed, so that was it for Connor. And we'll go to game 2.
Opening up with the Thraben Spectre again. We got the token on the battlefield. We're going to Green Sun Zenith for a creature.
Looks like a little Elvish Mystic.
Yes, indeed. Island for turn from Jonathan. We swing in for 1. We're not going to block with the elf. That'd be senseless. Now, Connor has access to at least 3 mana this turn. We drop our 3rd land.
Pelucranos, World Eater. Okay.
Not bad at all, the turn 3/4/4.
Settle the Wreckage in hand for J-Bro. And will Entrancing Melody steal the Elvish Mystic?
That's not the only spell. That's not the only theft spell that we have in the deck for Jonathan Brostoff either. We're going to see some more control magic coming up later on. So Pelucranos got some relevant text in the body here. It's a 5/5, of course. Got the activated ability of Monstrosity X. If it's not monstrous, you put X +1/+1 counters on it. Taking away the Llanowar Elf was smart because now we don't have double green. At least we didn't at the time.
Sylvan Library, the play for turn, as well as a Faithless Looting that we're currently mulling over. Pitching Lightning Strike and what looks like a Blooming Marsh. See if J-Bro has double white. He does. And rather than hold up, Settle the Wreckage, or tap out for Path, we're going to Tamiyo and just keep Polyk tapped.
Keep the big threat at bay. Certainly the wise play here. And taking that elf allowed Jonathan to play the Moon Sage sooner. This could buy him quite a bit of time to maybe draw Teferi to tuck a card or continue drawing cards. Control Magic could come up as well to take the Pelucranos.
Connor's kind of at the mercy of Thrun at this point.
Yeah.
Right, like Thrun is kind of his only way to skirt all of the things J-Bro is doing.
That's absolutely right. And what's still problematic about it is the Settle the Wreckage in hand.
Yeah. Oh, looks like we're instead going to lock down Badlands with Tamiyo.
We're not afraid of the Pelucranos attacking alongside Thrun because of the Settle the Wreckage.
I mean, that's got to be alarm bells for Connor.
Yeah. Why did you just let my...
Why did you all of a sudden decide that it was okay for me to attack with a 5/5?
You just unchained the World Eater. What are you doing?
Yeah.
It might look nice to go Monstrosity here, but it'd be a bit of a waste. Settle the Wreckage. At the hip of Jonathan Brostoff. We're waiting for it. Gonna play a 3-drop instead.
Wood Elves will go search up a land. Basic Forest will be the selection and play for turn. Okay, we will block and blink the Thraben Inspector with Restoration Angel.
So this 3/4 is added protection for the Tamiyo here to continue locking down something on the side of Connor's battlefield.
And worth noting, I think Connor sniffed it out. I think he read the Settle the Wreckage from J-Bro based off the Tamiyo locking down Badlands, and so elected to say, I'm only swinging with Pelucranos. My Thrun is going to sit back a little bit for now.
That's right. Sniffing out that tell. Wise plays from Connor Patterson here. Jonathan looking for a Nice slow walk to this victory.
Mm-hmm.
Two creatures at hand to chump block the Pelucranos. We're tapping 2. Badlands tap from Tamiyo. We got an Abrade coming in to take down the Thraben Inspector.
Not what you want to be doing. I mean, sure, it's a blocker. It maybe leaves the window open for no. I can't watch. I'm so scared.
We're going to activate Monstrosity. All
Okay.
in, +1/+1 counter on the Pelucranos.
Okay.
We got a blocker.
Do you hold Tron back? Like, you don't need to. No.
Oh. No. Exiling those 2 permanents. Search your library for a basic. Counter chooses. Okay, we are going to go for it. Search your libraries for a basic for each exiled creature. How do you get through the rest of this permission magic from Jonathan?
And he didn't have to do it. If he did read Settle the Wreckage as the card, he could have just swung with the 6/6 Poly K and the 1/1 to try and take down Tamiyo. Then if Settle the Wreckage gets deployed, you still have your regenerating hexproof Thrun.
That's right.
But as it stands, J-Bro has a strong grip on this game at the moment.
Another Restoration Angel gets in uninterrupted. 3 damage flying each turn. 3-turn clock at the moment, folks. We're looking at our top 4.
All right, Necrotal. The play, and will Sphinx's Revelation X equals 4 in response.
Gaining life, drawing cards, very, very dangerous.
And peck away at Tamiyo with Wood Elves. And Tarmogoyf as the follow-up. There's types, all kinds of types. I see instant sorcery land creature. I think that's it. No artifacts or enchantments yet, so a 4/5. Connor's built out an impressive board here. If J-Bro doesn't have a way to respond in kind, we could see Connor start to make some momentum, but J-Bro just looking at 4 fresh cards, it's hard to imagine he doesn't have some tools to deal with this. We'll lock down Tarmogoyf.
That's right, and it's worth pointing out that we do have the Snapcaster Mage in the deck, so it's not over for Settle the Wreckage. Do we have enough mana to pay for it is the question. Yeah, we do. Some other Planeswalkers in the deck, folks. Well, in his pool that Jonathan may or may not have brought in, there's a Jace, Architect of Thought. We already saw the Ajani. Jace is in the main deck. So at this stage, Ethan, 14-7. Connor's got a decent board stay ahead of him. We do have the chance to get the snap cash to Mage for the Settle the Wreckage. Your Thrun is gone. If you're Connor, what other cards in this matchup are you fearing that we've seen in game one? Counter spells, of course.
I mean, everything. Like
Blink of an eye.
Getting to this stage of the game against a control deck doesn't feel good.
No.
So I'm fearing everything. Sinks' revelation was not welcome. I had even forgotten because I thought to myself for a second, oh well, the Settle the Wreckage is gone, and we know there's no other sweepers other than Parallax Wave, which just buys time. It's temporary. So Connor can kind of swing with impunity, but I had forgotten about the possibility of snapping back the Settle the Wreckage.
That'd be a bad time if you're Connor.
Yeah.
Meddling Mage is in the deck. Control Magic, once again, is in the deck. We could take one of these big threats, take that Tarmogoyf. Umija was Jite. Disallow.
That'll be disallowed.
Not happening.
Xenagos the Reveler, not quite animated, but can double Necrotal's power.
That's right. Just shy of that devotion.
Yeah, 2 pips away. And we'll swing both. J-Bro with 2 untapped lands, it looks like.
So we're pumping. Oh, is that a tell? Taking a look at your graveyard.
It's a bluff, though, if it is a tell, because he doesn't have it in hand.
That's right. We've already declared. Oh, we're going to minus. We're going to take some damage for the Tameo. Quick reveal.
Oh, Den Protector. One of the green splashes for J-Bro. Looks like it's getting back Disallow.
So that allows you to bring any card back to hand, and we choose to bring back the counter spell. Creatures with power less than Den Protectors can't block it, so we're going to get in for 2.
3, actually, because of the Megamorph.
That's right.
And Parallax Wave. And Connor could be on the ropes here.
This is exactly what ended game 1, dropping the Parallax Wave. Well, part of what ended game 1, I should say, is dropping the Parallax Wave. Jace, Architect of Thought, comes down. So, 2 relevant abilities here. 1 allows us to look at our top 3 cards. Your opponent will select which ones you keep and which ones go to the bottom of the library. That first one, though, whenever a creature an opponent attacks, gets -1/-0.
Looks like we're going for a big Zenith. X equals 5.
What do we dig for in this deck for 5?
I assume something with 2 pips so we can animate Xenagos, but it's all for naught. Unless we have a way to blow up this Parallax Wave. We don't. We're going to get Rishkar, Pima's Renegade. Doesn't even get us to the full devotion. It does shuffle away the 2 lands that were left on top, so Sylvan Library will have something new to look forward to. Next turn, should we get there. Counter on Rishkar, counter on Necrotal.
Sylvan Advocate.
Seems like just a 2-3, but it is relevant now that Xenagos does have Devotion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pips exactly. But Parallax Wave can disrupt that quite quickly, as J-Bro will exile the Xenagos by removing a Fading counter. Look at that. 7 cards in hand for J-Bro. Control Magic, Disallow. A lot of lands. Not so necessary. Exile Goyf. And untap, and Parallax Wave goes down to 2.
So we're going to use Jace's down tick to look at the top 3.
Yeah, it's like a mini Fact or Fiction, so Connor will put these into piles. And instead, he extends the hand.
Yeah.
Jonathan Brostoff is heading to the finals of the top 64 draft.
He sure is, bringing a control deck all the way with him. We saw him do some pretty crazy things with the Super Friends list earlier in the Mono Red Cube as well.
That's right.
So now we're getting to see it in Bant colors this time. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll be back shortly with more CubeCon 2024 action. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
My name is Andrew Magrini. I hail from New York City, though right now I'm down in sunny Long Beach Island on the Jersey Shore, talking about the 555 Jank Cube, which I'm bringing to CubeCon in Madison, Wisconsin in the middle of October. This is the 555 Jank Cube is a powered nonsensical draft format. A lot of archetypes that I personally love and enjoy, a lot of creative decisions, though I think there will be some fan favorites in terms of archetypes and cards to draft. From a card standpoint, you'll be able to see things like Argothian Enchantress. You know, Enchantress is well supported. You'll see interesting cards like Intruder Alarm. So like finding interesting ways of, you know, playing within familiar draft archetypes, but then have, you know, cards that are kind of outside of what's typically associated with Cube in those places. You'll see cards like Symbol Status. So like, again, looking to support, you know, your hopes and dreams when it comes to drafting this. There are 40 set symbols amongst the basics. So if you go Symbol Status, you can go real hard. From an archetype standpoint, you have things like Welder. You have things like Opposition. You know, you'll see, you know, Big Mana Mud. You'll see Green Stompy. You'll see Reanimator. You will see, as I mentioned, our Enchantress. You'll see all different flavors of aggro. You know, you could do humans, you know, in a Mardu context. You could do red-white aggro. There's a lot. You know, there's a lot of interesting threads to pull. And the whole point of this is hopefully for you to get a lot of exploration. You know, go a weird direction and see where it takes you, and hopefully it rewards you in a major way, because that's a big part of how I've designed this. So again, looking forward to seeing everybody in Madison, Wisconsin later this year. And let's go draft.
Hello and welcome back to CubeCon 2024. I'm Rondez Green Mage, joined by Lord Tupperware, my friend Ethan Sachs. We're in the final day of this 5-day event, live from the Alliant Energy Center in Madison, Wisconsin. Guys, we're getting into the finals of the Pro Tour Cube. We've seen a Tron deck make it all the way here. We've seen a control list make it all the way here. Ethan, what's your assessment of the competition up to this point in the Pro Tour Cube?
I have loved all of the cubes that we have covered so far, and I thought that this cube was going to be a little, I don't know, like tame might be the word I would use in comparison to a lot of the house rules and sort of things we've seen from cubes across the field today, or this weekend rather. But these decks have been awesome. I'd love to see them. We've had the whole spectrum. We've had control, we've had aggro, we've had combo, we've had mid-range. We've seen it all.
That's right. And so you're taking a look at the list of Jonathan Brostoff. This is the deck that just won our most recent game on broadcast. We did not get to see Teferi of Hero of Dominaria, but we did get to see Ajani. We saw Jace and Tamiyo lock things down and just provide a bit of inevitability to this deck, with flyers as well getting in there for some damage, unblockable creatures on the ground. Deck was quite controlling, quite menacing to the opposition here. Brandon's deck as well, equally terrifying. We got Tron, we got Ugin. This is another deck that seeks to play the long game, seeks to win with a Planeswalker off the top. That's going to be Ugin. We have not yet seen the Ulamog resolve, and we also have not gotten to see the extra turn spell. We got to see Upheaval and Time Spiral, but that's about it so far.
Yeah, I mean, Brandon with 9 copies of the Tron lands, because that is one of the few stipulations of this cube. You draft 1, you get the other 2 copies. He got all 3. When we rolled up this morning, I was looking at the players with their deck lists laid out, and I saw him have all 3 lined up, and I just walked over. I said, wow, there you go. And he was like, he just sort of wryly shrugged at me. So I'm excited. It's tough because I love Brandon's deck. I love J-Bro, the sort of captain of CubeCon here. This is going to be a great match.
Lots of counter spells in hand for J-Bro here. Maybe we can do something about that Walking Ballista before it comes down. Something to handle the Ugin. We shall see. We're opening with an Expedition map.
Timely counter spells here are going to be the deciding factor, right? Because Brandon is sort of all in. The reason he was able to win his previous matches quite handily on a multi-4 one of the games is that he can drop an Ugin undisputed.
That's right.
You know, there's no mana tithe for the white player. So I think that, for the mono-white player rather, I think that him getting Tron here doesn't necessarily mean that J-Bro won't be able to interact.
That's right. It's going to depend on what we kept in the opening hand for Jonathan Brostoff.
So it's not Natty Tron, but it is Tron nonetheless. And Platinum Angel on turn 3.
That's going to be countered. Make disappear, pay 2, can't do it.
Okay.
Straight to the graveyard.
All right. That's what I'm talking about. There's a disallow there to answer another large threat, as Ugin is in hand for Brandon. And Brandon doesn't have, there's only so many of them.
Yeah, most of the counter spells in this pool went to J-Bro.
And so, if he fires off Ugin here and J-Bro counters it, there's not many top-end threats for him to deploy past that. He elects to go with Muldrifter, refill the hand a little bit.
Yeah, so what we're looking for, we got Ugin, Ulamog, and Walking Ballista that could end the game. We got the ratio of counter spells to win cons is 2-1.
Sensei's Divining Top going to start helping to manipulate the top of the deck, and you can hear the applause as we are on a delay here. You can hear the applause as our top 8 is being announced. Some raffle items as well. Excitement as the end of CubeCon looms.
Muldrifter on the battlefield is able to swing in for 2. Tapping the Tron lands. Large mass of colorless mana here.
Something's coming.
Ballista comes down.
Ballista, or X equals 4. Nope.
We're going to get that out of here.
That's not allowed.
2 big threats down. About 2 more to go. Ugin, Ulamog. This is Ulamog, the Ceaseless Hunger. And by the way, it has a cast trigger to exile 2 target permanents. So even if it doesn't resolve, hypothetically speaking, if there are planeswalkers on the side of Jonathan Brostoff, they're gone. At a Johnny, for example.
Oh, is that a... Oh, no, we got the Jace. I was thinking we whiffed on this Ajani Plus, but we got a Jace. Okay. So, Planeswalkers finding more Planeswalkers as Brandon spins the top.
Yeah. And no permission magic in Brandon's deck. But we still have this Muldrifter on the battlefield to deal with. Just going to swing at Ajani, take down 2 again.
And
So-
we can get forced. There's not much. I mean, like, he's got threats. He's got things to do, and Time Spiral's a way to find him again.
Right.
I'm not quite able to fire that off this turn.
Brostoff would love something like a Thraben Inspector here, but no, we're going to see Ajani bounce back to hand with Cyclonic Rift.
And this makes a lot of sense because if he can get J-Bro to tap out, that's his sort of fear of
Right.
Time Spiral's my last thing to try and refill my hand. If he can get J-Bro to tap out this turn, and we know Force of Will's already gone,
Right.
then we can Time Spiral with impunity.
Time Spell will get a nice reset. Access to lots of mana as well. Feels like a Time Walk. Feels like an extra turn.
And we're just deciding between which 5-mana Planeswalker is going to hit the battlefield here, whether it's a Johnny or Tamiyo, and it will be a Johnny. Taking up, and this time does miss. 2 spells, 2 lands.
I was trying to see if he has to reveal them.
Spin the top. And this is going to be a really big turn for Brandon. I'll drop the Bank Buster.
So this creating pilot tokens could be problematic. Eventually creating pilot tokens. Right now, even just drawing cards is highly advantageous for Brandon.
And here is the Time Spiral. We have 3 mana floating. After all is said and done, both players will shuffle their graveyards and hands into their library and draw a fresh 7, and Brandon will get to untap 6 lands. That's all of them. 3 mana floating plus 9, 10, 11. He's going to be able to cast just about whatever he wants from this fresh grip.
Best case scenario of what Brostoff sees, more counter spells, maybe it's a fairy. We got this artifact in the battlefield, this Bank Buster that's going to be cranking out pilot tokens. Scroll Rack comes into play. Tap 1, exile cards at the top of the library, read from your hand, look at the top of your library, start to rearrange things.
Yeah, kind of a miss, right? Didn't redraw into one of the large top-end spells, but gets to keep digging. Well, Temporal Mastery.
And with a tapped out Jonathan Brostoff.
Oh, and there's the Ulamog.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Okay.
There's a Settle the Wreckage that can respond to the Ulamog when it swings, but still, that's quite a lot of value getting that creature to come down. Ulamog, the Ceaseless Hunger.
There it is.
So Ulamog comes down, exile 2 target permanents, gobble them right up. Bye, Ajani.
Celestial Colonnade and a Johnny are the selections there for Brandon. I guess we could deploy a Mirror Enforcer. We're going to crew. Oh.
Still deciding attackers here.
Undo.
Oh, okay. No, we're going back to main phase.
Brandon, do you really want to win by attacking? Is that what we came here to do?
We're going to draw a card off the top. Couldn't quite catch that one. Relic of Progenitus. And then we pass the turn. All right. Scooping and going to game 2, it seems. So Ulamog coming down is what spelled the end of game number 1 between the control player and the Tron player. Had the early turn 2 Tron, all 3 Urza lands assembled.
He worked for it. He had the expedition map.
Yeah, the expedition map, bringing it in the opponent's end step. Game 2 now. Let's see how it unfolds.
No planes in sight for J-Bro as of yet. I'm sure he can operate on the 2 islands we've seen, but... Oh, a Flooded Strand is there. And I believe I spied a Nadu in hand as well. Yeah.
Certainly good to have more threats for the, disparity in counterspell to threat ratio. Muldrifter's going to come down for 3.
It's going to get memory lapsed.
Yeah, that was the evoke cost, however. Not happening. Tap 4, Thran Dynamo.
Snapcaster memory lapse. Okay. Back on top. I'd rather these spells be getting countered than my 7, 8, and 10 mana plays.
Absolutely. At some point, counter spells like Make Disappear become less valuable in this matchup. We saw an early Make Disappear in game 1. Swing in for the Snapcaster Mage. After combat, it's 2 damage, and we bring in Nadu.
Try again with Thran Dynamo. And get Scroll Rack in play as well.
So we got a flyer 3/4 in the form of Nadu. Getting in for 3. Snapcaster Mage for 2 more. That's 5 damage down to 13. 3 turn clock on the board, but lots and lots of mana and some deck manipulation. Some card selection here from Brandon.
I'm wondering what this die on top of Brandon's library is supposed to denote, as it was at 3 and is now down to 2. My guess is it's just him saying how deep he can go with Scroll Rack at any given moment, but I'm not sure.
Cards were rearranged, perhaps.
Yeah.
Top of the turn for Brandon now. We took our game actions with Skull Rack and such at the end of Jonathan's turn. We're tapping Thran Dynamo.
There's an Oblivion Stone, one of the many reset buttons in Brandon's deck. And Muldrifter Hardcast finding Upheaval.
Certainly not bad here. We got a flyer you got to deal with. And then you'd be resetting all of your land. Snapcaster Mage, you get another opportunity to flash something back from the graveyard. Nothing threatening in there just yet. No.
Deciding exactly what we want to do here on J-Bro's side. We'll start with a swing of everyone. We'll trade with the morphed creature. Take 5 down to 13. We can follow it up with Tamiyo, and it's going to lock down Oblivion Stone.
Okay.
So no fate counters and no reset button there.
Absolutely the wise play there. Stop the tap 5 sacrifice effect. Upheaval could still upset things. I saw the One Ring in hand as well for Brandon. Is that what that is? Yeah, it's the One Ring. Unmistakable. There's only one of them, I hear. But with 9 life left, we taking some damage. You get to fade you get to fade 1 turn. We're gonna go for the Scroll Rack. Opting to put what looks like 2 cards. Okay. Still making up our mind as to what we want to do with the Skull Rack. But
it's been a powerful effect, but it's certainly one of the least fun cards to play against, as your opponent seems to be doing things in secret. Hey, let me in. What's going on over there?
keeping secrets is no way to make friends, you know?
Doubling up on the power plant. So not quite Tron assembled.
One ring comes down. Brandon's going to have protection from everything. Fading 1 turn, the damage from this Nadu and Snapcaster Mage. Tamiyo, I imagine, is just going to continue locking down that Oblivion Stone. Yep,
Yeah.
there it is. Access to 6 mana. Is that that's a Teferi in hand, but tapping out's kind of scary here.
Yeah. So Teferi, a Repulse, and a Mana War. So no counter magic as of yet for J-Bro. Had the early memory lapse into Snapcaster memory lapse.
And this does still kind of allow you to bluff the counter magic. You draw a card, untap 2.
Yeah. As we'll see, he'll make a point to untap double blue.
Okay, and we had just had a response with Teferi's ability on the stack. So before, well, the card was drawn before the untap happens.
Uh-huh. Cyclonic Rift in hand.
Oh, man. You just got to go for it.
Bounce Tamiyo end of turn.
Okay. We can tap the One Ring, have 2 burden counters, and draw 2 cards. And then that puts you in lethal range for the Snapcaster Mage and the Nadu.
Right.
You can play a card and get it countered if you think Jonathan has counters. What are you thinking here, Ethan?
I think he's going to fire off this upheaval. So he's going to draw first. Oh, and he finds the missing Tron piece, so here we go. Makes land drop, which is a little awkward for if we're planning to upheaval, because then you usually want to make a land drop for turn. Oh, but he also has Temporal Mastery, so he's just going to get to first take another turn. Now, all of this would be for naught if J-Bro had a counterspell here, but we do know that he is not currently working with that. All right.
Oh, calls the bluff, going for it.
He's like, does this happen?
I could hear the noise that he was making with the sleeve just there. Like, without actually having the audio, I was like, oh my God, please stop.
Are you a shuffler?
I'll shuffle the cards in my hand, but it's not like super audible.
Okay.
I also won't flick the corner of my sleeve. If you want to take me off my game, just start making annoying noises at the table and you got me.
Wow. You know what? You can't say that publicly. People will use that against you.
It's okay. I'll take it with a smile on my face. You know, I won't, but internally I'm screaming.
Okay, this is Brandon's extra turn. And the upheaval has to be what we're doing here. We'll just decide how we're going to redeploy things. How much mana is this? Oh, perhaps not. As it looks like first things first is an O-Stone activation.
Very, very thoughtful moments in what looks to be the closing moments of this game too. Lots of math to be done in terms of card mana cost,
Okay,
permanents
so
on the battlefield.
we're popping the O-Stone. In response, we'll bounce the Nadu with Repulse. That'll trigger Nadu. We drew Blink of an Eye. Teferi and Snapcaster down. We'll get that scroll rack. Or sorry, we'll get the draw off the One Ring, which was unaffected by the O-Stone popping because it is indestructible.
That's right. What do we have in hand?
Upheaval, float some
Let
mana.
me scoop it up.
Reset the One Ring. These random dice all over the board. I think 4 is. I think we've got 1 blue, 3 colorless floating.
All cards back to hand, says Upheaval. All permanents. This is a bit more advantageous for Brandon, as y'all could imagine at home. Tron, these lands able to assemble much more mana than 1 per permanent.
Okay. Play a Petal. Have access to 6 mana now. Play Map. I don't think we will want to replay the One Ring this game.
No. Burden counters were sure to kill in 2 turns at that rate. Very interesting that the burden counters go into the ring and not the player.
And we're just going to sort of burn all that extra mana because there's nothing to do with it.
Discarding the hand size, back to Jonathan. We got a land for turn.
It's going to be Savannah and then a large discard down to hand size. J-Bro sort of has to, you know, when your opponent upheavals, you have to spend this turn deciding, what am I going to do on these next? What's my turn 2, turn 3, turn 4 play? You're just mapping out those turns, and then the rest will get discarded.
Right. I'm thinking we want the Blink, we want the Nadu. What more? Snapcaster? Maybe? No, because you can't cast it. You're not going to be able to cast anything.
Snapcaster's dead.
That's right. Alongside Teferi.
And J-Bro selects the cards he wants to bin. Land number 2, Voice of Resurgence.
Okay.
Tron is back.
The hope here is to get in for 2 a couple of times, but there's the Platinum Angel.
Okay.
4/4, you can't lose the game. Opponent can't win the game. Going to need removal for the Platinum Angel and need to get in with this Voice of Resurgence 3 times. The 3/4 is also blocked by the Platinum Angel, but then that does allow the Voice of Resurgence to get in on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
But again, the rate at which these players are generating mana is not the same after this upheaval. Not in the slightest.
No. Oh. That's 10 mana. Time spiral. Okay. Forced.
Force, counterspell.
Not today. Or I guess it was today. Not this time. Oh, what?
Looks like it was a concession.
Okay. Interesting.
My guess is the counters would have been too much. Maybe
Oh,
it was a concession for time.
the Mana War to bounce the Angel and
I
then
see.
crack in for 5.
Let's see. Getting into game 3, folks. Knotted up at 1-1. This is the Pro Tour Cube, day 5 of CubeCon.
Scroll Rack doing its thing.
He's gotten Scroll Rack quite early in every game we've seen him play, and it's made all the difference for assembling these pieces. Searching for your win cons.
Okay, more library manipulation.
Yep, got the top. On top, Merfolk Trickster comes in. That's a 2/2. Has flash. He's doing that at the end step of Brandon's turn. We got a morph creature as well. A bit more aggressive in the early start this time from Jonathan. Do we have a counterspell in hand? I see a disallow, I think.
There's Force and Repulse.
Teferi. I think I saw Jace. So we're doing at least 4 damage a turn. The 1 ring comes down. We're doing none. At least for this next turn. Brandon gets protection from everything. We start counting up some burdens.
This is kind of a perfect spot to drop the 1 ring. Like, it's gaining him 4 life here, and it's early enough that he's got enough life to play with that drawing 1, 2, 3 off of this, like 6 total before he has to start worrying about it.
Right.
Seems pretty reasonable.
J-Bro in this game 2 and game 3, bringing in more creatures for this matchup against Brandon. Alongside the counterspells, of course. Scroll Rack activation. We're seeing some quite powerful cards off the top. Extra turn spell in the form of Temporal Mastery. How do we rearrange these?
There's the O-Stone. Back at it. Looks like the die there to remind Brandon how many cards he knows about.
Right.
From the scroll rack.
Can get a little confusing with that in the Sensei's Divining Top. One ring drawing cards off the top as well. I mean, you just got perfectly curated cards off the top of the deck with these 3 artifacts in play.
And it looks like we had a nice long pause there off the O-Stone, as it will get forced. J-Bro thinking long and hard about if that is a permanent worth.
Restoration Angel comes in.
Taken care of. And we'll flash in Resto end of turn and swing 7. J-Bro's just trying to end the game. He's recognizing his role. Normally he would be saying, let's get the game, let's slow things down, right? Let's get the game to go on as long as possible. I think he's recognizing that against Brandon, that may not be his best course of action.
With the help of this one ring, the damage just keeps coming. But again, this massive pool of mana, this highly precise card selection off the top of the deck. These are advantages that compound and accrue as the game goes on. There's the Temporal Mastery.
All right, extra turn is upon us. And if J-Bro has a counterspell here, he might be able to get it out. Drawing 2 off the ring. Activate top. There's Academy, a Tron piece, and a Lotus Petal. More mana production.
Second turn. We know what's off the top. Got our pieces in play.
So, okay, it's Time Spiral. And it looks like it's going to happen. Just counting up how much mana is floating. 3 left over. That's big, but J-Bro also gets a look at 7 new cards, and all of his mana is untapped. So if he draws in 2, Forbid. If he draws in 2, Memory Lapse. If he draws into Force of Will plus a blue card, he can pitch, right?
It's certainly the risk here, one that's worth taking with how low in life Brandon is at this point.
Right.
We've seen the many ways that he's been able to remove this one ring from play once it's gotten too dangerous for him after getting all the cards that he's needed, curating them off the top with the scroll rack and the Sensei's Divining Top.
Oh, there's an Ugin and an Ulamog.
And does he have enough mana to cast both here?
Don't believe
10
so.
plus 8, I mean 18.
Yeah, we don't quite make that much.
No, not yet.
Start with O-Stone.
Even on cast, he can remove 2 of these 3 creatures. of Ulamog. So then we're just doing 2 a turn, which buys him another turn. And this is assuming the Ulamog is countered.
Looks like 4 cards going to be swapped with Scroll Rack. A lot of action.
Yeah, I mean...
Saw a Walking Ballista in there.
I mean, just the precision with which you're able to play through the cards in the deck with all this card selection and card draw and Tron. Just absurd.
J-Bro's body language, he doesn't look like a person with a counterspell. He just looks a little resigned at this point. I haven't gotten quite a peek
Can
at the
we
grip.
see?
He's being, yeah, J-Bro,
Can we see them?
come on, just give us a little taste. All right, we're gonna O-Stone here. So Scroll Rack and Top gone for Brandon, but so are all 3 of J-Bro's threats. 7 mana left to play with, it seems like. The 1 floating. Or no, sorry, is that 6 mana only? With the 1 floating?
I think that's right.
I never remember. Which is the Tron land that taps for 3? I think it's the tower.
The tower for sure, 3. It's a Reckless Bank Buster. Not happening, though. Counterspelled.
It's forbidden. I wonder if we'll see it get... Yeah, it looks like he's going to go for buyback here. So discard 2 cards along with it, and it'll go back to hand. And I wonder if J-Bro's putting all his eggs in the 1-ring basket. Says, that's my win con right there.
Celestial Conolade comes in tapped. We're going to play a Thraben Inspector. This one little instance of damage is quite relevant with the 1 ring doing damage to Brandon each turn. Instead of a 4-turn clock, we got a 3. Just 1 less turn where Jonathan would have to have a counterspell in hand.
Right. Finally getting the clue from the inspector. And Mirror Enforcer, or sorry, Metalworker is going to reveal Mirror Enforcer and Ballista to add 4 mana. Tolarian Academy land for turn.
Gosh.
Yeah, multiple threats here for Brandon to try and push through. Just 1 forbid.
So we're taking a look at the top of the deck here again.
No, those are just getting added. We're ringing.
Drawing cards.
Rondez, if people want to complain about Tron, what's a good email to reach you at? Do you have a...
Why am I in it?
I just feel like the people need... They want
outlet.
Explanations.
Oh, for sure.
You know
what? That's a good point. So if you stick around to the end of the stream, I'll be sure to give you all Ethan's personal phone number.
Hayu and Ryan will be here soon, and you all can direct your complaints to them.
Walking Ballista comes in. How many counters? How much are we paying for here?
Not full. Looks like 8 mana total.
It's going to give
Total
you 4.
Leaving us still with Academy taps for 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment. Plus a tower is 7. Plus a mine is 9. Plus 3 more is 10, which spells Ulamog.
4 minutes left in the round, guys. 2 turns left for the One Ring to just straight up kill Brandon. Thraben Inspector is not getting through.
Okay, Expedition map, mana neutral.
Thanks to the Tolarian Academy.
Right.
Clock is ticking.
Yeah. Players will have turns. Drop the mirror. Which will only cost 2. 5 artifacts in play. And here's Ulamog.
Oh. Exile 2 target permanents. Colonnade, Thraben Inspector.
No, Colonnade in the One Ring.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. And you can't get around. Like, sure, you can counter Ulamog because it's a problem, but now One Ring is gone no matter what because it's a cast trigger.
That's right.
Unless
Disallow.
Exactly. Can stifle the trigger.
And that's the only card that saves him here.
Don't think he's got it though. We'll forbid the Ulamog. But the exile will happen nonetheless as it is on cast. And a clean answer for Brandon to a threat of his own making. And 5, we can Reflector Mage, bounce the Ballista. Go ahead and pick off the Inspector. Now, it buys J-Bro a turn because Reflector Mage says you can't cast it.
It sure does. We want to get in for damage. You know, we got 2 mana up. Maybe you got a 2 mana counterspell in hand. But look at all this mana. There he is. Big Ugin. The Spirit Dragon.
Eugene.
+1, 3 damage to any target. You can imagine that could go to the mage. Oh, counterspell. Never mind.
Okay.
Couldn't put it on top of the deck.
Delaying the inevitable, it seems.
That's right.
Land off the top for J-Bro. Looks like we're going to go clue cracking.
We're looking for is another
And he
counterspell.
drops 3 lands, extends the hand, and Brandon with Tron. Tron haters rejoice. You still got something to hate. Brandon is advancing to our top 8 draft. That was exciting.
Real tough finish there. I mean, just lots of counterspells coming from J-Bro.
For sure.
But it just wasn't enough between the extra turns, the buying back of cards, right? The upheavals. There was just too much inevitability, recursion, card selection. That scroll rack and Sensei's Divining top that game, Ethan.
Those were doing
Do you have a similar thought process of, yeah.
They're not cards that I personally like, but they did do a lot of work for Brandon in those games. Just the sheer number of cards he was able to see, the way he was able to swap things, playing with Temporal Mastery, really powerful.
That's right. All right, guys, we're going to cut to a quick break. Once we come back, we're going to reveal the top 8 for CubeCon 2024. Stay tuned.
My name is Bones, and I'm from Tulsa, Oklahoma. One of my cubes in this year's CubeCon is the Amankar Desert. This is a modern, balanced take on a desert cube, which means that you must draft all of your lands. I took a lot of inspiration from the Amonkhet and Zendikar blocks, which is where the name comes from, and so the major themes include cycling, landfall, as well as deserts matter. 3 of my favorite cards in the cube are Unearth, which is super flexible and lets you get back cards that you've discarded or milled or have just died in normal combat, as well as being able to cycle it if something's happened to your graveyard if you don't have any good targets. Trade Routes, which is one of the coolest, most flexible enchantments in the cube. It lets you replay your landfall triggers or your lands end of the battlefield abilities, and if you flood out, you can just turn them into different cards. And finally, Astrid Peth, one of my favorite creatures ever printed, not well known because of the limited release of the Doctor Who set, but really cool. Love that it works with food and clues, and it also sort of turns them into maps. Would be Cycling, which is centered in blue but can splash into red, white, black, or multiple colors. The best payoff for the deck is Gavi, of course, which was signed by Gavin at the first CubeCon. A classic blue-black mill strategy, one of the most efficient and lethal ways to end the game in the desert. Hedron Crab, an all-star with a cycle of 10 fetch lands. And the Alchemist, another really good way to both graveyard hate the opponent and give yourself a wide board to block or eventually swing out with. Lazav, a really cool way to get some value out of the cards that you're milling from the opponent's graveyard, and since most of the cards that mill do target the opponent, you're committing crimes. Or you can mill yourself with classic payoffs like make a creature every card in my graveyard, win the game if my graveyard is empty, or get a whole bunch of landfall triggers. Deserts, of course, featuring some of the new Thunder Junction Commander cards, as well as a new card from Modern Horizons Commander also. The Signpost, Azazon, is in Dominaria Commander, and then we have an original from Hour of Devastation, still one of the best threats in the
Hello and welcome back to CubeCon 2024. I'm Rondez Green, joined by Lord Tupperware. We're here in the final day of this 5-day event live from Madison, Wisconsin. We're here at the Alliant Energy Center. And we promised, if we come back, we would reveal to you the top 8 of CubeCon 2024. Ethan, what's your assessment of these fine 8 seats of competitors that joined us throughout this entire week?
My assessment is Brandon really had a lot of mana in that last match, and that has earned him seat 1 in our top 8 draft. A lot of great players here. Philippe Garou, Jedediah Pinkney, Tom Martel in seat 4, I believe, is going to be our featured drafter. Tom Martel, a previous pro player, contributor to Channel Fireball. I watched a lot of Tom Martel's videos. You can check him out on, I believe he's been a guest on LSV's Daily Cube Draft videos. Very exciting to see him here today and doing so well. Rounding out our top 8 is Evan Vetter, Michael Brady, Aiden Aflatooni, and Brendan Felt. It's a really stacked list here at the end of the day here, at the end of a long 4 days here at CubeCon.
That's right. And so as you can see, Brandon Capoletti up the top there, I mean, just clearing his way through the opposition with Tron, assembling it nearly every game that we've seen, at least on stream. Lots of card selection. Just a well-drafted deck with some good inevitability is what's going to get you those higher seats and get you to the final days of any kind of a tournament. And Brandon really coming through with just some stellar card selection, some stellar sequencing. And yeah, this is your top 8 for CubeCon 2024, folks. Remember, people are playing for their cube points. You can pull things from the prize wall. People are playing for their trophies. People are playing for the prestige of this yearly event taking place in Madison, Wisconsin. Lots at stake here. Lots of fun to be had, and it's been an incredible event up to this point.
Yeah, it's been absolutely awesome to see. And one of the things is that we will have a new CubeCon champion. None of our previous winners are in the top 8 here, so we'll crown a new champion, which will be really nice to spread the love around.
That's right. That's right. One of these 8 fine folks here will be that CubeCon 2024 champion. What would you have to say has been your highlight so far of the cubes that we've covered just this weekend?
Oh my gosh. So going back to loving to see Magda pop off in the Changeling Cube that we got to see.
Day one.
We saw a kind of Nadu engine assembled as well in that cube. That was really powerful to see with Risen Reef.
That's right.
Planeswalkers galore in the World War of the Spark Cube. Love to see the spectrum of decks that the Mono Red Cube had to offer last night. And I mean, it's obvious, but I'll say it again. I will be a Tron apologist. I enjoyed watching the Tron lands pop off in today's Pro Tour Cube.
That's bold. That's your Twitter mentions, not mine. That's fine. I gotta say, it's still exciting to see any sort of a combo come together that way. A highlight for me, I'd have to say, you brought up the Changeling Cube. It was very fun for me. I'm constantly going to be a celebrant of the party mechanic.
Yes.
I love those cards whenever they come into play, no matter how bad they are. But that's our top 8, folks. This is CubeCon 2024. I'm Rondez Green Mage, Lord Tupperware. We'll be back to you shortly to give us another 2 minutes. We'll have a new set of commentators for you, rounding out the evening as well, and we'll be back to you in a minute.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jake, also known as Deinonychus, and I'm from Portsmouth, New Hampshire. My Bodleian Cube is going to be featured in the upcoming CubeCon 2024 main event. Bodleian Cube showcases iconic and powerful cards with an emphasis on strategies that combine cards to be more than the sum of their parts. Power level is designed to allow these iconic cards to shine within and alongside archetypes which often suffocate in cubes designed to maximize individual card power. The strategies within the cube are set up to combine and cross-pollinate to encourage emergent deck building and present drafters with many possible directions throughout the draft, even once they've identified a lane. Each drafter begins with a Clockwork Librarian to enable them to speculate more effectively on the build-arounds within the cube. These function as written once the draft begins. The only difference is that each player has one in their pool to start. I also want to mention that Bodleian Cube is Baltimore Singleton, which means it breaks Singleton for fixing lands. In the case of this cube, fetch lands and shock lands. This break enables drafters to make decisions about how much life they're willing to trade off to get access to great mana. If you're drafting the cube for the first time and you want some advice, focus on cards like Yawgmoth Threat in Position or Philia Exuberant Shepherd. Their floor is great and the ceiling when you build around them is extremely high. They are better than the best cards in the cube on individual rate. If you're unsure how to rate Clockwork Librarian in the draft, think of it as equivalent to a fetch land for a deck that wants to stay open early. Use them to take anything you would take over a fetch land, and draft other copies as though they are fetch lands. I hope you enjoy the cube, and if you see me at CubeCon, please stop and say hi.
Hello and welcome back to coverage of CubeCon 2024. My name is Hayu and I am here with Ryan Oberter for maybe the last shift this weekend, but Ryan, it has been incredible.
Absolutely delightful both to work with you, to cover this event, to be at this event. CubeCon has far exceeded my expectations.
Yeah, we have seen some fantastic Magic, really innovative decks, great gameplay from all of our players, and we are finally here at the top 8 end of Sunday. Let's have a look at the event structure and how we got here. So Thursday there was a pre-core draft, which was kind of just to get a little match points in, but the main event really started on Friday with drafts 1 and 2 on Friday and then 3 and 4 on Saturday. And then what happened after that, Ryan?
A little double elimination, sudden death, Final Fortune draft. I haven't had a chance to check out the VODs. I was passing through the hall, but I sadly did not see any matches decided by sudden death personally. So if you got some stories from the floor, tweet that at me. If you had pictures and video, that would be ideal. But, it already happened. I understand. I'll just make my own fan fiction about it.
Okay, Ryan. I will look forward to your sudden death Cube fan fiction coming out, I'm sure, on a Tumblr near you. All right. We're finally here. It's the top 8. The players have been battling it out for 3 days, some people even 4 days. And we actually have what it is that they're fighting for. This is the CubeCon, official CubeCon trophy, which
got some weight to it.
It's beautiful.
You might think that doesn't
stunning.
look like much.
Okay, Ryan.
I was hoping to get a thud there. I don't want to break it.
Yeah.
But I was hoping for a thud.
Yeah, Ryan didn't see enough thuds cast.
Right, we saw a thud drafted. We saw no thuds cast.
No thuds cast, no thuds from their trophy, and they also get this beautiful play mat.
So this is the art. You've seen this on the play mat for the drafts, the table mat there.
Yeah.
Everyone in attendance this weekend got them. You see the branding here, the champion. This is one of one.
One of one.
You gotta win to get this mat.
Yeah, I love that. The gold foiling champion. I mean, we talk about play mats that, make a statement.
Oh, yeah.
When you roll them out, I would love to roll up to my F&M.
Absolutely. Yeah, just drop that down and your opponent will say, "What's that?" And you'll say, "Well, I know what you're doing next October." And you'll tell them all about CubeCon.
Yeah, exactly. All right. We have loved it. The players have loved it. And there are still 8 players playing. They are about to go down to draft the top 8, which is going to be Vintage Cube. Let's have a look at the players who are in it. Massive congratulations to all of these for making it this far.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's been a long journey. 5 cube drafts, different cubes. We were covering every round. We covered a different cube. And so for us, we were watching these cubes for the first time. For these players, they were playing these cubes for the first time. So many different interactions, so many new things to see in action. And these players came out on top. They're going to be playing in the top 8, playing a previous iteration of the Magic Online Vintage Cube, which will be a little bit more familiar, but still another leg in this marathon of competition.
Yeah, for most people, I think the Magic Online Vintage Cube is maybe the most familiar cube to them. Certainly for me it is, and it is the cube that is like the most easy to access to play online, let's say.
Yeah, Daybreak Games has this on all the time. It just keeps coming back. If you go to the Magic Online website, you'll see what date it's going to be up. If it's not up currently, you can find whenever this will be available, and they keep updating it. So we're a little bit behind here, but we have some new cards here in the spread. So this is not the list that you're going to see in Vegas next week.
Right.
But it is the list you're going to see today drafted in paper.
Right. And Ryan and I actually got to sit down with the cube, the physical cards themselves before we came on. And let me tell you, it is a work of art.
They call it power for a reason as well. When you hold a Mox, you feel powerful.
Right. You feel the surge of energy in your body. I actually think it's just, maybe for me, the power is more about, I think, the emotion, there's no real feeling like it in Magic when you get to go turn 1, Mox Sapphire.
Absolutely. And just the fact, when you hold a piece of power that was printed in 1993, 1994, these old cards, if you hold a Library of Alexandria, that is a piece of art that has traveled 30 plus years to make it into your hands. And that feeling, not everybody can appreciate that, but I sure as hell can. I love that.
Yeah, I mean, we've been joking about it all weekend, but seeing Ryan actually be so positively affected by looking at the cards.
It's got to be jarring for you.
It was jarring, but it was also uplifting. I was like, there is a soul here. I'm kidding. No, I mean, I completely agree with you. We were talking about the Black Lotus that's in the cube, and there was a little crease in it that was just...
A big crease in it.
A big crease in it. Okay, I don't grade cards for a living, but big crease in it, and it was just, had obviously been so well loved and played throughout the years, and that's what Magic is all about. That's what makes this game unique, different to every other game out there, and that's what gives the enduring appeal of Magic. And I think we are about to, go down and watch some of the best players in Cube, and certainly the best players in the room today draft. We are going to bring you the featured drafter, who is Tom Martel, and let's have a look at what Tom has in his pack one, pick one. What's your ideal? What's the ideal? Is it Sol Ring?
For me, pack one, pick one in Cube Draft in the year 2024 is Time Walk. Sol Ring I would be very happy to open. You see Tom move kind of quickly past the Time Twister, treats it like any other card in this pack, and that's about right. That card used to be a much bigger deal. It is still quite powerful, as it is one of the options pulled to the front of the pack, and in this pack, certainly.
Right. We are seeing some of these Storm-looking cards, perhaps Dark Ritual, Frantic Search, being pulled up to the front, maybe Treachery there. Not a lot of super powerful effects. Mother of Runes, so that's also a great start for if you were looking into a white strat.
One of the most consistently successful archetypes in Vintage Cube, certainly in years past, just because it's so consistent, it always does what it does, is mono white or white splashing a second color, often Boros aggro. And I feel like that's gotten more true over time.
Right.
So I like the Mother of Runes there quite a lot.
Okay.
There's cooler stuff you can do with a Time Twister, but it doesn't always work.
Right, and I think there is, I cover a lot of competitive Vintage Cube, and it's always very interesting as we see Lelia, a great aggro card there in the pack for Tom, that the way that you draft when you're at home and you're just trying to jam some games and have some fun is very different to the way you draft if you want to win.
Absolutely. Yeah, and also the way that you're trying to win, there's kind of a story going on here with the cards in the pack.
Right.
A couple of years ago, that Mind Twist would have been at the front of the pack, would have been a heavy consideration. Just getting on the battlefield and dealing damage is just way more, in the last 2 years, has gotten so much better in Vintage Cube.
Right.
And that Broadside Bombardiers is a great way to curve out.
It is so difficult to beat this card. So difficult. Every time it comes down, you just think,
It's also a card that I think on first read, most players aren't going to understand exactly what happens. That sacrifice ability, that boast ability, that's not a trigger. It's not that you attack and that happens. You attack, and then for the rest of the turn, you choose when you want to throw something.
Right. You can just throw as many things as you want.
Given enough turns. I think it's a once per turn on the sack ability.
All right, let's have a look at the next pack here. Winds of Abandon pulled to the front for Tom. Flame Slash as well. Maybe thinking about some removal here. Maybe Beza. A little bit of top end for a potential white deck. What are you thinking?
I like Flame Slash. It's not catch-all removal. It answers a lot of things. The Winds of Abandon is where you would go for catch-all removal, but there is a drawback. It does have upside. You can overload it, and it's kind of a Plague Wind, but giving your opponent that land... There's so much stuff in Vintage Cube now that just draws extra cards. The Reanimator targets are way more castable than they've ever been. You could really end up on the wrong side of an Atraxa casting a Winds of Abandon. So I like the Flame Slash here quite a bit.
All right, there are quite a lot of red and black cards, and maybe just Mardu cards in general in this pack here. We see White of the Reliquary at the front here. Shelldog Isle, that has done a lot of work for a lot of people in Vintage Cube over the years. Showdown of the Skulls, a pet card of mine in the pack as well, but
it's a strong card. The only strike against of the Showdown in this pack is that it costs 4. There's a lot of really good cards on 4 if you end up in Boros or even with a third color. But it is one of the more powerful cards in the pack, and for that reason, for the Boros deck anyway, and that's why you see Tom looking at this heavy pivot. Animate Dead. I don't know if I would have called that one, but I like it. I mean, that's a late Animate
It's so
Dead.
late. That is a super late Animate Dead. One of the best, maybe the best, reanimate effects. You know?
You don't lose any life
You don't
for
lose
it,
your
which
life.
is great.
Yeah. And now I see Vampiric Tutor, also a potential piece for a reanimate strategy. A Braid, Bone Crusher Giant, some nice red mid-range reactive cards in the pack as well. But Vampiric Tutor really pulled to the front here for Tom.
I believe that the other cards here is Tom looking at what he's going to wheel. I think he's already locked in Vampiric Tutor.
Nice.
And he's wondering, what am I going to do with this?
I love it. This is why we love watching draft, right? So many things can happen that you don't expect, and everyone's going to have a different opinion on whether you should move in on the strategy or not. You know, that late into pack one, we see a lot of great white cards here. Guide of Souls, a more recent addition to this list. Burst Lightning hanging out there as well. Blackleaf Cliffs, though. What about some mana fixing?
Mana fixing would be nice. I like that Tom's approach really allowed him to pivot in this way. I mean, you don't have to marry yourself to that pack one, pick one Mother of Runes. That Flame Slash is going to play if we end up in Red-Black Reanimator. A little bit of a head shear with that Cathar Commando. It's just a solid card.
It is just a solid card. And you kind of need those cards, right? Like, even if you're doing a Reanimator deck, you need a plan B.
And you can just play Vampiric Tutor in a mid-range deck.
Right.
You can just play Animate Dead in a mid-range deck. You know, this does not necessarily have to be a Reanimator deck. We're really looking for something like Entomb or a Premium Enabler to go that route. So I like that Tom, with that Animate Dead, with that Vampiric Tutor, a lot of the motivation was just, this is the strongest card in the pack. You're not going to catch me passing this.
Right.
And I can still just be a Boros deck if that's how the rest of the packs line up.
Right. And we see Magda there in a pack that didn't really have great options for Tom, so picking up a 2-drop here. This one, Carnage Interpreter, a possibility, Shadow Spear
This
in the pack as well.
is deep.
Yeah.
I'm surprised to see so many premium options this late in the pack. Talk about a card that Tom's not going to pick. Springheart Nantuko is messed up.
It's so messed up. It is so messed up. But do you think there's some, I mean, maybe not at this level, but I do find that when you're drafting on Magic Online and stuff, there's always a little, maybe anti-recency bias, should we call it?
Yeah, I mean, you draft the vintage cube, right?
Right. Are you here to do Nadu
When
stuff?
you crack a bottle of wine, you don't say, oh, 2024, it's a good year.
Someone's having a read of the back of Sorin of House Markov, one of the new flip walkers from Modern Horizons. Ends up with Touch the Spirit Realm, very respectable pick.
Yeah,
I actually love Touch the Spirit Realm.
It's really powerful, and kind of, I think it's easy to underrate that card. You say, oh, there's an Oblivion Ring. You ever blink to Solitude?
Yeah, it is not just the Oblivion Ring. It is the fact. Blink your Solitude and then you cast Sarah Paragon and then recast your Touch from the graveyard.
You're speaking my language.
Yeah, that's the kind of value I like. All right, we're rounding out the last couple of picks. Looking at the wheel here, so Winds of Abandon did come back. Beza came back as well.
I do think this is about right for Beza. I think that Tom was rewarded for passing that Winds. That's a really good wheel for him.
Yeah, that is a nice one to pick up. So suddenly we don't seem to be doing like a traditional Route 1 reanimate thing at this moment.
I think we're
Showdown.
leaning Boros, and here's an interesting consideration. You know, Reckless Pyro Surfer is nice. You're going to play most or all of the 2-drops that you get. You know, you just want kind of bodies in that slot.
Right.
Currently, Tom doesn't have other 4s, so he reaches for the Showdown there, and that makes sense. You can end up flooded there.
Right.
But it is a very good card, and particularly if you don't see more high-impact cards there.
We're seeing lots of great red cards. Well, good red cards, should we say, come back round.
I'll call Bone Crusher Giant great.
Yeah, okay, great, good.
That's really nice to pick up this late. You know, Tribal Flames, we're not going to play that one.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, just take a different card that we're not going to play over it, in fact.
It's not really a red card, right? Or even a Boros card.
No.
Flames.
It would be, if you put that in your Boros deck, it's a sign of some other thing is not really going right.
Right. And so, do you think Tom is still maybe thinking about this black kind of reanimate stuff, or is it just focusing in on the Boros now?
At this point, there are so many just red-white aggro cards that we're probably trying to be that deck. There's a good clip of interaction. The thing about that, though, is if we go into Reanimator, we have white and red cards we realistically are going to have to play. That means if we go into that archetype, we're also going to need a good amount of mana fixing.
Right.
Which also comes at a premium. You know, Mardu is not as... You can get a scrubland later than a tropical island.
Right.
You know, it's an easier ask. But it's going to be a little bit tough to play all three colors at this point. We'll see how the packs shake out, but I think that Tom's ideal open is going to be like a Fury or a Solitude or a fourth year Lingus.
Yeah, Fury. Love that card. Sorry. Just Vintage Cube is so great, you know, and just every single card, and this is why we love it, right? This is why everyone loves Vintage Cube. Every card you think, yeah, this one is a banger.
I specifically love Fury in Vintage Cube. I otherwise find the card completely contemptible, but this is where it's at home.
What do you think of Grief?
I love Grief, actually. I think Grief should be legal in every constructed format.
Grief.
Put that in the standard. Yeah, I'll do that all day.
Just not even the card.
Yeah.
Just
the emotion.
The emotion.
It's an important part of the human experience.
It's an important part of Ryan's experience. That's for sure. Spread the grief around, you know? No, I love Grief.
That's also...
I love Grief. I think Fury, I understand why I had to go, but I also loved Fury, but I just love Grief.
Keep that card out of my Modern. A way that I often refer to Vintage Cube when I talk about high power cards that I like, you know, I mentioned I like Fury in Vintage Cube. I think about Vintage Cube being the box where all the monsters live. You keep the monsters in that box, and you got your happy little monster box. You know, it's when they get out that you have a problem.
All right, well, let's have a peek inside the monster box that Tom Martel's about to open. Chandra, Tortured Defiance in the pack, Goblin, Rabble Master as well, Carnosaur, going past Vindicate.
Hey, I thought this was the powered cube.
You think Atraxa's not powerful?
It's not power.
Sure.
Atraxa is a nice lane to look at if you want to try to leverage that Animate Dead. Chandra is just a quite good red card.
Right.
You do enter that territory where you pick up that Showdown, and there's a number of premium force. Palace Jailer.
Right. Hero, is that in this version?
The card that comes to mind is the fading card, Parallax Wave. Yeah,
Parallax Wave.
That's like a premium
Absolutely.
Boros card you kind of want to leave yourself open to.
Right.
So there's an argument for Goblin Rabble Master because it's cheaper than Chandra, but Chandra is more powerful. I like the Chandra pick there.
I love this Chandra. I think that's another card that felt like, you know, in its standard format, it was just like kind of eye roll, like, ugh, Chandra again. But then in Vintage Cube, really nice for the power level. Let's have a look at this pack. Really not a lot going on in terms of Boros cards, other than this one-drop Figure of Destiny.
You got two hot ones here.
Right.
you gotta appreciate an Ancient Tomb if you're trying to put Showdown and Chandra in your deck. And when it comes to getting flooded on 4s, there's a good fix for that if you're lucky enough to have it, and that's fast mana.
Okay, all right. Ancient Tomb, very exciting, and Martel will be happy to pick that up.
Or not. I don't know. There's an argument for the figure. Okay, he does lock it in, and I like that pick quite a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could not pick that Ancient Tomb fast enough. Like, that Figure of Destiny also is pretty likely to come back around based off what we've seen.
All right. Going into the next pack. And honestly, it's going pretty smoothly, it seems like, for Martel so far.
Yeah.
Picked a lane early, right? Is in that lane, got hooked up with a lot of stuff.
Allowed himself some wiggle room and didn't really lose anything. You know,
Right.
that Animate Dead didn't come at the cost of anything significant.
Right. Underworld Breach is here. We saw a lot of fireworks with Underworld Breach yesterday on the stream.
Yes.
That was pretty spectacular.
And we don't talk about fair Underworld Breach very often, but it's still kind of sick.
Yeah, I don't really think of it as a fair card.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's never fair. I mean, it's like put it in your fair deck.
I just don't think... I didn't ever think of it as a card that goes into fair decks.
If you can get a Lightning Bolt, some other removal... I was about to say how Martel would really like the card Plateau.
Right.
See, he reaches for Jetmir's Garden there. It's not as good, but it does matter.
It has some of the same text as Plateau. Some of it. See a fetch land there that could potentially grab the Jetmir's Garden that Tom just picked up. Headliner Scarlet.
Lurrus as well.
Great aggro card in this pack. Lurrus.
Tom would cash in 2 Cogwork Librarians on this pack.
Yeah.
This is a really excellent pack, and kind of unfortunate to see it this late. It's tough to get 2 cards out of this pack.
Maybe a little bit too late to be Lurrus as a companion, though, And it is going to be Headliner Scarlet.
Yeah, we got some premium 4s, and let's go with another one of those.
Right.
Headliner Scarlet, really good with Ancient Doom as well.
Right, and this is kind of, you've been talking about this throughout, the mana curve of this Boros deck in the cube. It's really, I think in a few years ago when you played at this Boros, is that Flage?
That is.
Oh, what a card.
A couple of really good 3s, Elite Spellbinder as well.
Yeah.
There's the Virtue of Loyalty, which you could take if you wanted to go a little bit lower on the curve. Make sure you have some 2-drops. These other 2 cards are just generally higher impact, and the interaction on both of them matters. The Spellbinder against unfair decks, the Flage against fair decks.
Yeah, I mean, the power level of Flage is just ridiculous.
It closes pretty quickly against unfair decks, too. Quite a bit to like there.
Right. And when you're playing this strategy, you really do want to kind of punish the unfair decks, right? Like punish the people who are just trying to put some weird stuff together and maybe they miss a little bit on one of their pieces.
And that's part of the big appeal, and what always has been the big appeal of these wide aggressive decks, these Boros aggressive decks, is the combo deck doesn't always do its thing. They're prone to stumbling, and when you stumble, this deck will knock you over.
Right, not a lot of great aggro cards in this pack. We see Tom thinking about Commercial District, Delayed Blast Fireball, perhaps kind of be blue cards and cantrips floating around in the back, but we're going to see Delayed Blast Fireball being the pick.
It's always unfortunate when you have a couple packs that have 2 or 3 cards you'd be really excited to get. It often means exactly this. You get then past a pack that's just junk, nothing you really want.
This one, not great either. Bitter Reunion. I mean, would you play a Bitter Reunion?
I'd play Acidia Traders.
Oh, I'm so bad at passing lands. I think what's happening is that when the old border ones especially, I'm just like, come on, there's just a brown piece of cardboard. Yeah.
I like
New
that
border
Nadu's at the
apologist.
front of the pack. This might be like a, listen, you're not getting this late on my watch.
Wait, this card's busted, right?
Yeah.
They just banned this card.
This is unacceptable.
Come on.
If I have to take Delayed Blast Fireball, you are not getting Nadu.
You're not getting Nadu.
Come on.
All right, let's have a look at this one. Zerda the Dawnwaker, a 3-drop here potentially, and with some maybe a little bit of synergy, but Reprieve, a great pickup here from Martel. I love Reprieve.
Reprieve is sick. God,
love,
that card is nice.
Oh, love these moments when we just randomly agree on something. Reprieve, so great. And also, as a Tolkien buff, the moment depicted in the art of Reprieve is just so beautiful and was not in the movies. And one of my favorite cards from Lord of the Rings. We are back round with this pack that had the Sarah Paragon and Trumped Carnosaur in it. So I'm thinking about these blue cards. These blue cards are going round.
That Gadgeteer is pretty late. There's also Sensei's Divining Top in this pack. That's not like a full-on combo, but my word, are you happy to have both of those cards? Somebody's getting paid off late in this pack.
So Carnosaur here, the pick over something like Sarah Paragon.
Carnosaur is an interesting hedge. So there's already a lot of good 4s. The Sarah Paragon would be the weakest of the spread.
Right.
And picking up that Carnosaur, it's a removal spell. I don't know how much you would play it if you were leaning fully aggressive. This deck has a mid-range slant. If we do get some black lands, Carnosaur will be a reason to put that Animate Dead in the deck.
That's fair. Gonna cut a Birds of Paradise, it seems like, from this particular pack. That was just nothing.
Yeah, another not on my watch pick.
Do you think this is indicative of the way that the metagame of Vintage Cube is currently? We see Council's Judgment coming back around.
I do find that it's often difficult to be as comfortably in Boros as Martel is in here. People in recent years, especially as support for monocolored decks has been removed from the cube, you really almost need to be Boros every time now. You can never be mono red. That archetype's kind of unplayable in the current list. Yeah. You can be mono white sometimes. To that end, though, Martel has not seen Plateau.
No.
Has not seen Sacred Foundry. He's got a Jetmir's Gardens, but the curve's a little high, so that's more fine. Really would like to see some more premium Boros lands.
Yeah, we're going to see Virtual Loyalty being picked up late in Pack 2 for Tom Martel. And took the Stomping Ground there. I mean, if you open a Minsk and Boo, you're just playing that, right?
If you had a fetch land, I think there's a really big argument to pick up the Stomping Ground, and you already have the Jetmir's Garden.
Right.
And kind of the issue with the Minsk and Boo, you're right, it is very strong. Martel's a little flush on 4-drops.
That's true. That's true.
And he's going to get... I'm going to set the line at 2.5 4-drops picked up in Pack 3.
Uh-huh.
And, I'd take the over on some days. That just happens sometimes. That's just like how the packs break down. It's not about his priorities. It's not about what he wants.
Right.
It's about what you have to settle for based on what's opened.
But he already had like some great fours, right? He has the headliner. He has Chandra as well. Showdown of the Skulls.
And that's just a comment on the curation of the cube, the makeup of the list right now. I'm worried about what might happen in Pack 3.
Right. So
there's a lot of really good ways.
Low curve
Yes.
creatures.
Prioritize low curve, and it's always true. The ideal case is you open an on-color Mox, a Soul Ring, Black Lotus.
Sure. But other than that, the 2-drops certainly would be welcome here for Tom Martel. Yeah, he really doesn't have that many. He has the Mother of Runes, early on Magda, and Virtue of Loyalty makes a 2/2, and I think the Cathar Commando. But really not a lot. Like, you really want to see a pile of 2s.
Yes. The curve on this deck, it's a little mopey. There's some very high-impact cards. A Mox, particularly, I think an on-color Mox would raise this deck 2 letter grades.
Okay. And where is it now?
We're in, like, C+ territory.
Oh, okay.
But, like, we're not... It's a very specific thing, and just a light touch of it. We could get to an A with a good Pack 3.
Okay, yeah. You can be elevated.
And to contextualize that, after Pack 2, nobody has an A. You don't have a deck.
I'm glad you weren't grading my papers at university. My goodness.
You ever cubing, and after you wrap up Pack 1 or 2, just say, all right, I'm ready to build? If you have a really good Pack 1 or 2, it's like, I would give up my Pack 3 if it meant nobody else got one. Martel does not have that kind of pool.
No. Well, I mean, that's a relative judgment, right?
Yeah, you don't know what's happening at the rest of the table.
Right. Well, I mean, you do a little bit, but not a lot.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Pack 3 now for Tom Martel. I mean, and we think, other than the obvious, the power, the soaring, etc., we really looking for some...
Give me that plateau.
Plateau. Some good 2-drop, maybe Luminarch Aspirant.
Arid Mesa.
Arid Mesa. Okay, Brazen Borer, not it. Fiery Confluence, another great 4. Sacred Foundry, how about that?
That tracks. That works.
Okay, all right. There are some powerful cards in the pack. Fiery Confluence, you see that being considered. Hull Breacher was in the back there as well. And yeah, let's have a look at the deck. I mean, there are a lot of pips. That's the other thing, right, about these red and white cards, especially the good ones. A lot of pips.
I understand why you would consider the Fiery Confluence. Fairly unlikely to wheel. Can be a really important card if you want to beat an artifact deck, specifically the Triple Shatter. This Sacred Foundry, I mean, it's a vintage cube. It's not the ideal Pack 1, pick 1,
right.
But it's something he really wanted.
Right. And yeah, I think this is another thing that suddenly has been part of my learning curve for Vintage Cube. It's like, even when you're in the 2-color deck, those on-color duels are so important.
Yes. Okay. I think that just in general, the average player would assume that playing a 2-color deck was easier than it is. Arid Mesa, all right.
Well, there's Arid Mesa. I mean, there's also Adeline.
Got the Mutt.
There's the Staff of the Storyteller. It's pretty nice. The Mutt is a good 2-drop. But Martel's like, no, straight in.
He's getting something back here.
Right.
So this is a pack where you got Arid Mesa, and there's like 3 other real considerations, right?
Would you play something like a Dragon's Rage channel in this kind of deck?
I would really try not to. Delirium's going to be tough. Attacking for 1 is bad.
It's bad, yeah. Okay, so Martel's picked up a bit of mana, and that was one of your asks, Ryan.
It was.
So are we up into the B territory?
We're cooking with the B right now.
Okay.
Got some honey in this dish.
I don't think bees would cook with honey.
Really?
I think
Why
honey
do they work so hard to make it?
I mean, they're just exploited by humans.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you think they just covet it? They're like honey dragons.
Intrepid Adversary. That's a nice 2-drop.
Yeah.
Good early, good
nice
late.
2-drop. It's a nice 4-drop. It's a nice 6-drop.
How about Chrome Marks, though? What do you think of Chrome Marks?
Huge fan of Chrome Marks in this archetype. There's a couple 3 archetypes that I like to have it. Storm is one of them. Boros is really the other big one, and I'm happier having it in Boros than Storm.
Wow, nice. So yeah, Martel looks like he agrees with you. Chromok's right at the front. Adversary might even get that one back. We have been seeing the white cards go late. And
just
nice
by
to
and
get
large,
the mana for all these 4-drops.
outside of a very short selection, most of the 2-drops in Boros are replacement level. You're often just going to cast that adversary on 2. It's Vintage Cube. You don't got time to sit around, and you have other 4s, right? So 3-1 lifelink, sure. And that probably comes back.
I got some replacement level 2-drops for you.
The Shield Breaker is a really nice constructed card, but yeah, in Vintage Cube, I'm going to call that replacement level.
Yeah, Ember Heart Challenger as well, one of the newer cards from Bloomborough in this cube. A little bit better when you can target your own creatures with things, I believe.
Yes.
Not necessarily great.
Tom is a little bit in the Shatter department. You know, have that Commando. Maybe you get the Confluence back. I like the Shield Breaker just because interaction can be very important in these decks.
Right.
Oftentimes your opponent is doing something much more powerful than what you're doing.
Right.
And just slowing them down a little can make a big difference.
Yeah, and just the number of problematic artifacts that are in Vintage Cube is so high.
Right.
So high. Usher of the Fallen, a nice 1-drop here. Ghostfire Slice, nice bit of burn. I don't think Martel has very much burn actually yet.
No, there's like a Flame Slash and Bone Crusher Giant. You know, Slice goes upstairs, which is nice.
Yeah.
He did hate the Nadu, so, you know, kind of trim the power level of the Slice here a little bit.
I see. Sunbaked Canyon is going to be the pick, though. A nice, sensible pick.
I love that pick.
Yeah, for Martel. Past the Sarah Paragon, upsettingly. Goes with your Sunbaked Canyon. I just love Sarah Paragon.
You ever call it Saragon?
I do.
Yeah, I love that. It's the only thing I refer to it as.
Okay, all right. I'll mark that one down in my... Oh, that's a nice 2-drop.
It's a nice 2-drop, decent 1-drop, nice 3-drop.
And, I've been thinking about the Rampaging Raptor, but yeah, just, you know, we were talking about it. There's needs to fill that bottom end of the curve. Aspirant, a great way to do that.
Yeah, Aspirant is not a replacement level 2-drop.
No.
That one just scales so well.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are relatively big on that Raptor. We're talking about the 4-drop tension. You can get a lot of 4s, and I'm just going to go on the record as being a Raptor hater.
You're a Raptor hater.
Would have cut it from the cube last year if it was up to me.
Don't say that to anyone from Toronto.
I just said it to everybody everywhere.
Okay. Don't go to Toronto. I'm kidding. Samwise the Stout-Hearted pulled up to the front. How about some Ring Baron? Can you bear the ring?
It's a combo with Arid Mesa.
It is a combo with Arid Mesa, but it's going to be the
generous plunderer.
Generous Plunderer, yeah. This card, I mean, it looks kind of janky.
It does, but it plays so much better than it looks. It does play so much better than it looks. We're going to go to the next packet. Loads of lands in this one. Fabled Passage. Bunch of lands in Crucible Worlds in this pack. Really? Elegant Parlor as well. Funny decision between Fabled Passage and Elegant Parlor. You know, we have some 4s that we're pretty often trying to cast, but I like that pick of the Parlor. Surveil land's very powerful. It does have a fetch. And the curve is not really filled out. This deck does not generally go 1, 2, 3, 4, right?
Right.
Most games, Martel's going to be able to play a tapped land on turn 1.
So let's have a look at the next. I think he just has the 1-drop right now.
Yeah, the Mother of Runes.
Mother of Runes. Great 1-drop. Just the one, though. Ollie fun. I mean, that's just free.
A tutor for our parlor.
And a lot of black cards in this pack. Questing Beast still hanging out there. And Time Warp as well. So what do you think everyone else is at the table is doing, you know, based on what we're seeing?
So in this pack, Martel was able to get good mana fixing for the Boros deck. We have not seen too many lands for other colors. Have we seen a single blue duel come through this lane?
We saw a Tundra very early on.
Okay.
Yeah, but it was super early. It was like pack 1, you know.
I think somebody downstream of Martel, at least I hope, it's in their best interest, is cooking with an artifacts deck. We saw Forensic Gadgeteer, Thopter Foundry, and Sensei's Divining Top all move in that direction pretty late. Somebody picked all those up, and they also have Sword of the Meek. Like, those 4 cards are a really good backbone for a deck.
Yeah, that would be cool to see. Okay, so Martel getting hooked up here on the wheel as well. We saw that Adversary come back round. We saw a couple of other great Boros cards here. Here's some The Ember Heart Challenger is back.
Getting our replacement level 2s, filling out our roster.
Look, they have a job.
Yes.
Not everyone can be a superstar.
Correct.
Goes by a slice on the wheel.
All right, we take those.
Happy to pick that one up.
Not clear if it makes the main deck, but it's certainly playable.
Yeah, let me tell you, as an Omnath gamer, not a fan of that.
Oh, the Raptor came back.
Okay, all right. Well, Martel was
Weird.
thinking about that the first time around. So he'll be happy at least to see that. But, and it might even make the deck.
It might, actually.
Oh, I don't know. There are a lot of 4s. I don't know.
of
I'm
4s.
going to retract that.
Was anybody at home counting how many 4s did Tom pick up in that pack? I don't know if he got to the 3. Right.
I think it was just the Raptor.
Was it just the Raptor? That's way less than 3.
That's way less than 3. All right. I mean, we're going to continue the trend of not being good at counting.
Well, that is a good sign for Martel, though. I was talking about those 4s as a potential problem, a pitfall, something to worry about.
Right.
What he did pick up was 3 or 4 really nice mana-fixing lands, and that's kind of a big thing that the deck needed.
Right, and we talked also, he also really wanted to find some better low-curve creatures, and he at least got one great one in the Luminarch Aspirant.
I like
Generous
picking up
Plunderer, not bad
the Plunderer,
as well.
good, and that's going to be a really nice thing to have against that Sensei's Divining Top Gadgeteer deck. It's a really nice hate card in those kind of
That's
matchups.
true, yeah. Okay. All right, so that was your feature draft from Tom Martel. What's the letter rating at the end of that for you?
So just on the pool, on vibes, it feels like a B-ish territory. We'll see what the exact deck looks like. The highlights are Ancient Tomb and Chromox.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, we didn't get Fourth Earlingus. We didn't get Solitude. We didn't get Fury. Many of the marquee cards for the deck we did not get.
Right.
We have a Sacred Foundry. We have an Arid Mesa. A couple other ways to get our mana on lock. Luminarch Aspirant is quite good. Empress Steelbreaker can kind of stunt the development of other decks. A couple choice removal spells as well that are going to help to interact. But this deck is not going to kill you on turn 3 or 4.
Right.
It's just never going to happen. And that's kind of important to either be able to do that or to really be able to hammer on interaction. And this deck comes a little bit short in those
So it's maybe
departments.
just kind of in between the two strategies and maybe not doing either of them to the optimal level.
It does everything it wants to do. It's just not really excelling. It's pretty well rounded, and I will say, to Tom's credit, I think that he drafted the seat very well, and this is a good Boros deck relative to what was seen. You don't always get Mox Pearl. You can't. But Tom may do very well with what was delivered.
Right. All right. Well, we are going to go away for a quick break, and when we come back, we will have the first feature match from the top 8 here at CubeCon 2024. Do not go anywhere.
Hi, my name is Dan Schneider, and I am from New York City, and I am the designer of the color-shifted cube that will be featured at CubeCon this year. The color-shifted cube is an eternal cube environment that plays with the color pie to create familiar deck archetypes in unusual colors. Think Boros Reanimator or Azorius Aristocrats. 3 cards I'd love to highlight from this environment are, first, If Biff Afreet. If Biff is a good representation of the kinds of historical color pie breaks that this cube includes. Who doesn't love a 3/3 flyer in green that can deal direct damage to players? Number 2 is Blink, the saga from the Doctor Who Commander decks. Because this cube requires unique effects, we're drawing far and wide from the available card pool in Magic, including from Universes Beyond, to find cards with the right effects in each colors. Some of these cards, like Blink, are actually among the most powerful cards that the cube has to offer. Number 3 is Lapse of Certainty. This is a 3-mana white memory lapse. This card has unique effect, and because it's out of color pie, it's less efficient than its color-appropriate predecessor, and that slight inefficiency is one of the key balancing elements to this cube. In terms of draft archetypes, each color has 2-ish themes, and it's up to the drafter to figure out how best to weave those themes together in the draft. White is primarily focused on the graveyard, focusing in on Reanimator, and low-curve recursive aggro, with a small Spellslinger archetype in there as well. Blue is focused on ramping, with an artifact subtheme, and in going wide with creature tokens. Black is focused on generating value through enchantments and life gain. Red is the color of control, focusing on impulsive draw effects, removal, and creatures that generate value when they enter the battlefield. Green is the color of low curve aggro and Spellslinger. If you're looking for a unique spin on each color and are excited about the idea of playing with a lot of cards you might not normally see in many cubes, I'd love for you to play the color shifted cube at CubeCon this year.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back to coverage of CubeCon 2024. I'm Hayu. I am here with Ryan Overturf, and we have just watched our feature draft for the top 8 here at CubeCon. And top 8 is a vintage cube, the classic, El Clasico.
The literally most drafted cube in the world.
Right.
You can't contest that. It's
No.
on Magic Online all the time. That's way higher access, certainly than any paper cube.
Right. And but getting to see it in paper has been stunning. It's been lovely.
Yes.
And we got to see our feature drafter Tom Martel make his picks. Let's have a look at the pool at the end of that process. So Ryan, talk us through this.
Yeah, so in pick one, Tom opened up a Time Twister, one with Mother of Ruins. A Time Twister, to the extent that you can still count it, was the only piece of power that Tom saw in the draft. If you want to talk about power-adjacent cards that really let you compete on that fast mana broken access, Tom does have an Ancient Tomb and a Chrome Mox, which are nice fast mana for this decently well-rounded Boros aggressive mid-range deck, is I think what we're going to see here.
Those are a lot of words in a row.
Yeah, my job is literally to say a lot of words in a row, so I feel like I executed.
That. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I think we talked about it as we went throughout. He definitely navigated his seat pretty well. Mm-hmm. We think ended up in a good lane. Went for that Mother of Ruins, and then kind of took a little detour through this Animate Dead Vampiric Tutor land, but ultimately came back into Boros and picked up some key mana fixing and 2-drops in the last pack as well. So good stuff there from Tom. And we're actually going to get to show you something cool, which is the deck building process. And that's something you don't actually get to see on coverage very much, actually. But we love this insight into the minds of the players.
I love this sorting methodology. This is exactly how I do it. You see the no's are set off to the side. The stomping ground there is in the stack of no's. Tom's filling out the mana curve and the lands. These are the cards that are going to be in the deck. And then you have the playable maybes being filtered to the top. So we're going to get all the yeses here, all in plain sight, organized well. And then we're going to figure out how many of these maybes we have to play and which ones fit best in with the yeses.
And so what's the line between the yes and the maybe?
So the yes, I mean, we have our pack 1, pick 1 there, Mother of Ruins.
Right.
Very clearly a yes. It's one of our most powerful cards. Also, there's no shot our mana curve says we're not playing a 1. You'll notice, Tom picked up a number of 4s. There's 1 4 in the yes pile. Headliner Scarlet is there. The other ones we'll filter in if we feel like that's what we need, and there's only so many yeses here. So we're going to have to get some of that stuff, but just locked in the most powerful options. And then the lands, all these mana-fixing lands. And Tom actually set the Jetmir's Garden in the yes, but Pack 3 made that a maybe. And that's actually currently in the no pile.
Interesting. I also see Arena of Glory hanging out in the lands, by the way. And have you seen Arena of Glory and Flage in combination?
Spicy little combo.
That does stuff. It certainly does stuff. All right, and Tom's looking at the 4s in hand. Come on, Tom. Do it for the Showdown fans.
Part of what's happening here is we're at the point where we need to count how many yeses we have. How many of these cards do I actually have to play? And I think Tom's still a few cards shy with this spread here, only holding 5 maybes in hand.
I count 12 in the proactive creatures pile, and then Flage and Carnosaur kind of hanging out as well, and Chandra a proactive play, so kind of on the maybe 14, 15 proactive plays count right now in the yeses.
There's a question as well as to how many lands you play in a deck like this. When you're Boros, it's a lot worse for you to draw an extra land than, say, a blue X control archetype. That deck's going to both make use of a lot of mana and draw extra cards. Tom's deck does have some stuff that works in that department. That Carnage Interpreter, the Showdown of the Scalds, the Chandra Torch Defiance. You can really make use of a lot of mana, but you're in a lot more trouble once you fall behind. This deck is kind of controlling, it's mid-rangey, but it really does want to try to take an aggressive slant at the earliest opportunity and then close as quickly as possible. So in that way, sometimes in your Boros deck, you try to trim a land. When your Boros deck is particularly good, sometimes you make sure to play 17 just because you don't want to do something silly like lose to missing a land drop when your deck is that good.
Right.
We're not there. We have one drop.
I mean, yeah, I find that with these decks, first of all, I say it, obviously I love that to play a good deck in Vintage Cube, it's nice to win. I wouldn't necessarily describe this as the deck that makes you feel things, which is how I tend to approach my Vintage Cube drafts, and that is why I do not have a great win rate in Vintage Cube necessarily. This is certainly solid.
This is a deck that can't shave a land just because the curve is too high.
Right. But are there ways... I mean, do you count Oliphant as a land?
Well, it's in the land pile here. I generally agree with that. And 18 mana sources is tough. Tom has some redraws. That Showdown, that Interpreter, that Chandra. That can make use of things.
Right.
Having 18 mana sources in your Boros deck, that's a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, that...
If I have Strip Mine, Library of Alexandria, I'm thinking about it. The Oliphant's not what gets me there.
The disrespect for Oliphant. Unbelievable. I don't know. I just find that when I play these decks, I always just flood. It's really nice at the beginning, and then I never just land after land, and then the Showdown just never comes, or it comes too late. How do you make the decision between the last few things? You see here Martel thinking about, do I go for Ghost Fire Slice over Touch the Spirit Realm? Questions like that.
Yeah, so there's a few considerations. A lot of the main deck stuff is really getting the green light because it's particularly aggressive. It generates some kind of value. is good at, presenting a threat, generating extra cards, or dealing damage. And the most premium interaction, that reprieve is making the deck every time.
Yeah.
You see the Empress Shieldbreaker actually in the maybe pile, and that's because not all of your opponents are going to present an early artifact, and even when they do, it won't always be significant to shatter it. Sometimes the damage is just done too quickly, and you just can't fight that fight. And if you aren't shattering an artifact, then a 2-1 is not what this deck wants. It is an aggressively slanted deck, but we're trying to cast Flage. We're trying to cast the Broadside Bombardiers. We go a little bit too big to settle for like a Goblin Piker. And so even just within like Boros, there's so many different small directions as well as kind of individual micro archetypes within where you have to figure out exactly how aggressive, how mid-range, hopefully not how controlling your Boros deck is going to be. But there's all those small things where you think about, all right, how quickly can my deck realistically win? What things am I best at interacting with? And what things might be a weak spot for me? And to the extent that artifacts are maybe a little bit of a leak for this deck, the Shieldbreaker does make sense as a sideboard card just because the deck cannot aggressively leverage a 2-1 that meaningfully.
Right. So I think we're actually going to get to have a look at the pools of the other competitors. Yeah, that
getting a live look at Martel live tweeting the deck construction.
Maybe let's maybe not move away from this. All right, welcome back to the booth here at CubeCon 2024. We are in the top 8 portion, so everything to play for here. We've just seen the draft. We've just seen our featured drafter Tom Martel build his deck. It's a very rare treat that you don't get to see very often. And we can actually get a look in at the pools of the other competitors so we can check out how the table kind of played out. So first one here, we have Aiden Aflatuni. And Aiden has drafted a lot of different colors.
Yes.
What's happening here, Brian?
You see some cards that Martel would have really liked to have in this pool. There's the Ocelot Pride, Skyclave Apparition, the Modern Horizons 3 of Johnny. And the mana-fixing lands are usually how you can figure out what's going on here. The most powerful cards here, there's Flash, Woodfall Primus, as well as the Worldspide Worm. You'd love to put that in your deck. I don't see a single blue land in the spread, though.
Right. There's some great cards here, right? Like Orcish Bowmasters, great card. There's Mox Diamond, Borbor, definitely a lot of great aggro and kind of smaller Orzhov cards. But yeah, this blue stuff, is that going to happen?
It looks like we're an Orzhov deck, a fairly similar lane to what we see Martel doing.
Right.
Orzhov, kind of aggressive, kind of mid-rangey stuff.
I get it, though. I also find it difficult to pass Flash.
Yeah, Flash is busted. Having Flash and the best thing is the Flash in.
Right.
And just not being able to do it, that's heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking. All right, let's move on to the next pool. This is Evan Vetta.
Okay, this is a powered cube.
It is indeed a powered cube. See, Mox, Ruby and Soul Ring?
Okay.
And Grief? And One Ring?
This is the player that scooped up that Gadgeteer late, and my word.
Oh my
This
goodness.
is a nice looking artifact deck. The most important card, Tolarian Academy there.
Oh, wow.
And you have Mox Ruby, Manifold Soul Ring, Academy, City of Traders, because why not?
Why not?
We have Upheaval.
Yeah.
Okay, the One Ring?
One Ring. We have DT. We have Grief. I don't know if we're playing black, but it's why not?
Right. So
Why
we
not?
see that Thopter Foundry. I'm looking for Sword of the Meek.
I
don't believe we got it.
Yeah, I don't see Sword of the Meek. I see Time Spiral.
Time Spiral's nice. We got to look for a way to end the game here. Looks like the biggest thing is Retrofitter Foundry, which is very good. Where you get going with Tolarian Academy and makes a ton of tokens. Yeah, that one's okay.
I see Khan. So a lot of the good mid-rangey artifact stuff, for sure.
This deck really landed as far as mana acceleration. The payoffs, the One Ring I think is a really important card in this deck.
Right. But how's it winning? Like, how's it actually closing the door?
I think that Foundry is really the best thing going on.
Okay.
If you can land the Karn in a position where you're not too far behind, or you can Upheaval Karn, that'll close very quickly. That's going to be a really good thing for this deck to do. I think that upheaval as kind of like a control thing where then you immediately just put some threat on the battlefield, that's this deck's A plan.
All right. This is sweet. I'm excited to see how well this deck does. Has a lot of interesting pieces. Let's move on. And this one is Jedidah Peni. And they've drafted green, black Jund midrangey, Renin 6, Hogak, Nissa. So kind of a landsy thing going on here. I see Channel in the pool as well, Hex Drinker. Suddenly some very powerful green cards splashing for a little bit of Grist, a little bit of Renin 6. What do you think of this?
I think the highlights for me are Gaia's Cradle, Springheart, Nantuko, and Pest Infestation. Those are all quite premium cards. Yeah, it's nice. Hex Drinker as well.
Yeah.
Hex Drinker Gaia's Cradle is just like one of the best things in a green deck, so really nice to have that represented.
Oh, I see Skull Clamp.
Clamp is nice. Specifically, Clamp with Nantuko is what can I put the Clamp over here.
And I'm just checking the fetch land count. I see Windswept Heath and Wooded Foothills, so you do want to get your fetches. Field of the Dead is here as well, your favorite card, Ryan.
The fetches are really nice. You kind of need that stuff if you're going to facilitate Renin 6. And that is one of the ways that these decks can really miss, because fetch lands are such a high priority, so it's really nice to have them here.
Oh, Misty as well in the pool. And top end wise, we see Ulamog, see Archon of Cruelty. Do you just play these like big hitters at the top end of your Channel deck?
Yeah, so that's the big question. Are we playing Channel? I feel like if we're drafting it, the answer is yes.
Right.
And if we're playing Channel, you gotta Ulamog.
You gotta Ulamog.
You gotta Ulamog.
But honestly, I love myself an Archon of Cruelty.
You know what I love? Channel Hex Drinker. You seen this? Heard about this? That's the combo that I'm into in my green decks.
I think that Hex Drinker is supremely unfun. That's my hot take. Hex Drinker is extremely powerful. I think it's extremely unfun. I don't like cards that are difficult to interact with in that sense.
But I hear you. You're right. But it is in the monster box.
Okay.
This is Hex Drinker's proper home.
That's true, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it should be a fun monster.
It's not my monster.
It's not my monster. All right. So the next one we do have is Tom Martel's. We've already had a look at this, but just nice to see it again in the kind of, in the context of what everyone else was doing. Let's move on to the next pool. Philippe Garreau, who I believe was actually a Canadian RC champion last year. And Philippe, with the blue deck, Counterspell is here, Mana Drain is here, Vents is here, Dig Through Time, Cryptic, bunch of counterspells.
I love
see Ragavan.
The blue cards. I am trying to figure out what second color this deck plays and how it facilitates the casting of those spells.
Well, okay. There's some red stuff.
There's Fabled Passage.
And there's also Natural Order, Lotus Cobra. I mean, I don't think the green got there.
No, you would like to play Lotus Cobra, you'd like to play Ragavan, and those two cards have the same weakness when it comes to a bad mana for your second color. You want them the first turn you could possibly cast them. You want Ragavan on 1, you want Lotus Cobra on 2. That makes those cards comparatively difficult to splash. We can definitely splash red, though, because we have the Pyrogoyf, we have Flame of Venor, we have some stuff that we can do late that is good.
Right.
And you may as well toss Ragavan in there. You can get some free dubs that way.
Right.
I imagine that we're leaning to red at our second color. As far as what blue is offering here, there's a lot of really heavy hitters. Cryptic Command, that smirking Spelljacker, that card's rude as hell. We have Counterspell and Mana Drain.
Yeah.
We have Hull Breacher.
A lot. We have Hull Breacher, I believe. No, we have Tidebinder.
We have both.
Oh, we have both. Okay.
So this deck, like, as far as best cards, incredible. As far as
TNN
actually getting a deck, we'll see how that comes together.
Okay, all right. I mean, this is the Pumpfleece deck, right?
Yeah, this is my fun.
Look, I am a Counterspell enthusiast, right? Like, on board, but you've got to admit that this is the Fun Police deck. Of course, I think it's fun to cast Mana Drain. We think it's fun to cast Mana Drain. Opponents don't love it, let's say, when you cast Mana Drain, but we'll see how it works out here for Garreau. Let's move on. So we've got Brendan Felt, and
whoa.
I see some nice cards.
This is a power cube.
Yes. Certainly is. Mox Sapphire and Mox Emerald and Time Walk.
And Tinker?
And Tinker?
Do we have...
Tinker Blightsteel?
We got the one-shot robot. I don't see Bolus's Citadel. That is unfortunate. That's the big find.
I see Oko.
We got the Kappa
Oko,
Cannoneer.
Sapphire, Emerald?
All right, so my estimation, my belief, pack one, pick one overall in Vintage Cube is Time Walk.
Okay.
You can make an argument for Soul Ring.
Sure.
I'll hear it. Mox Sapphire is still good Mox. I don't care how much you apologize for Naya and his playability in the environment. Mox Sapphire is good Mox. We have good Mox and Time Walk.
Yeah.
As a baseline, that is so sick. And again, there's a lot of really powerful blue cards. I am looking out for how to play a second color. We would really like to play Leovold. We'd really like to play Oko. The mana is going to be a little shaky. I see a Verdant Catacombs. I see a Darkslick Shores. I see some mana rocks that help. Yeah, obviously, like your Moxes, but those are basically basic lands in terms of fixing. Talisman of Dominance helps. Pentad Prism is kind of cute, but it does go hard with Tinker.
Right.
So that does just work.
I think, like, it'd be really, I think, a tough ask to not play Oko.
Yes.
Leovold, I could see, okay, maybe that's a bit tricky on the mana, but you do have ways to get through the deck. You have your Ponder, you have your Jace Rinse Prodigy, by the way, with your Time Walk. Love to see that. The bigger Jace, GTMS, hanging out there as well.
All right, so you're not going to like this as a Lord of the Rings fan, but one of my favorite cards in Vintage Cube in the spread here, Palantir of Orth, thank you very much.
Why would I not like that?
I don't know. I don't know if you'd like to appreciate the pun.
I appreciate all puns.
All right.
Any pun.
We are so there then.
Okay, all right. Later on, I'll tell you my favorite pun. It's a banger. All right, let's move on and have a look at Brandon Cupoletti, who I believe was the winner of the feature draft in the top 64 here, and won the Pro Tour Cube with a very impressive Tron deck that had 9 Tron pieces in limited. Yep. And Brandon has drafted. All I can see is Entomb and Grizzlebrand. Like, my brain cannot focus on anything other than Entomb and Grizzlebrand.
There's that 4th-year Lingus that Martel really liked.
Lelia is here as well. Echo of Eons. There's a Sneak Attack is here. I mean, what's going on? This seems all over the shop to me.
So I agree. It's tough to look at this and figure out how we have a deck. There's a lot of individual cards, and the things that work together are a bit spread out. I imagine there's no shot that this is not a Sneak Attack, Emrakul, Atraxel, Grizzlebrand deck.
Right.
There's no real way to utilize that Entomb effectively. There's a Corpse Dance. I suppose you probably just end up doing that.
There's a Shallow Grave.
Again, we're looking at making the mana work. You do have the Raucous Theater. You definitely can't be mono red, obviously.
hey, there's a great piece of discard here.
Is your piece of discard Library of Alexandria draw and discard to hand size? Hell yeah. I am so into it.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. There's not a lot of great reanimates here. Shallow Grave, Corpse Dance, they're not the ones that you would think of as like premium.
They work with the hits here, though. We do have the right hits for those.
Right. There is Wheel of Fortune, There's Echo of Eons. I'm looking for something to go with it, like a Shield Red, but I don't necessarily see that in the pack. Bitter Reunion.
This deck's going to get a lot of games on the back of Mana Crypt Sneak Attack.
Right.
And there's a lot of nice ways to get these large creatures in the battlefield. We're a little shy on card selection. There's Preordain.
There's Faithless Looting as well.
I'll lean heavy on a Library of Alexandria, but...
there's also a Sheldock Isle, though.
That's a nice way to cheat.
Yeah, okay, so it's like cheating in several different ways, but not necessarily A+ on any of those.
Yeah, if you want to cheat, you want to do one cheat really well.
Right.
It's easy to catch a sloppy, disorganized cheater.
Wow. That's how you can tell you're an experienced tournament player. Right. All right, let's have a look at the last drafter at the top 8 table, Michael Brady. We saw him on a coverage yesterday. Here's the Black Lotus.
Yes, that is a nice one. I am looking at the other cards, and they are less nice.
Are we companioning Lurrus?
I hope so.
I think
this is all cheap stuff.
Be companioning Lurrus here?
We're not casting that Primeval Titan, I'll tell you that.
Right, it is very low to the ground. I mean, you have a lot of great cards for Lurrus, right? Like, obviously Black Lotus, but Doughty Voidwalker.
Blood Tithe Harvester.
Blood Tithe Harvester.
Some pretty decent red-black mana fixing as well. Got the Strip Mine, got Caracas.
Darcy is here. And, you know, lots of good removals for Inquisition of Kozilek, always nice to have in these decks. Oh, Inquisition and Thoughtseize are both here.
Those are really choice to have if you're trying to companion Lurrus.
Yeah.
Just you have a free threat, some interaction to make sure things don't go too crazy before you can pay to get it.
Right, a Walking Ballista as well.
Nethergoyf, Doughty Voidwalker.
Yeah. I love Doughty Voidwalker. I just absolutely love it.
That card is at home in the monster box. That's all I'll have to say there.
I'm a big fan of Recurring Nightmare, specifically. And Doughty Voidwalker Recurring Nightmare is just so sweet. So sweet. That's the kind of thing I like doing in Vintage Cube. I also find it hard to pass the card Hymn to Torak, so I love this. I love this thing. I don't know, I'm not quite sure how this build is going to come together. You know, like, are there reasons why you wouldn't play Lurrus as the companion here?
Yeah, you don't have enough playables. So I can't get a clear count. I think we'll be able to get to 23 cards. We don't have a lot of flexibility. You know, there's too many colors. You know, like that Fanatic of Ronus, that's out on the fact that it's green, even though it fits our companion condition. If there are enough cards, it looks like we're kind of trying to be within Mardu, and I think there's decent enough mana to make that work. If we have 23 in Lurrus, that could be pretty nice.
Is it just all the cards have to be mana value 2, or is it just the permanent?
Non-land permanents, yes.
Okay, so you can still play your Fiery Confluence.
Yes. And that's going to be important for sure.
That helps. Right? You can play your Fire Blast. That helps.
Ooh.
So, okay, I can see it. I can see it happening.
Yes,
I
definitely.
kind of hope I obviously hope that it happens.
Worst case scenario is you lay this out, you have some really nice cards, and you go, 21? What the heck? But if we can get to 23 cards that we can play with our Lurrus, I like that position quite a bit.
Right.
If we're like main decking Lurrus to get enough playables, I don't like that position so much.
Still a good card, Ryan, in the main.
Yes.
Still
it is a good card.
But, well, I mean, we saw Lurrus, right? It was in Pack 2, I think. Martel saw it
Martel looked at it, pretty
2.
early.
So it's like, it's not early enough that you can pick it Pack 1 and kind of just build around it in the way that you would want to.
Yeah, you have to kind of already be looking at it. In the way that Martel drafted, we saw 2-drops be viewed as largely replacement level. Those ones came back around. So if somebody else was scooping them up early, we saw that Figure of Destiny. That actually went really late in the draft. That's a nice one to pick up once you already got the Lurrus. So with the way that Martel was in similar colors, taking the 2-drops late, that allows some stuff downstream for you to pick up for your Lurrus deck. So I really hope that we got there on the companion.
I do too. All right, so we are going to go away for a quick break, and when we come back, I think we'll be able to look at some of the decks that players ended up building, and then go into our first feature match of the top 8. So we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Hello, Cube enthusiasts. I am Ollie Davis, aka Beaks. I'm the creator of the Creatureless Cube, and I'm here to talk about it a little bit today. So first question everybody asks, and I'm going to answer it, get it out of the way for you right now. Yes, there are creatures. I'm sorry. I tried to make a cube with no creatures. It was not fun. Magic requires creatures. But what you will not be doing is casting any creature spells. There are flip cards that turn into creatures, but you will not cast a single creature spell, I promise. So my cube is 450 cards. It's singleton except for Shocklands. The other fixing we have are Triomes, Creature Lands, Modern Horizons, 2 Bridges. Most decks are 2-ish colors, sometimes with a splash. I do not recommend 5-color greedy piles because good stuff is not a supported thing. My cube is a very synergy-focused cube, and if you just try to pick the best card out of every pack, your deck is going to get outpaced and outplayed by decks that look a lot worse on paper, probably. You will need synergy. You'll need to build something, even if that something you build is 1/1s and War Leader's Call, and you're just beating people up. Some tips that I like to recommend to people. are that some of the cards are weird. There's going to be a lot of cards you've never seen before, and the board states can get a little bit complex, so you'll need to make sure you're playing at a good pace. You can think of disenchants in this cube as the card Murder, and if I ran the card Murder, you could think of it as a disenchant. So getting rid of non-creature permanents is really important here. Your deck is either going to need to apply pressure or have a plan to deal with it. You're not going to play Solitaire in this cube, and everything is supported. I've done my best to not trick you. If you see your pet card, pack one, pick one. It is supported. It is playable. I encourage you to chase your bliss and draft that deck. Have a great time with Creatureless.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back to coverage of CubeCon 2024. My name's Hayu. I am here with Ryan Overtuff, and we are about to go into our first feature match in the quarterfinals of CubeCon 2024. Let's have a look at our competitors' decks before we get down to the action. First up, it is going to be Tom Martel, who was our featured drafter, and we watched him put this deck together as well. There it is laid out in full. So at the 4-drop slot, we have the headliner Scarlet the Raptor. Ryan made it in there.
It did. Not headlining the deck the way that Scarlet is, but it's there with the 4-drops. And Martel was a little bit light as far as cards that were maybes that could be cut from the deck. It kind of looked like there's 2 or 3 cards that are potential sideboard options. Most of the stuff on color is just here in the deck.
Right. And let's have a look at his opponent's deck. It's going to be Brendan Felt. So this is the double marks Time Walk, Oko, Tinker, monstrosity / work of art.
All right, let's talk about Martel's pick ones and packs. Mother of Runes, Sacred Foundry, is that right?
Yep.
I don't even remember pack 2. This deck has like 6 cards that are easily ahead of that as far as pick ones here. And this is one of those spots where Martel's going to rely a little bit on the opponent stumbling. And if you look at the top end of this deck's curve, you look at Tom Martel's deck, sure, he's got a Raptor or whatever.
Right.
If your hand is Ulamog, Atali, Blessio, Colossus, you're in a lot of trouble. You'll get punished by any creature with power and toughness. So
you are mulliganing that hat.
That's what Martel wants to see happen here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very excited to see. I love that Mind Twist, by the way, made it in here as well.
Also, let's talk about Oath of Druids is scary if you're Tom Martel. You're casting creatures that attack and block. However, this is an Oath of Druids deck that has some stinkers. You Oath into Malcolm? What the heck are you doing?
I guess you're blocking.
You hope you're blocking. You hope you're chump blocking.
Yeah, you're chump blocking. You don't want to trade, right? You just want to get that off the battlefield. All right, let's go down to the action and see what happens here. Game number 1, we have Tom Martel against Brendan Feld in the quarterfinals of CubeCon 2024. This beautiful trophy and awesome champions playmat to play for. And looks like, is this a mulligan to 5? Yeah. For Felt has a divining top on 1 though.
You're not clear to me how many cards are in hand. The deck is pretty long on mana sources, and you see a lot of lands in hand here. That's another avenue that Martel has to push. But big yikes. Okay,
well, this is why he kept it, I guess. Sensei's Dividing Top plus Oath of Druids for Feld, and Martel with the Pack 1 Pick 1 Mother of Runes down on the battlefield. This is what we were talking about,
Both
right?
players doing what they came to do.
That's true. That's true. I mean, let's see how it works out for them.
Kind of interesting, there are those whammies in this Oath deck. There's that Malcolm, there's a Brazen Borrower.
Right.
Don't really want to hit Jace Vryn's Prodigy. You could spin the top and upkeep, and if one of those is in the top 3, trade the top up to avoid that nightmare scenario.
Do you think you would? I mean, you would, right? Feld's hand is just land.
I would. What the heck else is going on here?
Right. And for Martel, it says, okay, I guess I'll... Oh my goodness. Attack with Mother of Runes. Stomp my own Mother of Runes. That is not a play you see very often. Wow.
Yeah, I do not want to lose to Oath of Druids.
Yeah.
Love that play. And Martel does have the Cathar Commando in deck, so he has access to some amount of main deck disenchant.
Okay, all right. I was thinking, like, how is he going to win without playing out creatures, though? Fel says, okay, this is fine. I'll spin the top. We see some creatures there. Kappa Cannoneer, Malcolm, and Duress, I believe.
And not a lot doing there. You never want to cast a creature.
Right.
Duress is a little bit whatever. I mean, it is kind of nice if you could draw the Duress and hit, for example, that Chandra Torch of Defiance. Like, Martel could just kill you if you plays Chandra here.
Right. Okay, well, here we go. Let's have a look at what Martel is working with, just as Felt is doing. And here's Sunbait Canyon. Oh, there is that Chandra, plus Virtue of Loyalty as well.
Get it out of here. She is not invited to my party.
Wow. I am no longer going to your parties. Ryan. Felt's going to have a read of Card Interpreter. But this one is nice. 1 red, black, as it were. Taking the Chandra there, and that's the Interpreter. It comes down, you discard your hand, you make 4 clues, and if you're hellbent, it gets really big.
Yes.
So Martel gets to play the 4th land, no Chandra to deploy. Didn't play out the Virtue of Loyalty Knight token, understandably.
Do you like games where nothing happens for a while?
Love games where nothing happens.
It's like a little draw go, but it's not because players are sculpting a game plan. It's because casting any cards from their hand would be catastrophic and repercussions from the other side. Yep.
Love those games.
Well,
I mean, that's what Vintage Cube is about. Right?
Really good news about what we're about to see.
Well, Felt's going to draw the Kappa Cannoneer. I think Itali was one of the creatures that was on top. But I mean, at some point, Felt's just going to cast some stuff. Not Itali. Probably.
You know, it could bring some friends. If you put enough stuff on the battlefield, you don't have to sweat Oath of Druid so much anymore.
Right.
And Felt's Oaths are a lot better than Martel's.
They are a lot better than Martel's. I mean, other than, the Malcolm, etc. But I think the Malcolm is in hand now.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's Jace.
We draw this Jace?
Okay, then it's all hits. Now it's all killer, no filler,
Still recommend not casting any of these cards. Batter Skull, it's not a creature, but it makes a creature, and that's a problem.
That is a problem. But is Felt just thinking about doing it? There's no need.
I think particularly with so few cards in hand, you really should just wait, because Martel can't do anything either.
Right.
At some point, you do break your own standstill, sure.
Right.
But not at this point. We're not desperate. We have the Boros deck in a holding pattern.
All right, let's put those back on top in the order. It was Kappa Cannoneer, Itali, Blightsteel, and Brendan Felt says, I'm going to play out Malcolm. This is also a way to cheat things in.
That's true. If the Malcolm gets going, you can start casting things for free.
Right. Draws the Cannoneer. Yeah, you see it there, 2-1 flyer. When it deals combat damage to a player, you get a chorus counter. You get to loot, and then if you have 4 or more chorus counters, you can cast the card that you loot away without paying its mana cost. So it is a nice little enabler in these decks.
And the hope here for Felt is that Martel puts something a comparable size on the battlefield.
Right.
Yeah, if I have a 2-1 and you have a 2-1, I got the first hit.
Right.
Mine will start cheating and stuff. That's something to think about. Pretty bad news if Headliner Scarlet shows up to the party.
Yeah, she is a hit at parties. That's what I've heard. She's the headliner.
Yes.
Kappa Cannoneer is hitting the battlefield as well. So Felt's saying, okay, I'm going to just put a bunch of threats down now. I've waited long enough.
In for a penny, in for a pound. Let's play this Oath game. The Cannoneer is probably bigger than whatever Martel puts in.
Right. It's 4/4. Comes in with a +1/+1. The ward is extremely annoying and pretty much impossible.
They had to
for
change
Martel to
the
deal
text
with.
box on this card.
Yeah?
It was first printed in the 2020s and then reprinted. And it was not clear. They added the word when it enters, it references itself entering.
Right.
It has always put a +1/+1 counter on itself, but it has not always been obvious based off the way the card reads. Fun piece of Canna Capaneer trivia.
Wow, I can't believe you've been ripping into my stories. And this is the kind of stuff you come out with. We're going to see Virtue Blow to the front side, the adventure side, be used here in the end step to make a knight token. It's got vigilance.
Kind of inside joke in my groups.
Okay,
when you play Cast the Cannoneer, you say, did you know this card puts a +1/+1 counter on itself?
Here's Emberheart challenges, and Martel's saying, okay, well, I guess I'll match the number.
Yeah,
right? I mean, I guess that was from the Oath of Druids, but still, there's no need to go over.
2 2/2s is advantage Cannoneer. So the Malcolm, not that threatening. Felt adding this Cannoneer. This position actually looks pretty good. Just saying, all right, the Oath didn't get you. I mean, it did. You had to stomp your own mom. That's actually kind of nice. And now I get this big murder turtle.
I've never seen that happen before. I mean, it works, right? It makes sense.
It
was probably
Stomp.
right.
I have used Stomp to kill a lot of Mother of Runes. It has never been my own.
All right, so Martel already considering the options. Difficult position for him.
Yes.
What's his way out?
So you have to race or eliminate the Kappa Cannoneer, right? Eliminating it is tough because it has Ward 4. And we have elected to race.
Okay, so Martel says, okay, all right, I'll bite.
And something that's kind of interesting here is we have the Oath. Felt has revealed, hey, my deck has 2 mana creatures in it.
Right. Felt knew that was on top from the Sensei's Dividing Top. Blightsteel just flip it on the battlefield. Is that Oko?
So I was going to say, Martel's thinking, all right, you probably got some other junk in there. You already discarded your Itali.
Right.
But how about Blightsteel Colossus?
That one is what scientists call a chunker. Oko Thief of Crowns, fairest planeswalker ever printed.
Just reasonable.
Just reasonable. Great card.
Never ruined any constructed formats or
Never
limited
ruined any
formats.
lives. I mean, look at him. That is the definition of a fuckboy.
Oko's also definitely ruined some marriages.
We just said the same thing at the same time. Love that. Love that for us. Yeah, Oko's going to come down. He's going to go up. Turn the generous plunder into a beast. And that's a nice one to lock down.
Yeah, I don't want to take damage from your weird little ability. I'm going to attack you with my boom booms.
And the Cannoneer, unblockable this turn, because the Blightsteel came in. Classic Blightsteel Colossus coming in, putting a counter on Cannoneer.
That is just good deck building. These synergies in action.
And Martel down to 11, facing down many problems. Problems abound. I mean, how do you even begin?
So your opponent's at 19.
Mm-hmm.
You control 3 2-power creatures, a 3-power creature, and your opponent has an 11/11 blocker. It's difficult to make inroads, but I think Martel's best shot, get as much chip shots as you can, and you have to give something to this Blightsteel Colossus.
Right.
It is just lethal for poison on its own, so you got to
Right.
put 2 toughness in front of that.
Right.
So trying to push damage and getting something in front of that is order number 1. In theory, if you can get enough damage this turn and that chump blocker, you could push through with Headliner Scarlet.
Right.
That'll make it so no blocks are possible. You might get into more trouble because this Oko potentially represents 3 more life. 19 is already hard.
Yeah, I mean, Scarlet here doesn't... Oh, Arena of Glory.
That's useful.
Okay.
Haste something up.
Is it the Headliner?
The Headliner already has haste.
Has haste, yeah. But...
So I hope we're not exerting if it's the Headliner.
Well, if it's the Headliner, and it is a Headliner, so 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, not 19.
Yep, not lethal, and then we're going to have to hang something back.
Right. Well, the Knight has Vigilance.
Oh, there you go. It's free. Busted.
Busted. Actually, does it have Vigilance? I might have just made that up.
Virtue does make a Vigilant Knight,
Okay.
I believe. And then it also untaps your creatures when it triggers, so...
Right. And there's also... Well, the Virtue is not on the battlefield.
Right.
So.
And I'm just saying that's why it'd be easy to not know.
Right. But, like... And Tom Martel's thinking, do I have to deal with Oko here?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. There's a lot of bad stuff going on for Martel here.
Yeah. The Headliner Scarlet... So this is the first time I actually saw Headliner Scarlet in paper.
Mm-hmm.
I did not realize that it had this jazzy font.
Disgusting. Give me a full frame on all. Give me at least one option for a bordered card. You can have this. It's fine. This is a beautiful piece of cardboard.
Without borders, Ryan?
Not on a Magic card.
I see. Okay, all right. Here comes the team. Leaving back the Emberheart Challenger, it seems.
Yeah, you don't want to just lose to a bounce spell.
Right. And that is going to be 10 damage, it looks like. Magda's going to make a treasure as well.
Yep.
I love Magda. Just the card that I always want to make work in various situations.
It's one of the fringe CDH commanders.
Okay.
I tried to read a primer on that deck, and I thought, it'll be simple. It's a red deck. It's mind-melting, actually. The combos are not okay.
Ryan is not okay.
You ever try to assemble 3 Academy Manufacturers as step 1?
I can't say I have.
Yeah,
Can't say I have.
I opted out before finishing reading.
Martel is going to take Felt down to 11. Oko's taking 2, it appears, and looks like the treasure is going to be used to finish off the Malcolm. Okay.
Cutting Oko down a little bit makes sense. You turn off that exchange ability, which could remove a blocker. You know, here's my Sensei's Defining Top, take 11 poison.
Right, and what do we see? Oh, there is a bounce spell in the form of Jace the Mind Sculptor on top. I think Ponder as well was in that. And Felt says, I'm just going to do...
Get rid of these.
Let's Oath.
What's the other giant monster in the deck? There's one more, right? Oh, Brazen Borrower's not it.
Oh.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. There is Ulamog.
You wish you were drawing that Borrower, because Petty Theft would be pretty nice.
Petty Theft would be pretty nice, but there is it's just going to be the Brazen Borrower. Yeah, gotta draw for turn. Don't forget that. Felt like I'm already winning.
I don't need more cards.
Wow, Oko Cap Cannoneer. What a combo.
Yes, there's a lot coming in as far as just regular damage in addition to that Blightsteel. So if you just make a food with the Oko, that's going to make the Cannoneer a 7/7 unblockable. I don't believe Felt can find 4 more points.
No.
I mean, there's a Batter Skull in hand, but we can't just snap that on. That's a little expensive. However, getting Batter Skull involved in this combat could be real to not die if you don't have lethal this turn.
Right. There's some way for Martel to kind of sneak it in again. You know, and Martel does have Flage, right? That's something that could burn you out.
Yeah, some reach.
The Chandra's already gone.
This game is possible for Martel.
It is possible, yeah. Here's the food. That's going to put the counter on the Cannoneer. That's now a 7/7, unblockable this turn.
Very notable that the Borrower entered this turn, so it can't attack, and there's no flying creatures on Martel's side, so it can't block.
Gross. Martel's down to 4. Felt's going to leave that Blightsteel back. Here's Jace Bryn's Prodigy. I mean, any warm body.
The math on the Blightsteel Colossus is interesting, because if you attack and it just eats 1 creature in combat, then yeah, it's the same as blocking.
Right.
A reason you might attack is because sometimes Martel double blocks to play around you having some kind of bounce spell. If you don't have it, I suppose it makes not enough sense just to, like, you know, take your 1-for-1 in this way.
Right. I mean, once you've already flipped the Brazen Borrower, the number of bounce spells you can have is kind of diminishes.
Right.
From there. And what is this?
Oh, yeah, so Headliner Skylight has more text.
Yes.
If you didn't have enough
yes,
last
of
turn.
course.
At the end of your upkeep, you exile your top card, and you can just play that one. That's free.
Is it face down?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. It's going to be Chrome Mox. Prowess.
We're using the mana, maybe? This is spooky. Yeah, we were getting that Aspirant under it. Aspirant's not good. You're not going to outsize Blightsteel Colossus, is what I mean.
Maybe. Is it? Okay, this seems like an exert.
Yeah, this time it looks like we are exerting.
Maybe it could be a Intrepid Adversary that you need 6 for.
That would make sense. That pushes a lot of damage.
Right. Arena of Glory, exert, use some of the mana. It does have to ping himself again with the Canyon.
And it's do or die here.
Right.
You can take any number less than 4 and be fine paying life.
Right. Well, if you give the adversary haste, I mean, that has lifelink as well.
Even easier.
Right. Do you think it is adversary in hand?
Adversary and interpreter. So kind of thinking, okay, is there a world where this interpreter can clue me into something good? Or do I just have to jam the adversary? The mana is really tight.
Right?
The mana is really tight to crack a clue here.
Right. Like what? How are you going to deal with the Kappa Cannon? You know?
Right. And I think some of the concern here is, like, what if Felt has a counter spell? You know, still 2 cards in hand and an active Sensei's Divining Top over there.
Right.
So some of the consideration is also you make 2 of the haste mana when you exert the arena. Martel could cast both creatures.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Interpreter would have Menace. It would be big, right? It'd be pretty big. It would have Menace. And then you could cast Adversary, but not pump it. So you wouldn't be pumping the team in that scenario.
So then you would have 7 attackers in the face of 2 blockers, and you deal 11 damage. So it takes some of those 3s are. That would be lethal if it just works.
Right.
The food token actually does that push back enough?
It's 3.
So you have 6, 9, 12. It does. So that's not quite there.
The Interpreter has Menace, but that's the only thing that has Menace, I believe. Scarlet doesn't have Menace.
No.
Right?
It'd be really funny to put Menace on a card that says creatures can't block this turn.
I wouldn't put it past them. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so here we go.
Next time.
Maybe next time. So, we are still thinking about it. I mean,
Maybe wondering if cracking the canyon and then figuring that out has to be part of the equation.
just thinking about I mean, it has to be this turn.
So if we go the full 6 on the adversary, it's going to +2/+2 everywhere else.
Right.
Then you block 2 5s, and you have 5, 9, 13, 17. So that wins outside of interaction, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. I'm going to go for the Interpreter. It's pitching. Is 4 mana being used here for some reason?
There could be a haste mana floating? Yes, for Bone Crusher Giant.
Oh, that was the Bone Crusher Giant as well. Does that change things?
Yeah, so this
This is a
is
huge
some extra
attack.
power.
Okay, Interpreter is, I believe, 5 Menace. So can't do anything about that. You can block the 2 biggest things, which are going to be the Bone Crusher and one of the 3/3s. So you're looking at taking 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Exactly? That's not enough.
Yeah, so we block Bone Crusher, we block a 3/3. Then we
Right.
have 3, the Interpreter's coming in, that's
Right.
8. We then have 6 more there, so that's 14.
14?
That's Xaxes.
That's Xaxes. Oh my
Tom, find the
goodness.
line.
Okay, what did Feld have in hand?
There's a Batter Skull. That's doing nothing.
There's a Batter Skull and there's also a Sensei's Divining Top.
This is just
Eat
the food.
Go to 14. Take 14? One.
I think it's actually, we have the prowess trigger on
there's
the
a
challenger
prowess
as well
trigger
from
as
the Mox.
Okay, so it's 14. So it's 15 potential.
It looks,
5,
it
6,
looks lethal to
7,
me.
5, 6, 7, 10. It looks 14. It looks lethal to us. Maybe Feld didn't realize about the pump effect on the Carnage Interpreter.
Yeah.
Wow, Martel taking down the first game in the face of Oath of Druids, Blightsteel Colossus, Oko, and that was incredible. Finding the line there with Headliner Scarlet and Arena of Glory over 2 turns. This is why you play the Boros deck.
Yeah.
Right?
This is also why we play the games. You know, we had a
Right.
scrappy Boros deck against the double Mox of the Druids Time Walk
Right.
deck.
Wow, great stuff there. And by the way, we've added this little trophies graphic so you can see the number of times the players have trophied over the course of the weekend. So Martel there with the triple trophy and Felt having trophy twice coming into this. Of course, one of those was in the last round, the top 64, I believe.
Yes.
Martel's going to be getting in with the challenger, and Felt has got... I think this Pentad Prism Tinker is happening.
Oh, baby. That's 2 free. See if we can actually get the one shot with our robot this time. It was more of a block robot last game.
It was a bit of a block robot. Felt won the Khan's expanded cube to get here. Want to guess what Martel won?
No clue. The Boros Cube.
The 555 Jank Cube.
I would never in a thousand years have pulled that.
I know you wouldn't. That's why I asked. So Felt has a Blightsteel Colossus on turn 3. Normal stuff.
First thing that came to mind was, of course, Eric Klug's PT Cube. We know that one happened on camera. It wasn't Martel, but Martel, a Pro Tour champion. It would be appropriate.
Would have been appropriate.
But sometimes You retire. You got to call up 555 Jank for a good time.
Actually, that actually sounds fun. Like, I would want to see what's in that cube for sure.
Yes. Yeah, I'm very intrigued.
Yeah. All right, so Martel's got to find a way out of this one. Challenger, pretty small. Blightsteel Colossus, pretty big. So he has Steel Seraph. That would give the Challenger flying, but Martel chooses to keep back.
You want to maintain 2 blockers. We know about a Jace the Mind Sculptor. We don't just want to lose to an unsummon.
Right. The Jace was the draw for turn. Felt could send one of these back and just swing. Does seem like the plan.
I would bounce the more expensive creature.
Not going to argue with that. Neither is Felt. Bounce the more expensive creature and flyer, and Tom Martel's going to take 2 real damage and a whole ton of poison.
Malcolm getting set up.
Nice, nice, nice. Felt gets to draw and discard. Over to you, Martel. What do you have?
Headliner Scarlet's not going to do it this time.
Nope, it's going to be the scoop, and we are going to game number 3, a deciding game between Brendan Felt and Tom Martel in the quarterfinals here of the Vintage Cube, the top 8 cube at CubeCon 2024. Let's have a look at the final game. Martel is on the play this time.
So Martel's seen some filthy things. Oath of Druids, Oko, Tinker, out of Felt. He's yet to see either Mox or the Time Walk. So we'll see just how surprising and horrifying this game 3 is.
Martel's the one with the Mox. That's going to be Chrome Mox. Out with Challenger, hit you for 2.
Bang. We're on the board.
On the board. Let's see some nice cards in hand here for Felt. It's going to be Sensei's Divining Top to begin with. I see a Talisman.
Time Walk
and
in the
Time
hand.
Walk. I was like, is that the white border Time Walk? Yep.
If we can get to 5 mana.
Oh, and Jace Bryn's Prodigy as well.
Tinker plus Time Walk is a pretty easy way to assemble Lights Out.
Martel says, I'm just going to play this fair game. Play a 2-drop, play a 3-drop. What can you do? Can you deal with it?
I like Tom keeping the pressure up. We've seen some targets that you would stomp. That's just not what the games are about. Martel knows you got to put the pedal to the floor.
Is that the Oath of Truth?
That is.
Time Walk into Tinker.
Tinker's good too. That gets one right away.
All right. So it's not it's not Tinker Time Walk. It's the other one.
Time Walk Tinker.
Time Walk Tinker.
It plays. That's just part of why Time Walk's so good. You can use it here to bridge into your Tinker.
Yep.
It would have been great later too. And I like using it first, with this Bone Crusher Giant. There's a lot of damage already in the battlefield.
Right.
So this Blightsteel Colossus is both representing a win condition for Felt now, and it stems the bleeding before you could assemble that.
Right. And Martel's got to think about it. Scarlet would be helpful, but it's going to be the pass back.
And Martel has yet to demonstrate a way to answer Blightsteel Colossus.
Right.
It's been punching through, trying to go wide, trying to use Headlighter Scarlet. And so Felt gets to be a little bit fearless because hasn't seen anything that's going to punish this line.
Right. So Martel's going to throw away the Challenger. It goes up to 9 poison. Felt says, Mox Sapphire.
Probably hang on to the Oath now. I mean, it's kind of whatever. Maybe you just cast it because if the robot goes away.
There's also a Jace.
Yeah, I would like to cast something besides the Oath, and the Jace checks the right boxes.
And is it Fate Seal time?
Yeah, I mean, the way you lose is something happens to your Blightsteel.
Not all fun. Do that
so
before?
this, you might think, why would Martel shuffle before the +2? It's because he's got that reprieve. Ideally you would have been able to reprieve the Tinker, and actually the Time Walking the Tinker just like smushed that as an option.
Okay. Reprieve is sweet though. Reprieve is a nice one here. Martel says, leave that on the stack for now. I like how the stack is just hovering like 2 inches above the table.
I am waiting. Let me know when I can Jace.
That's how I think of the stack mentally. We don't use vertical space enough in Magic.
When are we getting the 3-sided cards?
Do not speak that into being. Yep, it's reprieve, and a reprieve might be the apt word for Martel. It's the draw card.
A moment's reprieve.
Moment's reprieve, yeah.
The murderous robot is still terrorizing the village.
Nope, that's gonna do it. Brennan Feld in 2-1 takes out the quarterfinals against Tom Martel, and so he's gonna be advancing to the semifinals. So Martel, a feature drafter, put together this Boros deck. It was nice, but couldn't get there against Tinker Blightsteel Colossus.
I got a pop quiz for you, Hayu.
Oh no.
What was the card that Tom Martel exiled to Chrome Box in that game?
I don't know.
It was Council's Judgment.
It was. Oh.
It might have been good. I understand the play. It was set up, you want to get on the battlefield. But my word, that cannot feel nice.
Yeah, that's not the way that he would have wanted it to go, for sure. But congratulations to Brendan Felt, our winner in the quarterfinals. He's going to be going on to the semifinals, but we have more quarterfinal magic to show you, so we're going to go away for a quick break, and when we come back, more Vintage Cube. Can't wait.
Hey everyone, this is Eric Klug, or perhaps better known online as Klug Alters, and this is my pride and joy, the Common Uncommon Cube, or Cube with a capital CU for short. This is a peasant cube, so only cards that were printed at Common and Uncommon. I've had this cube a long time, since 2007, so I've put in a lot of work. It's gone through a lot of iteration, and I've tried to make sure that every 2-color combination has an archetype in the cube. I'll just go through a few. My favorite of the bunch is Black Red Sacrifice, super fun deck, Goblin Bombardment, Powerhouse. There's Reanimator, of course. Blue White Blink with its namesake card, Momentary Blink. Green based Ramp, and Blockworm is one of the best cards to ramp into. Also, really good Reanimator target. Blue-based control decks, and what's more controlling than control magic? A lot of options to go with in blue. And newest to the cube, there is a wall archetype in the Bant colors, and I really hope to see someone do well with this in the main event at CubeCon. And of course, if you're playing this cube, you can expect to be playing these Korean 4th edition basic lands, some of my favorite. Thanks, and I'll see you at CubeCon.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back to coverage of CubeCon 2024. My name's Hayu. I'm here with Ryan Obertuff, and we are about to go and watch a little bit more from the quarterfinals here at CubeCon 2024. The players have been playing for 3, sometimes 4 days already to get here, and we've made it to the top 8. We're going to be whittling them down to just 4, and let's have a look at the deck list of the players we're watching in the second quarterfinals. This one is Michael Brady's deck. This is the Lurus deck.
We did it, gamers.
Yes! It happened.
You see that Lurus off to the side? That's where we keep our companion, a little friend.
Little friend. Best friend?
I was going to say friends forever, but that's a different mechanic.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I love this deck. I mean, Lurrus Black Lotus, obviously. Want to do the 1-drops thing, the 2-drops thing. This is sweet. I'm really happy that Brady got here.
And the mana base doesn't look like we had to do anything like play too many lands to get there either.
Right.
Got some nice utility lands in the spread, too.
Yeah, for sure. All right, let's have a look at the other competitors' deck. This is Philippe Garreau, and this is the almost mono blue with a little splash for a 1-drop.
And this is kind of what I predicted looking at the spread. Red was going to be the second color, and we're just touching on it. I don't know if we're excited to play the mutt, but we can always cast it. That's pretty nice on the splash.
Can help you find your mountain. All right, let's go down to the action. We're actually going to be joining in game number 3, the decider. These players have won game MVPs, and there you see Lurrus in the companion zone. Not a sight you see very often anymore in Magic. And Black Cleaver's concealing curtains. Let's go. This is a bit of a throwback to the Wheeler's 1-drop cube.
You saw that card get busy in the 1-drop cube.
It was great there. Caracas? Thought sees you? Delightful. What are you taking here? Subtlety Mutt?
Nice thing about the mutt is that it's Thoughtseize proof.
Okay, Stern Scolding. That's a nice one against this deck. Mana Leak as well.
3 cards. Well, this hand is cards that check Lurrus in some capacity and the mutt. So I would go for a different one than the mutt.
Okay.
The hand, you see the 2 mountains there. This Fabled Passage is definitely getting island.
Right.
We're not going to pretend that anything but that is happening. So the blue mana is a little choked. That subtlety is not very strong. I don't think that that's possibly the pick here.
Right.
The Mana Leak's a more flexible counterspell, but the Stern Scolding only costs 1.
Yeah, I think Stern Scolding was the pick there for Brady. And yeah, very understandable, I think. Take the cheapest effect. And, here we go. Mishra's research desk as well.
Yeah, being able to burst lightning and scolding on the same turn is very easy. Push it on the mana base a little bit more. Eventually, you can outpace a Mana Leak.
Right, and you're going to get to flip the concealing curtains. Probably take another one of these out at some point. So.
Also, Garreau might take the shields down to cast the mutt.
That's true.
Then you can cast whatever you want.
Right. Well, you can't cast Lurrus out the companion zone anymore.
Right. Not that one.
No, they hate fun.
I unironically miss the Lurrus days. That was a beautiful time in Magic for me.
I unironically miss the Oko days.
All right, we disagree on that one.
To each their own.
Yeah.
That's why we love this game.
A lot of different ways to play.
All right. Brady going to be sacking the Mishra's research desk. Go looking, finds the mountain. So that's a nice one.
Taking a mountain over a scalable creature doesn't feel nice.
No.
But we needed a 3rd land.
He did need a 3rd land, and gets to play the Phyrexian Revoker. What are you naming?
Presumably something that was seen in game 2 or 1 or 2.
Right. Okay. That's going to draw out the Mana Leak from Garreau. And Brady now knows it's just subtlety, plus, of course, burst lightning.
Right. You can get to a point where you wear out these counter spells, cast Lurrus, leaving up Caracas. That burst lightning is not doing anything.
Right. Garreau has the 3rd land, passes it back. I think Flame of Anor was in the hand there, so no wizard on the battlefield, though. Him, you?
This is one that you particularly like.
I love him to Torag. It's just so much fun. It's just so much fun. Garreau says, okay, well, I may as well get rid of the other hand attack.
Destroy your 0-4 because I don't want to randomly discard my removal spell. It's not a sign of strength in response to him to Torag.
Let's see, though. 3 and 1. What did we hit? The mutt and the subtlety. I mean, you don't mind the mutt being in the graveyard,
You
but
hate to him the mutt.
you hate to him the mutt. His Giver of Runes, that's a great hedge against the Burst Lightning as well, and it's going to draw it out straight away.
Okay, this is a nice pickup for Garreau.
Oh.
It was.
It was a nice pickup for Garreau.
Hello, Goblin Rabblemaster. Goodbye, Goblin Rabblemaster.
Oh, and Brady finds a Walking Ballista for 2. Doesn't even have to take the turn off to put Lurrus in hand. Garreau playing off the top of the deck as well.
Gonna crank that advantage bar heavily, Brady here.
Yeah, just...
And another part of it is Garou only has one island. Red is the splash color. Right? So that actually diminishes the strength of many of the cards Garou could draw here.
This deck has Cryptic Command in it.
Woof.
And we're gonna look at the hand there. Does that count as well?
That's an unfortunate pull.
And yeah, here's Lurrus. Plenty of protection. Lurrus getting Giver Runes back, classic.
You know, I don't want to call it early, but that Cryptic Command is in hand. There's second island.
Okay.
We're moving in the right direction.
Of the way there.
But the life total is moving in the wrong direction.
Oh, okay, here we go.
Oh, this is something.
That's it, that is something.
Dathi Voidwalker, caught by Smirking Spelljacker. You want to crank the Ballista and answer it, but you don't get the card back. All this does is stop Garou from casting the Voidwalker.
And the Voidwalker goes to exile as well, so not exactly what you want necessarily with Lurrus.
It is nice, though, that even giving that Ballista there, we still have Giver Lurrus, and the Giver is now active.
Right. And Brady gets to even gain some life of Lurrus because the Cat Nightmare does, of course, have lifelink. What are we getting this time? Phyrexian Revoker is an option?
Could just crank the Ballista. Love this.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to cast it for X=1 from the graveyard because it'd be too big otherwise.
Is that Delirium here for Darcy?
We have instant sorcery for sure. Creature.
Oh, Revoker is an artifact.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. Fairy Mastermind, that is a nice find.
That card is not good against Walking Ballista.
That's true. That's just true. It can get in though. Wait, hang on a second.
You don't want to do that, bud.
Okay, pass it back.
The nice thing about the Walking Ballista, you can just wait. You can do that whenever you want.
You probably do want to do it sometime.
Well, the thing about it, as long as you leave up an activation, you don't necessarily want to lose the Ballista. I guess you can because you have Lurrus.
Look at this. Brady says, actually, I'm going to go Concealing Curtains, try to flip, and Garou has to flash out Tidebinder to lock that down.
Kind of a win for Brady that this didn't happen when a Lurrus attack was happening.
Soul Guide Lantern now. I don't think Garou's...
Yeah, get that mutt out of there.
Yeah, don't want to get that value. Cryptic Command still uncastable for Garou. I think that's the Pyrogoyf, and that's going to do it. Brady, with Lurrus in the Companion Zone, is going to take down the second quarterfinals 2-1. I saw Brady there with 4 trophies. That's very impressive.
Working on number 5 here.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked a little bit off air. I feel like a chump when I have to put Lurrus in my main deck, but I feel like a champ when I got in the Companion Zone, and Brady is looking to become a champ this weekend. That's a really good start, locking up the top 8 win there. Just 2 more to go, and you know, there's some nice decks here. There's a double Mox Time Walk deck waiting in the wings. It's going to be tough mudding, but I liked the way things looked in that game.
I mean, I have to say, all the decks we've seen so far, I've liked the look of. You know, sometimes it can go wrong. I've covered a lot of Vintage Cube at high levels, and the way that players draft sometimes, you know, it goes a bit weird. A lot of these decks have come together very nicely.
Yeah, and you know, it makes sense. How did we get to this draft? You had to win a lot of Cube matches to get here, so no train wrecks is definitely something that's nice to see, and something that you kind of expect players that earn this spot to do.
Right. All right, I think we have more Magic to bring you.
Love it.
Great. Let's go to game number 2 of Jedidah Pienki against Aiden Aflatuni. And looks like Jedidah was the winner of the first game. And Aiden's starting out with a Bauble.
Free information.
Oh, love this. You're Once Upon a Time gamer?
I honestly wouldn't mind that card being legal in more formats.
It's so great.
Also, like, casting it for 2 sucks.
Right.
So, like, who cares is kind of my position.
Exactly. It's just going to get Blooming Marsh this time. I think I saw Grist maybe in the pile of cards that weren't able to be chosen.
I like it being banned in Legacy.
Wait, no, you can choose Grist. I take that back.
It's a creature in the non-battlefield zones. Once upon a time, I met a bug monster.
Skull Clamp on the battlefield for Jedi. Maybe now we'll get the Skull Clamp redemption that we've been looking for.
Yes, the third time's the charm.
Third time's the charm.
Can we see Skull Clamp draw any cards for anybody?
At least Spellbinder. Let's have a look at the hand, says Aiden. And Aluni is the one with this, the Bowmaster's deck, by the way. It's Low Curve, Esper Sentinel, Ocelot Pride, Sam, Liliana, that kind of stuff. Taking the Dismember here.
Dismember ate the Spellbinder.
Oh, Dismember ate it. Okay.
So we're looking at Bone Shards and Pest Infestation. I am pretty big on making the Infestation cost more mana. That card is good with Skull Clamp.
Oh.
You can just cast it with no targets too.
Good with Skull Clamp.
Yeah.
That's true. See, Vindicate in Aluni's hand could do something about the Skull Clamp, potentially later. It always disappoints me that Vindicate is a sorcery. I always think it should be an instant.
That card is already so filthy.
I'm just such a modern Magic player. Not modern the format, modern the era.
Orzhov do a lot of leaving mana up. Like, well.
Aiden finds, I think that was Guide of Souls, part of some pretty sick Pioneer decks.
For me, asking for Vindicate to be an instant is a be happy with what you got moment.
I just always be hungry, you know?
ABH.
ABH.
Everyone's always saying it.
If you stay hungry, you don't have to get hungry. We'll go back to the drawing board on that one.
Yeah, it's a work in progress.
Mm-hmm. This Liliana of the Veil not looking very castable at the moment.
That's unfortunate.
And looks like it's going to be Vindicate.
Yeah, you probably. I mean, there's too many mana sources. You just go for the Skull Clamp. I have to imagine.
I mean, can you try and take Pianki off red, maybe?
Yeah, you could try. Oh, goes for Noble Hierarch.
Okay, all right. Here's Guide of Souls. So Noble Hierarch goes down. The only red card in the deck is red and 6, by the way.
Sure, that's the red mana. That's super important.
Mm-hmm. There is a face-up Bone Shards and Green Sun Zenith for 2. I see Hex Drinker in the list. Ooh. That's something. Spring Heart 9 Tucos. Oh, yeah, there it is.
So there is a land rolled up, and that's going to get this clamp going. I think we're finally going to see it.
That's not what you want to see when you've just vindicated a Noble Hierarch instead of the Skull Clamp.
You ever think about how the way that Green Sun Zenith is written, you're supposed to shuffle your deck twice?
I do not think about that.
I can't stop.
Can't stop or won't stop?
I wish I could stop.
I just think, I just don't really waste my mental energy on things that I can't affect.
I've already stated my preference to stop and the inability to do so.
Okay, we're going back over to Aluni's turn, who finds Samwise. Pretty nice with some cards.
Not the ones on the battlefield.
With what's going on currently.
Like pretty nice with some cards.
That's pretty good. Come on. There are a lot of great cards.
There are, yeah.
Right?
Strip Mine.
I completely, by the way, this was not at all Guide of Souls. It was Usher of the Fallen. It's going to make one of those.
Usher of the Fallen would be good with Skull Clamp.
That ship has sailed.
Guide of Souls is less good with Skull Clamp.
I would agree with that. Okay, we're going back over to Pianki's turn, who is going to keep making those 1/1s. I mean, with Skull Clamp, you don't even want to bestow the Nantuko.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking when the Green Sun Zenith was resolving, Hex Drinker is just so nice on the battlefield, and then Nantuko, you like to bestow it. But with the land already rolled up, the immediate Skull Clamping, yeah, finding that Nantuko was really nice.
Right.
And this is a card that I identified, Martel saw it at a point in the draft where it was just like a how is it still in the pack moment. And if we continue to watch Pinky play, we're going to see this card do more and more different filthy things. They're all going to be disgusting.
So gross. So gross.
You thought clone was a blue card. Well, it turns out if it costs half as much, it's a green card.
That's true. Is this Bone Shot's pitch Hogak? Oh, let's go.
Nice.
And we get to see Hogak cast from the graveyard.
Oh, wow.
Oh, all of our wish list is just...
Convoking with the insect token, another filthy thing that Nantuko did.
Then you get to Skull Clamp. This is so sweet. That was Archon of Cruelty.
We are humming now. We are cruising.
Okay, all right. This is nice too.
Clamp that Hogak. I don't know how many times Hogak has been equipped with Skull Clamp.
Let's not forget the Tempted by the Ring.
Yes,
That's important. Look, if Sam's your ring bearer, like Hogak is not blocking it.
You've been talking a lot about your affinity, your knowledge of the Lord of the Rings universe. So Sam, of course, Frodo's companion, his rock on the journey to Mount Doom. Was Samwise ever canonically himself tempted by the ring? I know he couldn't carry it, he could only carry Frodo, but I don't know that he had the desire to carry it.
He was very good at resisting.
Okay, so he was tempted, but from a distance, he never fully felt the pull because he was able to stay far enough away.
Right. It's just the rings don't work on hobbits as well because they just don't care about the stuff that the ring wants you to care about.
They're pure of heart.
They're pure of heart, simple of heart, some might say.
Would Tolkien say that?
Probably. Here's Liliana of the Vale. Someone else who might use the phrase simple of heart. She's going to go down. Which one would you like to sacrifice?
Well, Hogak comes back and draws 2 cards immediately, and then Nantuko keeps a stream of 1/1s coming. So
take a pick. Look, it could be either.
You could go the other way.
Nantuko's going to hit the bin, and here comes the usher, and that was brought back by Samwise, the stout-hearted. Back over to Pienki's turn.
Hogak does also close quickly.
It does,
You know, it's tough to sacrifice your 9/7.
I agree. There's an Archon of Cruelty in hand. And let's see what's going on here.
Little
Malevolent Rumble. Okay.
Little mumble.
Mumble in the jungle. You can get any permanent.
And there's 4 choices.
And you make an Eldrazi Scion.
That's good with Skull Clamp.
Yeah.
Arguably better with Skull Clamp than Hogak.
Is a nice one for that Archon of Cruelty. I just want to see a hardcast Archon of Cruelty. Is it too much to ask?
No. This Nissa gets there pretty quick.
Good. Here she is. The Scion's going to be immediately used. Pienki's deck just seems so tough for Opportunity to deal with. Like, unless he has a super aggro start, you know?
Yeah, once we're just casting our spells, we've had some time to develop. I like the 5-mana Planeswalkers and the 7-mana 8/8s and the 1-mana draw 8s.
Yeah.
Call me old-fashioned. That's my preference.
Ryan, old-fashioned tough? I don't know. We'll figure that out.
An attempt was made.
Here's the land going at Lily and Hogak going at your face.
And the Liliana is just like, who cares? You know, if that pluses, I'll still have this Archon.
Right. Opportunities. Oh, I've got to throw these 2 creatures away. Yeah, interesting. Don't know if I would have chosen the forest to do that with.
You're throwing away the double mana. I think it's because PNK wanted to actually incentivize that trade.
Right.
Because just cleaning up the battlefield, more likely this Nissa sticks around, the Archon's even higher impact.
Right. This is what we're talking about, right? Like, here's Porcelain Legionnaire.
Yeah.
You know? Your opponent has Hogak and Nissa.
Okay, so New Phyrexia, that's another one of those sets. Really strong.
Yeah?
The Legionnaire, that's not on any ban list. You can play that whenever you want.
Certainly can. Back over to Pienki. I mean, he's down to 9, but this is just going to make a ton of mana. That's... Oh, why not? Okay.
I'm sorry.
Gonna do it.
I'm sorry.
We've destroyed Ryan over time.
Like just casting Archon is so good there, but like the Pest Infestation with the 2-mana attacks, destroying Porcelain Legionnaire.
Doing it in style. Yankee gets there 2-0 against Aplatuni with this sweet Golgari ramp deck. Nantuko doing a lot, Skullclamp doing a lot, Nisso Shakes the World doing a lot. Great stuff.
If you want to fight a mid-range battle,
And I do.
you got to come with the same equipment as your opponent. You can't bring a knife to a tank fight.
But there's only one Skullclamp in the cube.
That's true. It is singleton.
I mean, your demands are so unreasonable.
Yeah,
They're like impossible to meet. Why would you do this?
I don't know. I don't know why I do anything.
All right, my friends. That we are going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have more magic from you. See you very shortly.
Hello, I'm Daniel, coming to you from the beautiful but rainy
so
Pacific Northwest, which I call Seattle home. And I'm the curator of the data-generated vintage cube. And it's a classic vintage cube, so it really harkens back to the origins of cube, where people are just kind of putting the most high-powered broken things in the cube, jamming it.
Aren't they just starting the top floor now?
The real twist here is that it's data-driven curation. Okay. So really, there's an algorithm behind the scenes that's analyzing Cube Cobra data and doing all the card choices. So when we
Thank you.
we've got an algorithm that's running and it's considering things
it encompasses
such as,
all.
you know, a card's inclusion rate in a subset of cubes, maybe a card's elo, things like that to sort of weight how important a card is and if it gets into the data-generated vintage cube. A few cards I'd like to highlight are, first off, things you think about when you think of vintage cube, the peaks of power. That's things like the Power 9 Black Lotus and things like that. People love drafting these cards, love playing with them, and I'm super excited to be able to share these kind of pieces of Magic's history with the greater cube community. It always brings me a little bit of joy when people get to crack a pack and draft, a piece of power. Second thing, I'd like to sort of highlight is really just, I'm not going to talk about the archetypes. I think that Vintage Cube is a well-known entity, but I would just highlight a lot of the engine cards that you will see here that speak to a lot of the common strategies in Vintage Cube. Things like Channel and Tinker, and maybe something like a Sneak Attack, which really enables you to cheat on mana to put big things into play faster than you would in a normal game of Magic. The third sort of category of cards I'd like to highlight for you are just some sort of aesthetic choices. I really pride myself on the aesthetic choices that I've made for this particular cube, so please enjoy the sort of judge promos, beta dual lands, anything like old cards that are rare and hard to find. So I hope you will enjoy opening packs, drafting these, playing with these old and beautiful cards just as much as I enjoy sharing it with you. Again, this data-generated vintage cube is really about
I'll tell you who they're not.
Everybody makes
tell you who the players are not.
Creating a vintage cube and what goes in there, and this cube is really that amalgamation of those choices. Thanks for listening, and I hope you'll give the data-generated vintage cube a try at CubeCon.
Welcome back to coverage of CubeCon. I hope you all enjoyed that break. as much as we did. We had a great time.
We like to have fun here.
We do. So we are currently in a situation where we are waiting, I believe, for the semifinals to be paired, the top 4. They are about to start playing imminently, so we are catching up to live here on CubeCon coverage. And, just before we get into we'll just give them a little bit of time to get set up. Ryan, what is your biggest takeaway from this weekend?
I think my biggest takeaway from this weekend, I don't know about you, when it comes to big moments and events, we're putting on a broadcast here.
Mm-hmm.
Most of it is improvised off the cuff.
Mm-hmm.
You like to have at least sort of a prepared marketing closing statement. So I've kind of been mulling that over. And
Okay.
something I've been thinking about a lot is I've covered a lot of tournaments. Covered a lot of Star City Games Opens, Invitationals, a Players Championship. And in general, when I'm in the booth, that's where I want to be. Covering a tournament, I've won a tournament. I don't need to do that again.
Mm-hmm.
I've been really happy to be in the booth. It's been a lot of fun. This is the first time I feel like I have given something up to be covering a tournament. And it's been a pleasure. I've been having a lot of fun. I really hope everybody at home has been having a fraction of the fun I've been having.
Mm-hmm.
But my God, I wish I was out there. Everyone here is having so much fun. This event, it's just been awesome.
When I asked the question, I was not expecting the answer to be, I wish I wasn't sat at this table with you. It wasn't even in the range of possible answers that my mind...
I continue to surprise you.
That's true, gotta keep the spice, the variety. No, I do agree. It looks like everyone is having a great time. We've talked to so many people over the course of the weekend, the players, the competitors, the cube designers especially, and it's just awesome to see people playing Limited, playing Cube in an infinite variety of ways, getting to have fun in the way that they want to have fun, and also really great for the designers. Honestly, shout out to the designers, because let's have a look at the CubeCon hall. There were maybe 600 people here today, 500-600, something like that, over the course of the weekend. And for the designers especially, I've talked to many of them who just love that it's an opportunity for people, strangers, to play that cube.
Yes. Yeah, I want to say we had 75 unique cubes in the main event here. All those designers, every time I talk to one of them, they've really enjoyed being able to see the deck pictures on the Hedron network. You get to see somebody else seeing your cube for the first time. When you play every week, or for most of us, we don't get to play our cube as often as we would like.
Right.
But even less often, we get to see our cube through fresh eyes and taking that perspective with you. People use the word data a lot. That's a 4-letter word for me. That fresh perspective, that artistic interpretation of your creation, that's a really beautiful thing, and be able to take that in is really nice.
Yeah, I could not agree more. I also am anti-data.
Hell yeah.
This is going to maybe tank my popularity, which was probably already waning, but I am not a 17 lands person.
Mm-mm.
I dislike the way that many people will quote 17 lands data at you to try and win arguments. That is not making an argument.
No.
That's just you have gone and read a number.
It's comfortable. It would be easy if you had a textbook to reference. Magic ain't that kind of thing.
No. And, one of our catchphrases this weekend has been cube context.
Yes.
Right? And I think for me, the biggest theme, the biggest takeaway really is that it is all about context. It's already all about context in Retail Limited, but in Cube even more so. The cards that you wouldn't give a second glance at in Vintage Cube, or you wouldn't give a second glance at in Retail Limited sometimes, turn out to be surprisingly great in some very weird niche way. And that, to me, is the beauty of Cube, and really the beauty of Magic. That's the point of Magic to me, because it's all about the interactions, it's all about how the cards play with each other, what you manage to pull together. And seeing some of the creations over the weekend has been fantastic. Mogi's favor, it was pretty good in Theros Beyond Death. It wasn't incredible or anything, but seeing that in Wheeler's deck and just seeing him play Gwyn with it turn after turn, incredible.
It was something else.
Yeah. That's the kind of stuff I live for. So really great to see that. I actually have a cube in the main event.
Oh yeah, the Oops All Pips.
Oops All Pips. It has no generic mana. all pips all the time. I mean, there's mana rocks, right? And there's X spells. But, you know, people have been coming up to me saying, oh, I got a galvanic iteration of Villainous Wealth. You know, and I was like, that sounds sick. I'm so glad that you got to do that. So, yeah, it has really been a unique event, very cool, very fun. And we have got the players shuffling up there for the semi-finals. So we have Philippe Garreau and Michael Brady. We will show you both semi-finals in full, so don't worry, we won't miss any of the action. And these two players, we saw Garreau briefly in the first round.
Some Moxen.
It was the Is It?
Oh, the other side.
The Cryptic
yes.
Command deck, I believe.
That deck did not win, as I recall.
Oh.
Cryptic Command was uncastable.
In that case,
Lost to Luris deck.
we may have I think we just have the names the wrong way around. I think that's Brandon Felt that I see there, sat in the chair. And we did see Brendan Felt play.
Okay. We'll get this sorted.
We'll get this sorted for you in just a moment. Brendan Felt was the player that defeated Tom Martel in the feature match area. And he's going to be going up against Michael Brady, we think. No guarantees. But Michael Brady, I believe, on the Lurus Black Lotus deck.
See a Mox Ruby as we're shuffling.
See a Mox Ruby?
Yeah, this deck on the right here. I saw a Mox Ruby. That'll give you some context.
That's
It's going to be a different deck. Yeah, the Lourdes and the Ruby are not in harmony this weekend.
They are not. All right, my friends. Bear with me.
Don't let us down, Hedron Network. Save us, Hedron Network.
Save us, Hedron Network. Ryan, why don't you just tell everyone what Hedron Network is?
Yeah, so the Hedron Network was designed by Gwen Decker, also the person behind Cube Cobra.
Yeah, what a guy.
The Hedron Network is the tournament software that makes CubeCon possible. CubeCon is not like any other tournament. We really didn't get into this too much when we were in the booth this weekend, but when we were covering drafts 1, 2, 3, and 4, draft 1, it was maintained. But after that, we weren't watching players with the same Swiss record. We were watching players play cubes with a ranked choice voting, playing the cubes they wanted to play. Then at the end of the day, the ones with the best records, then at the top 128 cut, we were following that along. And the Hedron Network is the power that makes that possible.
Yeah, I actually got to have breakfast with Gwen the other day. Really interesting guy. Has worked very hard, put a lot of work into Cube Cobra and the Hedron Network. You can really tell is a very dedicated person, and also the creator of the Loam Cube.
Cube Cobra, fundamental for making it possible to design your own cube and approach someone else's cube. I know some people that, whether it's their day job or even their hobbies, I know a weird amount of people where their hobbies involve enjoying using Microsoft Excel. Mm-hmm. Not my scene. The visual...
Wait, you don't enjoy using Microsoft Excel?
Yeah, weirdly. Yeah,
but
strange thing about me.
Online?
Cube Cobra makes it so you can actually look at a list that makes sense. You can comprehend it without wasting your time with 3 other browsers.
Yeah, I agree. Cube Cobra is fantastic. Just really makes it, as you say, really powers out the thing. And that's what you need, right? That's what you need for community. You need tools.
Really quick want to shout out Cube Cobra, which walked so that Cube Cobra can now run. Cube Tutor, unfortunately, no longer sustained as of a couple years ago, but that was the first in that space. And I had a lot of sentimental appreciation for that being where I designed my first cubes.
All right. So we have Evan Vetta here on the mulligan, it looks like. But the 6 looks like a keep, and he is on the draw. Felder's going to be opening with the island, and we didn't get to have a look at the deck list, but Evan Vetta is the one that ended up with the upheaval.
Okay. So this deck can close games.
Yes.
There's so much busted stuff going on here. The only concern was actually finding ways to close, which upheaval can make very easy, to be fair.
This is not the start that you necessarily think about when you see an upheaval deck, but there's still plenty of time, and but it is Felt who's gonna be doing the ramping into Jason. That's getting memory lapsed.
I'll cast that one again next turn.
Yeah? You think?
Often, yeah.
You would?
Take it under consideration.
Oh, how about Teferi Time Raveler? Oh, okay.
Decent one to fight with the Force, especially if there's no fourth land. Bouncing the Talisman would be so brutal.
Right. And yeah, there was no fourth land, at least just yet. Here's Jace. Does that resolve? Yep.
That looks good this time.
It's going to be Brainstorm.
Can't go too wrong with the 0-1 Jace.
Right.
I will say, when this card was first printed, you can kind of be a player of any skill level and activate the ability at random with this card every turn, and you had a pretty good shot of winning the game. That's much less true now. This card's fallen off a lot in relative power level with all these Horizon sets and supplemental products. I think mostly you have to be more deliberate, and it still can definitely hang.
Right.
But on this battlefield, this is easy. I want a Brainstormer. It's going to be good.
All right, let's see what Vetta has. It's going to be fetched to start with. There's a Delta. I mean, Vetta's got the mana going. You know, so, just playing a blue-black deck. I don't think there are actually white cards. There's Containment Priest and Ephemerate.
It's a very Time Raveler.
It's a very Time Raveler.
Well, the Pit. Didn't play around the Pit.
Oh.
I suppose we should have +2'd our Jace.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
How could I forget?
That is a classic interaction. That is a classic Vintage Cube thing. Creeping Tar Pit, killing
I love Creeping
Jace.
Tar Pit.
This, also a classic by now, I think, in Vintage
wow.
Cube. Okay.
I don't often have those
Can't top it
moments
that.
where it's, I feel old, but calling Oko Thief of the Crown's a classic. My bones hurt.
It's an instant classic. It was classic the day it came off the printers. You know?
The Oko is a bit better against the Pit.
Yeah. Okay, Manifold Key. And,
Tourniquet Academy.
and I guess the Pit's gonna keep getting in. I mean, that's what it does.
Not a fight you want to be in against Oko, but you make some inroads that way.
Oko. Going up. I'm gonna keep making foods. I mean, at least maybe this way you can keep him off making 3/3s.
Yeah, in theory, 2 more hits, but I mean, not really. Probably 3 more hits.
There's some amount of progress. Okay,
that's
what's
like
happening
a murder
here?
turtle, little Convoke. That's not Convoke, it's the other one. Improvise?
Improvise, yeah. It's like Convoke.
It is.
Vetta finds another land to turn. Ephemerate, Otawara.
Did you know that Kappa Cannoneer puts a counter on itself and enters the battlefield?
I feel like I've heard this one before. So. It does do that.
Kind of an interesting thing here, making food and then Cannoneer, leaving up an island. You know, that would have been a mana 2. Could have got an extra counter, so that island is suspicious.
What do you think?
If I'm on the other side, that smells like a Spell Pierce.
I have a lot of opinions on what cards smell like.
I do.
Okay. I mean, incremental progress against the Oko. For Vetta. It's now facing down the Kappa Cannoneer. That's a faster clock.
Yeah, it's also going to attack the player and not the Planeswalker gaining multiple loyalty every turn.
Right.
Batterskull is pretty big as far as combat math and clocks as well. You see that in Felt's hand.
Batterskull is in hand?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay.
So we're already in a point where Vetters really needs to start planning, all right, how quickly can I upheaval and how much mana can I generate when I do it? Because like this battlefield is running away on the other side. You need to hit the reset button.
Vetta just hasn't really built up the mass of stuff that you want.
Right.
For upheaval.
Manifold Key allowing your Academy to tap for 1. That's not the best draw.
Right. Okay. Let's see, though. Here's Batterskull. That's a counter. Its most important job. Put a counter. Kappa Cannoneer can't be blocked.
Wouldn't dream of it.
Can't be stopped. Yeah, I mean, I just think the cards in Vetta's hand just aren't doing the thing. Right?
Yeah.
They're just pieces that you want with other pieces.
That Otawara can be useful in a game where the texture is close. If you got some stuff going on, if your opponent has a comparable amount of stuff going on, Vetta's got nothing going on, and Felt's got a lot going on.
Right.
Kappa Cannoneer, also that Ward 4. Watch a bit of Caleb Durward streaming. We saw him here this weekend, the first CubeCon champion. We're now in the third year. He's actually top 64 at all 3 years. Fun little Durward statistic. But when Kappa Cannoneer was first added to the Vintage Cube and Magic Online, he was talking about how it was better than a lot of other giant creatures because your opponent was so likely to cast a spell into the Ward 4 without the ability to pay because they hadn't seen the card yet.
Right. Okay, this is an answer.
Yeah, that'll clean things up at the cost of some life.
Vetta down to 4.
And also, mana up for the pit. We can keep going to work on that Oko.
I mean, it's not nothing. But is it going to get there? You know?
I can say with a high degree of confidence, this is not enough to win the game. This is good to stabilize the battlefield. And we should be able to clean up the Oko next turn.
Should be able to clean up the Oko next turn. Okay. I mean, this Oko has been pretty unimpressive.
You just turn one of these foods into a 3/3 and Vetta's at 1. That's pretty good.
I guess, yeah, okay, all right. That's true.
You're right. It's only just made some foods to this point.
Foods, right?
But now those...
Normally you're expecting... Oh, yeah, okay, that's going to do it. All right.
Lethal.
Equip the Batterskull. All right.
The food has come home to roost.
The metaphors are confused here, but what's not confusing is that Felt took down the first game on the back of the Kappa Cannoneer and Oko, and we're going to see the players shuffle up and get ready for game number 2. Evan Vetta really has to...
Vetta's got some work cut out for him.
We've got some work to do, for sure. And as the players shuffle up, we'll just remind you that CubeCon is brought to you in part by Gamers Guild. Gamers Guild Arizona is a company based on a simple idea, which is creating a safe, inclusive, and fun space for everyone, but specifically minors, LGBTQ people, persons of color, and women. Their vision is to see a Gamers Guild in every city in North America, all united in their love of safe and fun gaming for all. So thank you so much to Gamers Guild for helping make CubeCon happen.
Great organization, great mission. Very appreciative of the support for this event.
It really is a community event. It really has that grassroots feel, you know? All these people who have traveled with their cubes, their prized possessions, to come and let strangers play them and give feedback and become part of the Hedron network.
And as far as grassroots community, there's some sub-communities. Everyone's kind of coming together in that way. We have Birds of Paradise out here in Forest this weekend. I also spent some time talking to the $30 budget vintage group. You want to talk about making Magic accessible. Your deck cannot cost more than $30. If you can play Magic, I mean, every other way to play is much more expensive than that.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, that is cool for sure. VML is here as well. We're helping out with the open play area. I believe the Commander Sealed folks are here. They are running Commander Sealed, I think, right now. Yeah. It's a pretty interesting format. And I think, you know, definitely in this field of, in this kind of space of casual ways to play the game, friendly ways to play the game.
Commander Sealed sounds a nice way to get around all of the things that are really frustrating and cause friction in Commander. Those power level conversations. Like I'm sure if you do it, you know, you're opening boosters, building decks, there's going to be some disparity in power level. Just opens in more packs or whatever. You know, it's not just like I built my favorite Commander with a legend that I find very charming, and my friend kills me on turn 1 every time we play. You know.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think it's kind of like chaos if it's sealed, I think. You open a bunch of packs and you get to, in the end, you are playing Commander, you're playing multiplayer. But it is very sweet. I actually played Commander sealed at Face-to-Face Vancouver, I'm going to say, a few months ago. It was pretty interesting.
Who's your commander?
It was Karlak.
The Ghost Council?
Baldur's Gate.
Oh, Karlov is what I'm thinking. I don't know Karlak.
Karlak. She's a pretty aggro. I honestly can't really remember. It was like take extra combat steps, and it was like a partner with, or you could have a background. So she was mono red, but you could have a background, and maybe a background was green, which gives you another color to work with in the commander deck. And I also opened Craterhoof Behemoth.
That's a good one.
Nice with extra combat steps.
I don't know a lot about Commander. I know that one's good.
And I had Court of Calling as well. So
I have successfully never read the entire text box of a card that says you choose a background. I immediately check out. I know that's not for me.
That's fair. That's fair. But I mean, like, I think that it is nice that players get a lot of choice.
Oh, it's great for the game. You know, when some people complain, they're like, I can't believe Hasbro would say a product's not for me. I'm like, great. I got enough stuff going on.
Right. Like, I have a job.
Yeah, I got a life, man. I don't need to read cards that choose a background. I got my own background.
Right. It's like you were talking about these Warhammer cards earlier, and I was like,
don't need that in my life.
I just haven't read them, and that's fine. Like, people love them. People love Warhammer. They love these cards. I'm happy for that. I'm really glad that those people get to be part of the Magic community. And if it's not for me, I just don't need to participate, and that's completely fine.
Exactly.
I think we are getting into the game now for the semifinals. So the players are we're just going to bring you over to the game state. There we go. And it looks like Vetta's off to a bit of a better start this time.
Yeah, a little fast mana here. City of Traders into Basalt Monolith. You don't always love the City of Traders as your second land, but we got this Retrofitter Foundry going, and this could get big quick.
Yeah, it's a bit worrying. No blue mana just yet for Vetta. And Felt also with some permanents. Also with some non-land permanents. Sensei's Divining Top and Jace Bryn's Prodigy. Felt does have Time Walk in the deck.
And we saw Felt make things a little messy with Oath of Druids playing in the top 8 against Tom Martel. This is not a good Oath of Druids matchup. I mean, the Retrofitter Foundry is kind of the one card that could turn it on.
Right. That's actually kind of lucky, quote-unquote, for him.
Yeah.
That's there. Vetta has Demonic Tutor in hand, so it does have access to...
That's an island.
Oh.
Probably Tolarian Academy. You know, it's a lot better to get the Academy, but it's a blue source.
It's a blue source, for sure, for sure. What else have we got here?
I see a couple other black cards, I think. You got the Mana Vault as well, so the big mana gets bigger.
Yeah, okay. And we've got to tap that. I'm going to tap one of these at least for the Demonic Tutor.
Got a floating mana
we have a floating
from our
owl.
city.
Great.
I know how you're saying these old lands all look the same to you. I appreciate City of Traders.
I just have poor object permanence. All right?
So are City of Traders.
So that's a poor object permanent? I don't know.
This is a poor permanent object.
Poor permanent object. Wow. Honestly, Ryan, this weekend has been a delight.
Could not agree more.
The Mana Vault is... this is why we use the dice, right? It's to help hapless casters like myself keep track of what mana is available. And, Vetta...
Looks like the Toxic Deluge is in hand. That would be awful aggressive.
Surely not. Is that Relic of Sauron?
I believe so.
Yeah, so I think Vetta could play out Relic of Sauron.
Possibly some fear about tutoring for the Academy. and giving up your city for it. Also, the sequencing is a little rough because the relic can make black mana too.
Right.
You know about a force of negation, so that's a consideration too.
Right.
What would you like, or what would you mind least getting countering here? The Relic's a decent little mana engine. You spend a lot. You know, if you don't get the Academy online, this Basalt Monolith, this Mana Vault, they are not good at activating the Relic of Sauron.
No. But, like, at the moment, it is doing a good job of making mana. I mean, that's just got to... This is just... The problem when you're in Feltzy, I think, is just you're so worried about the upheaval just looming.
And Vetta's going to wait on that Demonic Tutor. It made sense to me to get the Academy. That's the land you want to break the City of Traders for. You know, tapping for 2 is not bad. Academy would fully tap for 4 here, which is a lot more, and it scales with your Retrofit or Foundry.
It's more than 2?
It's twice as much.
Wow. Okay, I mean, I agree. But maybe Vetta's wanting to do things all in one turn. Potentially.
There's things to think about. You know, I mentioned the Force of Negation being face up. That could counter your Demonic Tutor. Maybe you're trying to find another way to bait that first.
Right.
But like the DT getting countered is pretty bad. That Academy would be good, and not having the Academy is pretty anemic.
Right. But I mean, I didn't really see that many ways in his hand of baiting that out.
Right.
Is that the him?
Leaning a little bit on the draw step is kind of where I was thinking he's going. Mind Twist for 2. So this is kind of him to Turok.
Okay. Oh, that's so awkward. So awkward. Could have DT'd.
And, you know, if that happened, the hand would be cleaned up, but we would have our Academy, and our Academy would be powering our Relic and our Retrofitter Foundry.
I think you'd be happier having that than a Toxic Deluge.
Yeah. So we're hoping the Tutor sticks around after this resolves.
Well, 1 and 3. It ain't bad. Ain't good. I think Felt was really hoping to get another mana source. All right. 3. It's like odds and even. Oh!
Whammy. And the Deluge is the card maintained.
Oh, that's not good. Okay, but Madison does get to
make a 1/1.
Oh, it was making a 1/1? Okay.
I believe we're tapping the monolith.
Untapping the monolith. Okay, sure.
Okay.
What does Vetta find? Top of the library matters a lot. It's a blue card. I think it's Gadgeteer?
You would like to have Gadgeteer before casting all of these artifacts.
It could be Trinket Mage also.
Okay. Best find on Trinket Mage is that Foundry. I don't know if there's other value stuff in the deck. Like, you can Trinket Mage for Expedition Map and find the Academy that way.
Right.
So it's useful in that regard.
Yeah, there's Soul Ring. You already have so much mana.
Yeah, Soul Ring's a little more of the same. Especially like if the comparison is mapped for Academy.
Right.
I know
There's
Soul Ring's
Key.
very good.
There's Key, which is also kind of more
The Manifold Key? Key with Retrofitter Foundry and with these 3-mana artifacts, that's all pretty nice. That is actually kind of comparable to mapping for the Academy, and it's a lot more work to map for the Academy.
Well, but what else is Vetta doing? There's so much mana. You know?
The Key lets him get going this turn.
Right, okay.
Gets going a little bit less with the map. But the way that the Academy scales with the Foundry, I'm still thinking prioritizing the Academy makes a lot of sense.
What is Vetta hoping to achieve in the next 3 or 4 turns?
Utilizing this mana. Vetta's done a good job of developing the mana. A lot of mana sources available. Just get that Foundry going. Because Foundry is enough to win the game on its own a lot of the time.
Right.
And Felt has not presented anything that makes that not true for this game.
Okay, there's going to be a map. No, not gonna force your map. Not this time. And there it is, Solarian Academy. So currently making 1, 2, 3, 4. But as you say, with their foundry, scales up very quickly.
And the map is scary, right? Like, you find Academy, you have Foundry. Felt's hanging on to that force because, you know, as you mentioned, Upheaval is a spell you would really like to counter. You do need to do something about this Foundry.
Right. I mean, I think Felt is maybe just hoping that Vetta makes a 1/1 and then he can just drop the Oath.
Yeah, Oath would be good. A timely Oko, just turning the Foundry into a 3/3 is way more manageable.
Yeah, that would be nice. Okay, so here's Academy, City of Traitors in the bin. And now Vetta has oodles of mana to work with. But
What
Toxic
range?
Deluge?
Get that Jace off the table, I guess.
I don't want to be Mind Twist again. I guess it doesn't. The Mind Twist isn't so bad the second time around.
Yeah. You would rather deluge the Jace than have the Jace mind twist your deluge?
That's true.
No one cares about this Trinket Mage. It did its job.
Yeah. Okay. Deluge, pay 2 life.
Felt's thinking about Force Negation on this one. I mean, I think this is way less of a deal than the Expedition map.
But that means the last card in hand.
That's true. I believe it's not a ton in the way of cards to pitch.
Like, yeah.
Right.
So what's in hand? I see Talisman. I see Forest. Yeah, Felt says okay.
Gonna read the backside of the transform side to see, is this worth fighting over? Will I win the game if I have this?
What are you offering me right now?
Job interview for Jace.
Okay, did not get the job.
We're sorry, we went with a different candidate.
Yeah.
Actually, the position is closed. The job has been eliminated.
Yeah.
Still some floating mana. I believe that 3 is off the Academy, so that should give us a Thopter with this Foundry. Could also untap the Monolith and just do that later.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Why not?
And this does pay some mind
the
to the Oath, exactly.
Okay, so there was a green card drawn. Might have been the Oath. Oh, maybe it was an artifact. No, it's top. There was a top drawn.
Okay.
More game actions are incoming.
I think I spot a way that it could be nice at punching through this Foundry. I believe Kappa Cannoneer is the top card.
Yeah.
You need some stuff to make that work. I mean, it's not castable just yet.
He has the stuff, right? Like he has the
deck's got the
Talisman, the top.
Yeah, so the top's kind of funny because the thing about the Cannoneer is you want to make it unblockable every turn, and trading up top can do that.
Look at this, though.
And the Seed Shark.
Chrome Host Seed Shark.
That can really do it.
Yeah. This card is so sweet. I love this card. Oh. I'm about to take a very quick look. I don't think it was upheaval. I'm just going to say that.
And we're not in a space where we need upheaval.
Right.
We're in a space where it'd be strong. You just jam that.
But, I mean, you would love to have it at any point.
I would rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
Very true. Oh, the good marks.
Good marks.
That's going to make a...
It's going to make a 0/0 incubator.
0/0 incubate. Doesn't
Bad
do nothing.
incubator.
Doesn't do nothing, though.
Yeah,
Improvises.
either improvises the turtle or makes the turtle grow.
Yeah. I'm going to start off with top. Okay, not going to counter your Mox Sapphire on this board. Make another incubate. Now, we're expecting Cannoneer.
Feels like turtle time.
When is it not turtle time? How could it not be?
When you're a turtle, it's often pizza time.
I like turtles. See, I'm old too.
Are you familiar with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
I am.
Do you have...
Not to the extent that everyone else is.
Sure. You're not familiar with the lore. I don't have any follow-up lore questions. My question is, do you have a favorite?
I don't know them well enough to know their personalities.
Okay.
I guess that of... What are the options? Leonardo, Michelangelo,
Raphael, Donatello.
And Donatello. I would say of those, I'm going to go with Michelangelo.
Okay. He's the jokester.
Oh, perfect. Retrofitter Foundry is going to be pumping out some of these little artifact friends. I base that purely on the fact that I like Michelangelo's art the best.
Oh, okay.
Out of this.
I thought you were going to say the color orange. Your answer was way more sophisticated.
I like the color orange too. I didn't even know it was the orange one.
I'm a Raphael guy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Wait, what's Raphael's thing?
Being angry.
The angry turtle. Is he a snapping turtle?
In a sense, yeah.
In a very real sense. Vetta's just trying to figure out the way to make the most mana possible. And start by making more servos. Then Academy. Untaps the Foundry, still has 3 floating, and then gets to make another servo.
Over time, this number just gets higher. This is not an infinite combo or anything of the sort. But every turn, you're going to see more and more of this.
Okay, gets to use some mana to untap the monolith as well. So.
And Felt landed on leaving up Force of Negation over committing the Cannoneer.
Okay.
With these,
I respect it.
with the Foundry doing this, I think getting something going. I think there was a pretty heavy incentive to cast the turtle.
I don't know. I mean, you're already up a game.
You got one to give, yeah. Let's see what he's got in his deck.
Yeah, we're so different. Well, just thinking, okay, look, if you're up a game, if I can counter an upheaval, I probably just win.
If I'm Vetter, why on earth would I counter upheaval? Or would I cast upheaval? I'm winning.
That's fair, but you never know.
That's true, yeah.
It's very difficult for people who have built an upheaval deck, right, and have all these mana rocks and whatever. It's very difficult for them to not cast upheaval.
Wow.
Come on, that's just true.
As somebody who likes to draft decks that look exactly like Vetter's, never felt so called out in my life.
I feel personally attacked right now. That Phyrexian Incubate token has been flipped over.
The 1/1, not the 0/0.
During that retail limited format, I like to use Pokemon cards for those because you can have it on the Pokeball side.
Oh, that's cute.
For the egg, and you can flip them over.
Did you have a Pokemon that you preferred to use?
I just have some random cards that I stole from the LGS.
I picked up some like base set through Fossil decks a couple of years ago. So I got some of the original Blastoises that I never play because the games are awful. They're disgustingly bad.
Do you mean Kappa Cannons?
Yeah. If I get I need a use for them. Cloning Kappa Cannoneer could be a good use for those. I don't know what card I have that does that, but
you probably have. Come on.
There's got to be something. What's the best cube to utilize my Blastoises?
Right, Siege Shark's going to be getting in, Vetta down to 13. Their life total not under a huge amount of threat just yet. And Felt.
It's turtle time.
It's turtle time? Okay. Still manages to leave up the
Force of Negation.
Force, yeah.
That's got to be the consideration this turn versus last turn is you can do both here. But the clock is ticking.
And if you do it this way, if you counter something, you can get a Phyrexian Incubate token. And that puts a +1/+1 counter on your Kappa Cannon.
It does. Do you know what else puts a +1/+1 counter on your Cap Cannoneer? It itself entering the battlefield.
If you learn one fact today, one turtle fact, Vetta's gonna go off in the end step with some Foundry stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not 62. Just 8.
A lot of mathematically inclined Magic players would tell you Academy plus making servos, this is exactly how much extra you get every turn. Your servo's making more mana with the Academy next turn. Couple reasons I don't do that. There's options with the Foundry.
Yeah.
At some point, you want to start making Thopters, start making 4/4s.
Do you?
At some point.
Right.
I don't know if that point actually happens, but
Right.
it's a theoretical point that you could hit. And also, that's boring. And when I play on Magic Online, there's a chess clock. You know what I'm doing? I'm clicking fast. I gotta make this happen. These players are on time.
But that's why I don't take Sensei's to Binding Top.
Too many clicks.
Too many clicks. Why would I put myself through that? Oh, the time has come.
There it is. We
It's
reached
Thopter
the
time.
point.
Can we get to 100? That'd be a nice callback.
I think that the game would end well before we get to 100 Thopters, but I would love to see it.
I think I see Teferi Time Raveler in hand. So that drew out a Force of Negation in game 1.
So this is a game where you could actually pay the ward for the Cannoneer. Don't see that a lot.
Usually it's just hexproof.
Right.
Would you describe the Academy Retrofit Foundry thing as exponential growth?
I would just say it's nice and leave it there.
Georgia discard 2 with the Relic of Sauron. I see Khan. That's a nice one.
That makes some large gentlemen.
Mm-hmm. About to get some cube context, perhaps? It's probably going to get forced, though, isn't it? Let's be serious.
Right.
Let's be honest.
With the Foundry producing so much value, this is a really aggressive activation of the Relic. It seems like Vetter is convinced, all right, I need to do something about this turtle because I'm losing this race.
Right.
And that makes sense. So likely you're looking for upheaval. Even if that doesn't show up, the Teferi as a baseline just to push back on that turtle timeline, that makes sense to me.
And with Felt leaving up 4 blue mana, like, what do you want to get countered here?
You probably lead on the Karn because that might eat the counter. It's of less consequence. I haven't done the math on the mana. I don't know if we can Karn, Teferi, and pay for ward. That's a lot.
Less consequence?
Karn-sequence? I like it. It looks like we're actually 1 shy. So this puts us down to 4 mana and there's 2 left over. It would be 7 to Fairy Bounce, pay 4.
You also don't need to bounce this turn.
Maybe not.
Right?
This is not immediately lethal.
Right. I mean, although I guess if you don't, it's going to kill your...
It could just kill it to Fairy. Yeah, that does buy a turn in that way, so maybe that's just fine.
Does the Incubate token leave and come back? I don't think so. I think it just transforms.
Yeah, I don't believe they leave.
Oh yeah, token can't leave. Once that's gone forever.
You see?
There was a lot of consternation in the judge community when they introduced these double-faced tokens.
Uh-oh. Wait, hold up.
Wait.
We did not have 4 mana, did we?
We had a land drop to make.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we played it. We played our land. Okay.
We got there.
That's on the up and up.
Okay.
You got away. You get this one.
And Vetta even has attacks here. This game doesn't really feel like it's about attacks, but it is eventually about attacks. Right?
Yeah, at some point you do have to cross the finish line.
Hard to say when.
At some point.
Salt's gonna top.
This would be a nice time for a time walk. He said about every time that ever conceivably could happen.
Yeah, I think if you start down that road, the stream's gonna get very repetitive.
All right, this is cute. I like this. You see Felt drawing for top before drawing for turn. That means you draw for turn, and it's the top after you trade it up.
Mm-hmm.
You get to use that top now. That can keep making incubator tokens with the shark. That can keep growing your Kappa Cannoneer.
Okay. Yeah, I like it.
Looks like the turtle's coming down. You see the tap of that 0 incubator. Pretty big tell on what's happening here.
That makes sense. I'm gonna put the clock back on. I mean, Vetta's at 12, right? That's not a lot of turns.
That should be at most 2 hits from the turtle.
Hey Ryan, you want to know a fun fact
I do.
about the turtle?
Yes.
When Sensei's divining top enters the battlefield, it's gonna get a +1/+1 counter.
An additional +1/+1 counter with the one that it got when it itself entered the battlefield.
It's true. And it even gets a third one, thanks to the incubate token made by Chrome Host Seed Shark.
Would you describe this as exponential growth?
Depends. Is Ben Weiss watching?
And there's the Thopter jumping in front of the shark, and we got a 4/4 now. That's smaller than the turtle.
People get real mad if you use exponential in a way that isn't actually mathematically correct.
Well, you got to use your math degree for something, and if it's not correcting people, I don't know what it is.
Right. Chrome Host Seed Shark was getting in, as you said, up to on chump duty. Didn't get to be sacrificed since the Foundry was already tapped. And we're going to go back over to Vetta's turn, who finds Manifold Key. More mana. Manifold Key? Ferry's going to go up. What's the black card in hand, though?
I mean, it kind of looks like a bitter triumph to me.
Yeah. I mean...
That's useful. Could take care of the Cannoneer.
Yeah, we have so much mana.
The Manifold Key would have been really sick if that Karn resolved, because that would be a way to close very quickly. It's still good here.
Still pretty good. What's Vetta thinking about? Like, why wouldn't you just pop this Cannoneer now?
Just the possibility of a counterspell being represented here. Also kind of thinking about, how do I actually win?
Great question.
Because this shark is turning out material that matters.
Mm-hmm.
His life total, he's taken some hits. He's got that a little bit checked. You just want to make sure you don't do something boneheaded, like tap off of making a Thopter and like let that shark hit you too many times.
Right.
If something goes wrong with this Cannoneer, it's a mess. Also, if you go for it too aggressively, like this is a spot where more mana is tapped from the top, so it's less likely that the top could be used to draw a card to interact with your removal spell.
Right. So, here is top going back on top. I mean, top Chrome Host Seed Shark Cannoneer. That's just... That's all you need right there.
In a lot of games, yeah.
In this one?
Academy Retrofitter Foundry is looking advantage to me. If this Bitter Triumph works, which of course then you don't have the Cannoneer, so...
Right. Obviously that's going to be worse. Okay, here we go. Manifold Key, untap. Mana Vault. Use Relic. Mana. This is the most complicated mana ever made to cast a Bitter Triumph.
This stuff's a lot smoother on Magic Online.
Yeah, shout out to Daybreak Games. Helping to make CubeCon happen. I'm going to assume that there is enough mana to... Okay! That's it! Felt scooping it up.
Fair enough. That Cannoneer was the way out.
Right.
Right.
That's we're gonna go see game number 3 between these two players in our semifinals. So that was a pretty epic game too, but eventually Vetta did get there with the Academy Retrofit Foundry, and just as we watch the players shuffle up these beautiful cards in a beautiful vintage cube deck protected by beautiful dragon shields. A shout out to Dragon Shield. They've been providing players with reliable gaming accessories since 1999. They're passionate about creating high quality accessories that protect the games we love.
That was smooth. If you quizzed me before this weekend, I would not have been able to pull 1999 for Dragon Shields.
No?
No. 25 years? I have
That's
not
long.
been using them that long, but I have been using them for a good
So remind us
15
again.
years?
Right, when did you start?
I started playing around when Scourge was the new set.
What year was that?
It was 2003.
Oh, okay. Fine vintage. See the players shuffling up, getting ready for the decider. Of course, it is single elimination. We're in the semi-finals of the Moto Vintage Cube. We're in the semi-finals of CubeCon 2024. These players battling it out for their ticket to the grand finals, where they're going to fight for a chance to take away this beautiful crystal cube trophy, the gold embossed champions playmat. A really lovely foil sheet that I can see from where I'm sitting. I've been staring covetously at. And of course, the glory of being named CubeCon Champion 2024.
A lot of incredible showpieces for any game room that I wish I could add to mine. I'm going to be very envious of our winner today.
Maybe next year.
You do got to play to win. I had no shot this year.
No, you were 0%. All right, well, players are ready. They are drawing their opening hands for game number 3, the deciding game here between Brendan Felt and Evan Venter. Felt on this Sultai, Oko, Tinker, Oath of Druids, Kappa Cannoneer deck.
Bit of a Sultai cards type beat.
Sultai, great cards. Vetta on Tolarian Academy. And friends.
I've drafted a lot of Tolarian Academy decks that the Academy doesn't show up in the draft. When you actually have it, it is really nice. We call it Academy-less Academy.
Academy-less Academy.
Yeah.
I'm going to see Felt ponder and did not like the look of the top 3, so he's going to be shuffling. I think I saw Tinker in the top there.
I love a shuffle on Ponder. You got to give me a lot if I'm going to keep 3 cards.
Right. What's the line? Like, 1 good card you shuffling?
On turn 1, I'm almost never keeping 1 good card. I'm not only playing 1 turn. Like, it has to kill them next turn, you know? There's a lot of game left.
What about if you're looking for a land and you see a land?
If there's 1 out of 3, I mean, do I have a 3-drop in my hand? 'Cause I'm probably shipping.
Interesting. Okay. I'm probably not shuffling enough, is what I'm understanding.
I shuffle a lot.
Every day I'm shuffling. Thought with Island Go.
Chromatic Star, a nice one to sacrifice to Tinker. It's on the wrong side of the table, though.
I'm sure Vetta will be upset about that. Oh, end step Malcolm here for Brendan Felt. Love a little pirate action.
I spy a memory lapse in Vetter's hand. It makes sense not to really use that against an instant speed threat. A lot of pretty unfortunate stuff could happen to you. Oko Thief of Crowns, maybe chief amongst them.
Right.
But this Malcolm's going to get busy now.
Right. And gets in for 2, but more importantly, helps you dig through your deck. And eventually, if you get to the 4 chorus counters, you get to play something for free. Have you ever played anything for free with Malcolm?
Yeah, it rules.
I don't think I've ever actually managed to do that.
The card appears more aspirational than it is. part of what's happening here is when you get to the 4th counter, you're really just winning because your opponent hasn't been able to stop you from flying into 2 for 4 turns.
Right.
But it's still cool.
It is cool. I draft this card a lot. Just don't really get to do the thing. Oh, look at this. Memory Lapse the Talisman. Love to see that.
That's a good pull.
Yeah, I love that. Untaps now. Vetta has Manifold Key to Fairy. Teferi would be really nice here.
Really slows down that Malcolm, that's for sure.
The Demonic Tutor was in hand as well for Vetta.
This is not a game where he has it set up to just DT for Clarion Academy. So
Right.
we'll need to wait a little bit. I don't think it's clear what you would Demonic Tutor for at this point.
Yeah, we're gonna cycle Chromatic Star. First of all, make blue. Draw a card. Find Trinket Mage.
That's actually a pretty nice pickup. I would not mind using my mana on that this turn.
And,
There's an argument for Teferi and picking up the Malcolm, though.
What would you Trinket Mage for?
I like to get that Retrofitter Foundry online.
Yeah.
Depending on what's in the rest of the hand, you could go find a Manosaurus. You would definitely get the Soul Ring over the Expedition map here for the Academy. You're just not doing that just yet.
I mean, there is a DT in hand as well, so getting Foundry does seem nice.
Opening up that you get 2 things over time really complicates what you would want to grab.
Right.
Or maybe
be Teferi first.
you could argue it simplifies it, because you could actually find 2 things that work together.
Right. Is there a counterspell for this Teferi? Does not look like it. Teferi resolves, and Vetta goes up. Wait, no, does Teferi come in at 4? No, yeah.
Yeah, it comes in at 4,
yeah.
-3 is the bounce.
-3. I always think it comes in at 3 and -2. I think I'm just thinking about Liliana all the time. All right, back over to Felt's turn. Palantir of Orthanc. Felt has some big hitters in the deck.
This is also just a nice card.
Time Walk on top.
Okay.
That's getting milled.
Your opponent is always going to mill you here.
Right.
And Felt did this correctly. You put the island on top, that gets milled, then you get the Time Walk.
For those of you who are not that familiar, 3 mana artifact at the end of your end step. Put an influence counter on it, scry 2, and then your opponent can have you draw a card, and if they don't, you mill X, where the X is the number of influence counters on it, and your opponent loses life equal to the total mana value of those cards. So we do know that Felt has, the Blightsteel Colossus and the Kappa Cannoneer. Big mana value creatures.
Yeah, there are combinations of 2 cards that are just lethal here.
Right. So you do have to be a little bit careful. But usually, at least when your opponent's life total is high, they're unlikely to be letting you draw the card. And we're going to see Vetta actually Trinket Mage for Soul Ring here.
And if I'm better, I'm exactly a little bit careful. I am milling you with that Palantir until I'm at sub 10.
Right. Oh, and it's going to be Soul Ring, Manifold Key, up with Teferi. We might get to see some upheaval action. Maybe?
It's in hand.
Oh, it's in hand?
Good chunk of mana.
Okay. And here's the Retrofitter Foundry. Yeah, come on. It's happening.
So it's going to be better to make a bunch of mana and upheaval on your own turn and recommit. Teferi opens up the very funny possibility to upheaval on your opponent's turn.
That is very funny. Frendenfeld's going to start with Time Walk. At the end of this turn, of course, the Palantir is going to be triggering. Scry 2. Come on, Brendan. Those are going in the bin. Let's be serious.
Time Walk Palantir is nice. Because you accelerate towards that point where your opponent just has to start giving you the cards.
Right. Better making the choice. They're going in the bin. All right.
And kept the Talismans on top. You kind of want that because there's been no 4th land. It's getting some mana. It has no battlefield presence. Likely needs some mana to really get online. And to the extent that the Palantir is doing its thing, I like Vetta's position here a lot. That Retrofitter Foundry is going. And more importantly, that upheaval is just a huge reset on everything happening here.
Right. Well, it's Felt that's going to do the thing first. Tinker this talisman. Get, we assume, Blightsteel.
Yep, he hasn't drawn it.
He's thinking.
Given this,
What's
I
that
think
face?
is intense. Maybe I leave the Blightsteel in the deck in case you mill it with the Palantir. This is like the turn where, next turn the Teferi's going up and then it can just bounce the Blightsteel. So
Right.
it gets worse over time.
Yeah. Hand, worst zone for
Yes.
Blightsteel. Library, fine.
Battlefield, ideal.
Great. Graveyard, same as library.
Impossible.
Unless. Unless.
Narrowly possible.
Yeah. Judges. Shout out to the judges at this event.
They make what we do possible.
Yeah. I'd say, I think, the judges, there's been some difficulties with judge organization. Oh, Vetta's saying, yeah, you can draw that card.
That's such a bummer.
Wow.
Because Force of Negation is not a card against Teferi Time Reveler.
It is not. Okay, Vetta's at 13. Untaps, has Demonic Tutor, has Upheaval in hand. Plenty of artifacts to work with. Manifold Key available.
There's some argument to Demonic Tutor for the Academy and plan to Upheaval next turn. All you have to do is weather this Blightsteel and this Palantir for one turn, which the Palantir is easy. You draw a card. The Blightsteel, you got the Trinket Mage, you got the Foundry.
He's Otawara in hand also.
Sure. Yeah, really, really easy then.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you start your Upheaval turn with Academy, that goes bonkers. Like, there's already some mana. We have the Manifold Key that can untap the Soul Ring, get that Soul Ring right back.
I guess we're just going to do it right now.
Fair enough.
Why not?
Can't do that.
Nope.
That's not allowed.
Yep.
I'll tell you why you can't do that. It's Fairy Time Reveler.
Wow.
That's why not on that one.
That's why not. Okay, all these things are going back. Vetta has a... Does Vetta not have any mana floating?
It looked like there was an untapped...
Oh, there's one.
Okay, it might have been declared differently.
Yeah, there was
Still has a land drop, though.
Yeah. And has Soul Ring and what have you, so... I don't hate doing this now. You're at 13, you don't want the Palantir to...
Yeah, this is certainly not bad.
Right.
The line I was outlining is definitely greedy.
Yeah.
I was talking about going crazy.
So, some of these... I'm expecting a land drop plus Soul Ring plus Key. And you can get the Foundry out. I mean, you can do a lot.
And you know about a Force of Negation.
Right.
And you got to think about, so the two targets in hand that I think that's going to go for, it's between the Soul Ring and the Foundry. The Foundry has the capacity to outright win the game. So that's probably what I would value more highly as Felt, but this does make sense. And I do like Vetter leading on the Soul Ring, because I think he would rather have that one countered.
Right. The Soul Ring gets countered, but as you say, Vetta still has mana for Key, or for Foundry, even. Value is getting the Key down though.
The Key would be nice if the top card is Mana Vault. You can go to work right away. As far as just basic play patterns, playing the Foundry here so you can just make a servo next turn. It's a little bit smoother, natural way to use your mana.
Well, Brendan actually end step discarding Blightsteel Colossus to hand size. I'm going to reshuffle that.
Makes sense. Yeah, in the hand's bad, as we established.
And this is nice. Expedition map plus Retrofitter Foundry. So a natural way to get the, well, semi-natural, I guess, way to get the Academy.
Yeah, the map is a good pickup.
And Vetta still has a Teferi Time Raveler in hand. Still has Demonic Tutor.
Yeah, this position looks quite good for Vetter.
Right. And that's the thing with upheaval, right? Like, you are pretty greedy, I would say.
Me?
Yeah.
Yep, that's true.
You wanted to get the absolute maximum value you possibly could out of your upheaval. But even when you don't, it still looks like this afterwards.
Yeah, this ain't bad.
Through a Force of Negation on Soul Ring, you know? If you have the upheaval deck, upheaval's just almost always good for you.
I wouldn't describe myself as greedy as much as patient.
You have to have a lot of patience playing against Teferi Time Raveler. That's for sure.
Gotta have a lot of patience to be sitting here with me.
There was Mana Vault in hand. That's nice. Okay. Just debate.
So we know there's a Blightsteel Colossus in that deck, or we can reasonably conclude.
Vetta's just gonna let Fel draw the cards. I've upheavaled.
Right, you can
You
have
don't have
cards.
resources. Like,
I got all
what are
this
you gonna
stuff
do?
going on.
How are you gonna play any of those cards?
Draw all your cards. Draw your Blightsteel Colossus.
Did Vetta just draw the Academy?
So now the map's just powering up the Academy.
Well, it works both ways.
Yeah.
These decks.
Has the Otawara in hand. Is there a different, like, useful land to tutor for in the deck? I don't recall there being one.
City of Traders? No, there's isn't there the Creeping Target? That's a land that does stuff.
Oh, this is our pit deck. I don't think this is a pit game.
It's not. No, I don't think it's a pit game either. But you wouldn't mind.
I would never mind having Creeping Tar Pit.
All right, DT. What are we going? What are you, Time Spiral?
Yeah, whatever.
Grief?
Time Spiral Academy is also really nice.
Yeah. It's very, very nice indeed. Is there an answer to Palantir to get? Not really.
I think not caring about your opponent drawing an extra card every turn is actually the answer to Palantir.
That's fair. Okay, 4 mana. And Academy is making 1, 2, 3, 4 blue currently. Is it Gadgeteer as well?
We got that Trinket Mage that we upheavaled.
Oh, it's the Trinket Mage. I just wanted to be Gadgeteer so much.
Gadgeteer discounting the Foundry is quite choice.
So nice. Okay, here's Time Spiral. And, yep. Just shuffling.
All right. I
Untapping.
described myself as patient. Felt sticking in this one. Very patient.
It's a decider.
Got a lot of heart.
This is your last game of Magic potentially in the tournament.
True. Hall closes at 5. That's all I'm saying.
Does it actually?
Yeah.
Well, we're going to be here after dark.
Just put it on J-Bro's card. Keep it open a little longer.
All right, well. I mean, these are untimed matches, right? Top 8.
Yes.
Serious business here. Sorry, I'm just... This deck is
The One Ring? Is that what we're laughing about?
Yeah, One Ring, Grief. Can't cast the Grief, of course. Mox Reveal almost looks like whatever in this hand. So it's 3 mana floating from the first time Academy was tapped. Thumbs up.
From the first time Academy was tapped. Oh wow. It's just ready to go again.
It is? Oh, here we go. One ring. May as well draw.
Oh yeah, when you upheaval and then you time spiral, the upheaval goes back into your deck.
I'm feeling a bit upheavalist.
Now, if Vetter's ever under threat of this One Ring, got his own reset button.
Yeah, I don't have to worry about that one. The judges. Oh, I just felt picking up the deck. Is that it?
Did we maybe not shuffle something off the time spiral? We might be actually correcting something in a continuing game.
Wasn't that the exile zone there?
Unclear.
Because there was force of negation, right?
Was this Cannoneer the card pitched?
Oh, he forgot to shuffle his graveyard.
Makes sense.
Okay.
Easy fix.
Okay, all right. Wait. Oh, but nothing had happened.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just sitting there with the hand waiting to
Alright.
maybe cast one card.
Mind twist. That does stuff.
Uh-huh.
Kind of, sort of.
It does thing.
We're going again, I think. Potentially.
You know, I kind of hope so.
I definitely hope so. Let's go, Evan Vetta. Live your best life.
When I was streaming regularly a few years back, I would do stipulation drafts for the Magic Online Vintage Cube.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody posted the stipulation that I draft a deck that has no deterministic way to win the game. So I could not put lethal damage on the stack.
Okay.
I just needed to take game actions that caused my opponent to quit. This second upheaval here from Vetta,
Yep.
he is trying to get Brendan to tap out.
I see.
He says, tap.
Uh-huh.
Do you quit? This is officially an I quit match.
Okay, well, that's going to do it. That was... I know we have...
No,
Wait,
you only
oh,
think
no.
it's gonna, they're picking
Oh,
up their
no.
cards because
Oh,
of
my goodness.
upheaval on you. Better says, do you quit? Felt says, no. I could do this all day.
I refuse. I refuse to go.
You know, you pick a... I get to play my cards, too. I get to play my cards again, too.
Speaking of no win conditions, the first constructed GP I played, I took a win conditionless Teferi, Hero of Dominaria.
Teferi, Hero of Dominaria is a win condition.
But yeah, it was other than... I mean, Despair was the main win condition.
Yeah, there's a lot of concessions to that deck.
Yeah, it was not... I did not have a good time.
Upheaval is a marquee card in the no deterministic wins archetype.
I want to just give a shout out to Evan for doing all this without any lands. This is style.
Yes.
Do as much as you can with no lands. Oh, can we get a no land win?
Now Felt would have to tap out. No quit in this champion.
Wow. Yeah, no land! Love it.
I think we must have to discard some cards here. There's
That-
there's a few in the grip right now.
That is a gamer right there. Full style points.
Wow, we're ditching the pit.
Pit's going in the pit. No time for that one.
Felt's probably got a pretty intense turn ahead here.
Yeah.
Could cast as many as 2 spells. One of them being a Mox.
Passing it back over. What's it going to be? Is there a Mox? I mean, there is a Mox. Okay. Talisman.
Whoa, 3 spells? All right, it's anyone's game now.
Okay, I'm going to pitch a land. Vetta says, okay, I'm just going to untap this Manifold.
No lands in play, just untapping Manifold.
I mean, look,
That's sick.
Vetta could die to his own One Ring.
Oh yeah, I'm just commenting on the mana production to be able to do that without yet
100%.
controlling a land.
This academy is tapping for $1 million?
A few.
In the region of.
Yeah. It's approaching $1 million. It's tapping for a countably finite amount of mana.
Okay. You're going to be like that.
Yeah. You know what this is.
Technically correct. Ryan's favorite kind of correct. Trinket Mage. Is there anything to get? Chalice?
Overflowing Chalice. Let's go. That's what we need. This
The
this
cup-
draw is missing some mana.
The cup certainly overfloweth. Okay. Chalice on 1.
This is the good Chalice on 1. Chalice of the Void on 1 gives me the ick. Hate it.
What
Everflowing
do you
Chalice
want it
on
to be
1?
on?
I want it to be on the ban list.
Look, Felt's also got mana going.
Mm-hmm.
There's also... I think is that Time Walk? No, there's Mind Twist. Oh, it's Mind Twist! No, I got so excited.
There is a Mind Twist in hand.
There's Mind Twist. Vetta's gonna... Oh, he's gonna scry first, but...
The Palantir, I'm going to say it like an American. I was trying to match you pronouncing it correctly, but Palantir for me, online officially for the 3rd time.
It's actually Palantir.
Thank you.
Trying to make sure we don't offend the Elvish speakers.
Or thank you very much.
1 ring to find them. Vetta's going to be finding Ryan's favorite emotion.
Master of Undeath? Why is that? Is that to pitch to grief? Is that...
Shot called.
That's what it does.
Among the things that it does, pitching to grief. One of them. Vetta is going to be taking a look at the hand. You gotta thought see something.
That's going to be important. You write this one down.
Mind Twist. My Mind Twist dreams in the bin. Vetta. I'm gonna go play a Tundra. Is there a foundry here?
The retrofitter
Yeah, I see
variety?
it.
Yeah.
I see it.
Up there with the map.
Okay. It just hasn't been making. Okay, here we go.
It's time.
All right. Here we go.
I wonder. So Vetter still has that Otawara.
Yep.
So maybe if you're Fallot, you're thinking the hubris. Your 1 ring has 3 counters. You frail-hearted man. You've been tempted by the burden of the ring. Vetter's got it on lock.
Uh-huh. Why wouldn't he? All angles are covered. And you know, with this beautiful cube trophy in front of us, there's plenty of angle. That's another way to deal with your own 1 ring.
True.
Plus
To
that one.
Fury's going up.
That's a statement.
It is.
Retrofitted Foundry. It's important to be clear. You know, it's important to be clear about how much mana you have.
Mm-hmm.
We call that maintaining the game state. Tap on tap is happening. I heard that was some kind of faux pas. Not on paper. Oh, is this going to attack? Attack for 1 with Trinket Mage?
We're moving.
Let's go. It fell down to 19. After the attack for 1 from Trinket Mage. Progress.
Blink and you'll miss it. This game.
Some blinking has been done. Preacher of the Schism. Nice mid-range card. That's the kind of game we're playing, you know? A nice, fair, mid-range black card.
All right, I'll take 2, but next turn, your Grey Ogre's on lock, bud. You're going to have to keep that 1 home after this.
Okay. All right. I mean, just, why not? Thin to win. Of course. The Otawara is back in the deck.
Not a lot of cards left in Vetter's deck. Actually, it's kind of a few. The graveyard's been shuffled in a couple times.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Maybe Vetta's getting on to untap. The Preacher of the Schism could trade with a construct. Just going to try and pretend this is as normal of a game of Magic as possible.
All my games look like this.
All of them? Every single one.
Somebody must have queued Felt in to the no deterministic win stipulation? He knows if he doesn't concede, Vetta can't win.
Never concede. That's actually one of the, I know you don't play a lot of MTG Arena, but it is one of the reminder texts that come up when things are loading.
Horrible advice.
Bitter triumph to a breach of this.
Why would you tell somebody that? I gotta talk to the Arena team about this one.
Good luck with that. Here comes the team. The team being a Trinket Mage and a 4/4 Construct. Felt is down to just 12 life after that. And Vetta's going to probably be able to make some more artifact creatures.
Demonic Tutor in hand.
Important to get the Chromatic Star down first.
Power up that Academy.
Okay, don't think about this, right? I'm just going to ask you, how much power can Foundry put on the battlefield this turn?
Can't be known.
Just guess. Don't think about it. Just intuition it.
20.
I don't think it's 20.
Oh, so you can think about it. Don't think about it.
I didn't think.
Don't think about it.
I don't think.
Don't tell about it. Don't think about it. I'm just going to tell you your answer is bad.
I didn't think about it. I could be wrong. It's happened. Frequently. Okay, all right. Back over to Brendan Feld's turn. Let's see what he can do about this. Last turn it was Preacher of the Schism. That didn't help.
Yeah, that one. It was not the occasion for it.
Oath of Druids? Oh, Oko.
Oko is strong.
Okay. Does it help?
You could make a food. Gives you 3 life.
Hey, you could elk something.
You could elk the Palantir.
I don't know if you would elk your win conditioning.
Yeah, I would consider not doing that.
Yeah. I think Vetta's actually thinking that Palantir's got to go. Well, maybe not. Who knows? But the Palantir, hasn't triggered, right? So, got to assume that this is happening before end step.
Yes.
Dice manipulation.
You've convinced me the Retrofitter Foundry will be making fewer than 20 power.
The small victories.
Rather, you've shamed me into abandoning my guess.
I'm just surprised that the Academy made so little mana.
Mere 10.
Just when this happens on Magic Online, your opponent's mana pool comes up and it's just, the numbers are just, they're too high. Okay, so there's not Ottawara mana, I don't think.
No, there's really no need to Ottawara anything. I assume that's a safety valve on the ring. That would be the thing.
But you could die to Palantir.
Not if you just have Felt draw a card.
That's true, yeah, you don't have to die to Palantir.
Yeah, my solution to your card is to let you do the thing that typically I would never want to let you do. Instead, I'm going to let you do it every turn. Because that's just where we are. The cube context suggests it is okay if you draw an extra card every turn.
I thought we were in Madison, Wisconsin. Is that not a thing?
Containment Priest, huh?
That helps. Stops Tinker.
Okay, so we're elking the Foundry.
Okay.
That's what we were looking at. That's why we were making the mana and doing the biz there. Now, Ottawara picks up the One Ring. That's no longer online for Felt as a win condition.
Okay. That's a threat.
without the Foundry, that slows Vetta down a bit. I don't think it's going to be enough to just answer that. Like, there's already a 4-4 online. We got a Thopter, a Servo, and that 3-3. The Teferi has just been hanging out on 6 loyalty, right?
Right. Felt at 12. Seachuck. Oh, of course, the Retrofitted Foundry is now 3-3. Oh, I mean, come on. There's the Gadgeteer.
Little late.
A little late to the party, but better late than never. I take that back.
Yeah, it would have been much preferred if you were on time, Gadgeteer.
Baleful Mastery. Fine, that's an answer to Oko.
Right. Oko kind of unlock and combo anyway, but having just some other thing makes it so you can just turn up that heat on the life total.
Right. I believe that the kicker.
Looks like the shark just bit the removal spell.
But I believe that the kicker costs black, so I think that actually Vetta probably should have paid double black for that. So I'm gonna say. I don't think it matters, I have to say. Don't think it matters in any way, but
I'd be fine giving up the card on that exchange. They're already spotting one every turn for the Palantir.
One ring's back. Cannot be destroyed.
Probably not drawing any cards on that one this go around. Just let that hang out. See what protection this turn.
Is Palantir damage or lose life?
Actually, it can't trigger at all. I forgot about this. This is a funny interaction. It has to target your opponent every end step, so you don't even get a counter the turn your opponent the one rings.
Right.
Not even able to spot the free card that he has promised every turn.
Cool. Felt's gonna ponder. I think, speaking of cards that represent emotions, Ponderment.
Ponderment?
Certainly one of them. Here's Jace the Mind Sculptor.
Is that a kind of gum? Ponderment?
Ponderment. You've heard of spearmint. You've heard of peppermint. But are you ready for the ponderment? Refreshing the top of your deck.
Whoa. You don't get to do this.
Whoa, okay.
We gotta keep this game under control.
You're right. That's the thing. That's the thing that the line. This is where the game got out of control. It wasn't the second upheaval. It wasn't the time spiral. All right, there we go. There you have it. Evan Vetta is going to take down this semifinals against Brendan Felt. 2-1 after taking possibly more game actions than I've ever seen anyone take in a game of Limited.
He took a few. Yeah, I was saying this upheaval deck, his Tolarian Academy deck, this looks like my scene. And you saw exactly why. I was telling you when we were talking this morning, the decks I like to draft in Vintage Cube are decks that generate impossible games from my opponent. I want to put them in a position where they can't win. Better did that. Better did that a couple times.
Repeatedly. Yeah. But, great stuff there from both of our players, and I don't really blame Brandon Felt, because if I had Oko in my deck and Tinker and all these things,
two Moxen,
I would also want to physically play with these cards for as long as possible.
Oh yeah.
All right, we have the other match ready, the other semifinals. after the break. So we are going to go away for a little couple of messages, and we'll be back.
Hi, my name is Dan Schneider from New York City, and I am the designer of the Devoid Cube, which is back again at CubeCon this year. The Devoid Cube is an eternal cube environment in which every single card in the cube is colorless, and the only basic land you can add to your deck freely at the end of the draft is wastes. A few cards I'd love to highlight in this environment are, first, Ugin the Ineffable. Ugin is a great example of a card that is dramatically recontextualized in this cube. While Ugin is normally a removal and value engine, here Ugin's -3 ability has very few targets, but the static cost reduction is extremely powerful. Second is Mishra's Factory. Mishra's Factory is a creature land that sees play in many other cubes, but usually only generating colorless mana limits it to being in monocolored aggro decks. Here there are so many colorless spells that Factory has almost no downside, and there are a ton of utility lands to draft in the cube without hurting your mana. The third card is Chaos Orb. Colorless doesn't have the best options for removal in Magic, and it turns out that Chaos Orb is one of the most potent available options. If you've never had a chance to flip an orb, here's a great opportunity to do so. In terms of draft archetypes, the Devoid Cube surprisingly has most of Magic's major macro archetypes represented. Aggro using low curve creatures like Patchwork Automaton combined with powerful equipment like Grafted War Gear. Mid-range, often using Eldrazi cards like Reality Smasher to play a robust mid-range strategy. Ramp, using mana rocks like Horn Power Stone to ramp into expensive threats like Mirror Battlesphere or Emrakul the Promised End. Control decks, finding colored sources to play early removal like Fanged Flames, as well as board wipes like Navinral's Disc to control the board and land a late game finisher. Or you can go full combo using Kark Clan Ironworks to build a loop, or just sack your board to go all in on Ulamog the Ceaseless Hunger. If you're looking for a unique and challenging draft unlike anything you've drafted before, I recommend you give the Devoid Cube a try at CubeCon this year.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back to coverage of CubeCon 2024. We are at the exciting end of the tournament in the top 8. My name's Hayu. I'm here with Brian Overturf, and we're going to bring you a little bit of magic from the other semi-final. Since we just watched that marathon upheaval multiple times game from our first semi-final, we're going to be looking at the decks first, though, and I love this one. I love Grist.
Yeah, we caught a bit of this deck in action. We saw Skull Clamp get its due.
Yep.
Springheart and Tuco doing some work.
Yep.
Nissa, who shakes the world. Who could forget Pest Infestation?
Who could forget Pest Infestation? Got to see Hogak cast out the graveyard as well, so it really just ticked all the boxes, this one. This is Michael Brady's deck. Let's have a look at his opponents. Let's try and figure out. Michael Brady's opponent fought the...
A mirror match. No, this is actually not what's happening.
I would watch that.
That'd be kind of fun.
Yeah, it would be fun. Okay, there we go. Awesome. We've got a Jedidah Pienki, and this is the... This is
Tom Martel's
Tom
deck.
Martel's deck?
Trying to weasel his way back into the tournament.
Let's just go down to the action. Look, we've got it queued up. All right. This is... we're going to join, I believe, in game 3. So 1 game apiece so far are Brady on the Lurus Companion deck. Peni on the Golgari.
This Lurus deck looked quite strong when we saw it before.
Oh, Wasteland Go. Nice plateau you got there.
There's a few different non-basic lands in Brady's deck, and there is a Renin 6 in Pienki's deck. So if that gets going, that could be devastating.
It's exciting. First question for Brady, though. Are there any lands? Okay. All right. Gonna have a game here.
The start of a game, at the very least.
We're already ticked that. We're already over that line. Shifting Woodland is going to come in tapped because of the lack of forest on the battlefield. Brady's going to go digging with the research desk. Finds a land that he's looking for.
No him to Turok this game, Hayu.
That's upsetting.
Gone
There's
forever.
been a very musical theme to this broadcast.
There has, yeah.
References to songs of creation.
Malcolm with those siren counters.
Yeah. Chorus counters, thank you very much.
Oh.
Doughty Voidwalker. That's a beating.
Kind of nice against 6, too.
Right. Perfect against 6. And, Voidwalker to Thoughtseize. This is what gave me up.
How about a free Hogak?
Oh, so sick. Yeah, I'd love to see that. And we get to see the rest of the hand as well. It's just Cradle. Is that the Titania land?
I think I see Strip Mine in hand. Oh, sorry, the Thamian Huskies. Yes, that is Yavamaya.
Yavamaya. Oh, it's Yavamaya.
And then Life Death is the spell.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to cash this Voidwalker in for a Hogak. Also, Blood Tithe Harvester is here. Attack with 6. Mill 3 cards. Mill
Hoping
2
to find a nice one to
Planeswalkers.
Death, I think, with the trigger there.
Death doesn't hit Planeswalkers.
No.
Does hit
But it
6.
does hit Grist.
True. But I guess 6 also helps you cast Grist.
Right. If you have time.
Right. Back over to Brady now, who has Hogak, has Blood Tithe Harvester. Harvey not necessarily getting in. Hogak.
I hadn't heard Harvey before.
You haven't had Harvey?
That's charming.
It's just his name. His government name.
There's that strip mine I alluded to.
Yeah, nice. I love to see some land destruction. We haven't seen very much of that actually this weekend. So.
No, not enough.
Not enough.
We've been due.
We have been due, and tear asunder the Hogak. Go to 3. Don't die.
Yavamaya turning on Gaia's Cradle there. Very important.
Very important. That's a combo.
But Harvey's pretty close to crossing the finish line.
Yeah, Harvey might just get there. Pienki has to find something here. Okay, here's something. Oh, Sinissa. Okay, any removal spell for Brady.
There's a Firebolt in hand.
Kolagon's Command.
All right, there we go.
Okay.
Bang.
Nice, there you see it. Michael Brady taking down the deciding game there off the back of Blood Tithe Harvester and Doughty Voidwalker getting Hogak. Super sweet.
That was faster than the match we watched before it.
Ryan Overturf, timekeeper extraordinaire.
I got my perpetual timepiece on the job.
We needed that one. The last round. All right, my friends, we actually have the finals coming up. So CubeCon 2024, it is all building up to this. We can go straight down to the action. Michael Brady on the Lurus deck going up against Evan Vetta on Upheaval. And would you say these were the 2 strongest decks in the field?
That Lurus Companion, that's a big deal. I think that this was a little bit of a heartbreaker for our Double Mox Time Walk deck. But
Yeah.
these are certainly 2 of the top decks at the table. You know, they're both certainly top 3, if not 1 and 2.
Right. This is a great start here for Vetta. Soul Ring into Mana Vault and Chromatic Star. What do you got, Brady? Oh, All right. Black Lotus.
That's some fireworks.
Kolaghan's command your Soul Ring. You discard a card.
Whammy on the Master of Death there. Comes back for free.
Yeah, and gets to play the Concealing Curtains as well, because Black Lotus making black
Appropriate.
Even better.
Just making as much use as this deck could out of Master of Death. Pitching it to Grief, discarding it to Kolaghan's command.
Great card. It's done 2 jobs. Masterfully. All right, Vetta with the Creeping Tar Pit go. And it's going to be Brady on taps. With Concealing Curtains, no mana to just to flip it just yet. Let's give her a Runes. This is looking nice for Brady. Time Spiral the draw for Vetta.
Brady moving towards buying that Luris and recurring that Black Lotus. Takes a bit of time to do that. You ideally can use the Lotus to set up the Luris in the first place.
Right.
I understand that Kolaghan's command.
Right.
Soul Ring is a really powerful mana accelerant. Things are pretty slow going for Brady, though.
Right. Well, he does get to flip the Concealing
Third mode.
Curtains next turn, if he finds a source. And you know what the backside of that card has?
Menace.
Menace. Master of Death. Blocking. 0 out of 10.
I think we just resolved a Surveil as if it were a Scry there. Alas.
Alas. We'll see if the judges get that fixed up. But meanwhile, Brady is going to be fetching. Get to have a look through the deck while he does that. Oh, this is nice.
A little Surveil action.
Love the Surveil lands.
Same.
Might even put it in the graveyard this time.
Synergistic with Luris.
That's what you want in your deck building. Right? You want all the cards to work together. Help each other.
You're assembling a team.
A team. I really want to see this Luris
Same.
do a thing.
Damn.
Hot damn.
Master of Death also, in a way, checking that one.
Some might say. All right, and Vetta's going to reveal Time Spiral and Baleful Mastery to the Concealing Eye, or Revealing Eye, actually.
Kind of interesting, both players light on cards in hand. Brady wouldn't necessarily mind drawing 7 cards, but you got to figure Vetta's got stuff like Academy, Soul Ring.
Right.
Yeah, I like answering that.
Yeah. Spiral in the bin and Revealing Eye in the red zone means Vetta is down to just 16. And land Otawara in hand. I believe that's Delta?
Yes.
Okay. Not a lot going on. Baleful Mastery your own. Can you Baleful Mastery your own?
If you're trying to draw a card, I think it has to be opponent's things. I could be mistaken.
Here's a way to draw a card where you don't have to do something stupid like that.
Oh, that's the good news, because I love drawing cards and I hate doing stupid things.
All right. Did just find an island. Fire up the top it. Actually, I don't believe you can. I take that back.
Yeah, so this mastery probably has to go for the giver. So doing it now makes enough sense.
Okay. Giver is getting exiled. Master of Death.
We got a race.
It's not nothing. All right, Brady's down to 16. Vetta's on 16.
The texture of
Tied
this
game.
game is so different than the last 2 games we just watched.
This is just fair magic. Just play a 2-drop, play a 3-drop, you know?
And when it comes to high power formats, you know, there's a Black Lotus in the graveyard. There's a Soul Ring in the graveyard. You think about these cards that really open up the possibility for a turn 1 win, that opens up the possibility for runaways that we've seen. Sometimes this still happens.
A considerable number of times, actually.
Yes. More often than the other stuff.
Yeah. Oh, fairest card of all time. Blood Tithe Harvester hitting the battlefield. Yeah, Blood Token, we were already past that.
We don't need to represent the blood, okay?
Here's Necrogoyf, though.
Nethergoyf. There's a lot of goyfs these days.
There are.
This one only checks your own graveyard, but there's a lot of stuff in Brady's. Instant, artifact, land, creature.
Giver was exiled. Yeah, let's put it up. Equal to the number of card types among the cards in your graveyard, and it has escape.
It's got a tricky escape
It's
that
tricky
tends to turn off its power modifying ability.
Very difficult escape.
But it's still good. Nethergoyf is welcome at the party.
Guest list for the party has been kind of in a work in progress, shall we say?
It's changing all the time.
Throughout the course of this broadcast and this weekend. Back over to Brady now, who definitely has the battlefield dominated, with Revealing Eye having Minache. And Nethergoyf a 4/5.
Luris also on deck.
Send him in. Otawara, the Revealing Eye. It does take time to get back to its attacking. Well, actually, I take that back.
I expect it takes about a turn.
It takes mana.
Right.
It's not even bother.
Yeah.
It's not even bother. Yeah, okay, all right.
You
got me there.
You must keep Polluted Delta.
It's the law. Master of Death comes back to hand for Evan Vetta. Needs to find something to get in the way of these creatures. Celestial Colonnade has untapped, so that could produce a blocker, as could this Polluted Delta getting black mana.
Notably, no good blocks for the Colonnade. Nethergoyf being a 4/5. The Eye needing a second blocker.
Tar Pit doesn't have Death Touch.
It should.
Right? Should have. It feels like it should have Death Touch. It has that. It has the Death Touch vibe about it. Death Touch energy. BDE.
I was going to say it. I'm glad that you did.
Yeah, that's me saying the things that have to be said. Master of Death is going to be the priority, though. Surveil too.
Thinking about what to do with these two swamps.
Then put them in the bin. Here's the Fairy Time Raveler with the remaining 3 mana. Oh, Brady's instant speed effects being locked down.
Bouncing the Eye.
Okay.
Once
Draw a card.
more.
Brady finds.
You think we're ever going to put this Revealing Eye back on the Concealing Curtain side?
Oh. Okay, that's a hit.
That's pretty nice for Brady.
It is pretty nice for Brady. And there's still has an attack available. Just gonna go at, well, it doesn't matter, I guess. Master of Death is good at chumping this guy.
It is a real decision whether to attack into the Master of Death. It comes back every turn, and when you cast it, you Surveil 2. It does cost a life, so that gives you something, but with Vetta top decking and having really explosive cards like Upheaval, I understand the hesitation, though I do agree with making the attack.
Right. Will be a nicer attack next turn. But Vetta is now in the zone of able to play Master of Death and activate the Tar Pit.
Right, now we're talking.
We've been talking.
Yeah, we've been doing a lot of talking, actually.
Master of Death. And then you have a good double block. That's not nothing.
Do you have enough
Wait, is it not a black
mana to do that this turn?
I thought we had a Delta. Didn't we fetch with Delta?
Yeah, we played City of Traders for land. I think the Delta, was Flood is trying to hand.
Oh.
I don't know.
Okay.
It,
all right.
it comes
I take that
online
back.
with enough time.
Sure.
We're running out of time, though.
We are running out of time. Vetta down to just 6 life. Revealing Eye, that's got Menace. Can't be blocked currently. Can we activate Colonnade then?
So the
Still no.
the Mana Vault gets us there. I don't know if that's the best use of the Mana Vault.
Well,
That's probably an important thing to keep untapped to really maximize an upheaval off the top, which is kind of the plan here for Vetter.
right. Vetta is doing some surveilling. See a gadget here. And a relic of Sauron, I believe.
And Sauron's very slow here. Gadgeteer also not offering a lot.
Yeah, so Vetta thinking about it though. It's a tough surveil decision.
So if you have 2 turns, the relic can be activated. You get to do some filtering to find that upheaval. We're getting into do or die territory, though.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem impactful enough. It seems like Vetta really has to try and get one of the busted turns going.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't really have the setup necessarily.
And you know, when you're looking at a surveil, you do really want to consider what can I do with these cards. And the relic, it has text. Like, I get it. You don't want to toss it away because your average draw doesn't win the game.
Right. Also, upheaval, not great against Netherglow. That's just coming right back down.
Mm-hmm.
And it's huge. I cannot believe they made a 1-mana Tarmogoyf.
A 1-mana what?
Tarmogoyf.
It's strong, yeah.
You gonna get some Lurrus action at some point?
I don't know if it's going to happen this game. Oh, here we go. Mana Vault up the Colonnade.
Okay. It's gonna make 2 blockers. Could double block the Revealing Eye and eat it. Creature, land, sorcery, instant, artifact 5. I mean, Lurrus is only shrinking the Netherglyph right now.
So you can't double block the Revealing Eye because you'll go to... Well, you could, but you won't get the Master of Death back. You know, I think that you do have to put them in front of the Netherglyph.
Right. Right, but Brady's just incentivized to kill the Colonnade.
Right.
Oh, is
I
it
mean,
both?
you got enough. That was a 5 now, right?
Oh, okay. Sure.
Master of Death is not the toughest creature.
Fair enough, fair enough. Vetta down to 3. Oh, that's a 3-power attacker. Revoker, you're to Fairy. And Vetta needs to find an answer to Dragon's Rage Chandler in the air.
And knows the top card of the deck.
Right, that's going to do it. Michael Brady takes the first game of the finals here at CubeCon 2024. And just has 1 more game standing in between himself and the Crystal Cube Trophy. And just as the players shuffle up, let's give a shout out to Wizards of the Coast, the creator of Magic the Gathering, and one of the sponsors here helping to make CubeCon happen. Magic is about the gathering, and we've seen that plenty here this weekend. Play the game your way, whether at your local game store, at home with friends, or online with Spell Table. Thank you so much to Wizards of the Coast, and thank you to Daybreak Games as well, our other sponsor who is a steward of Magic Online, and Magic Online does let you play what you want when you want. Collect cards, build decks, duel other players on your schedule with the widest array of cards and formats, always available on Magic Online. So check out Magic Online. Thank you so much to Daybreak for contributing to making CubeCon happen. For Cube contributing.
Nice.
Got that. All right, let's see if Michael Brady can get there in the second game, or if Vetta can even things up and force a decider here in the finals of CubeCon 2024. We are playing Vintage Cube. It is the Magic Online Vintage Cube, not the most current one necessarily, but certainly the one that you'll have been playing in the last couple of months.
Yeah, this is the list that was live for the feeder leagues
Right.
for MagicCon Vegas, happening next week. We'll be streaming a Paper Keeper Vintage Cube draft there. Pretty exciting.
Pretty exciting. And are you going to go to Vegas, Brian?
Not my scene.
No?
I believe you'll be there.
I will be there. There's a few of us
Yeah.
doing the double bill, the CubeCon Vegas double bill.
Right. Quite a few people will be in Vegas just generally.
Yes.
Tends to be a massively attended event.
It is, yeah, the biggest celebration. And, of course, World Championships to look forward to. Playing a really nice retail limited format, Duskmorn. Vetta on the mulligan here, as we see Brady keep the hand with Black Lotus and Strip Mine in
Yeah,
it.
this checks the boxes. And, Vetter had a solid start last game.
Right.
Turn 1 Soul Ring. Master Death. No, but seriously, opening up on Soul Ring, you feel really powerful. It's just, one of the best cards in the game, arguably. Certainly one of the 2 or 3 best cards in the cube. Many people's pack 1, pick 1 overall. And just not being able to convert.
Right. But Brady did a good job of keeping it in check.
Yes. Yeah, you'll spend a Black Lotus to answer a Soul Ring.
For sure. And Brady also did, managed to keep the pressure up. Concealing Eye MVP. Snagged a DT and a Time Spiral.
Yeah, just was bounced multiple times, but stayed on the backside throughout.
That would be a great bat heist rules. I'm going to put DT and Time Spiral on my deck. Oh, I love this. Turn 1, Black Lotus, him to Turak. Come on, this is what you sign up for.
This is
when
a
you queue
sequence
into
of cards that has been cast many times.
I'd love to see that. 2 of these cards are going away.
And out the mulligan, too.
Yes, brutal. All right. Bitter Triumph and Khan hit the bin. Didn't hit any of the lands.
Now he did.
Remaining. A+. Love that. Love that. I'm going to have no lands, a Nethergoyf, a 3, Wasteland you. And now I get to Surveil. That's just good value. Is that a 4? No, it's not 4. That was already a... No, that's fine.
The Hymn to Turak's not of much consequence when you destroy your opponent's only mana source, I will say. But Brady really off to the races here, yeah.
Yeah. That's very nice. Okay. Goyf keeps getting in for 3 every turn. And we're over to Vetta, who finds Mark's Ruby. That's going to be powering out Master of Death. Surveil 2. I see 1 ring in hand. I see Time Spiral in hand. That's a pretty powerful hand for Vetta.
Yeah, the 1 ring could really dig you out of this one if we can find a mana source.
So we see 2 mana sources, I think.
Yeah, 2 that you had to work for.
Map and Tar Pit left on top. I guess Academy, I guess you do want to get Academy?
Yeah, at some point you're going to want it. You have the mocks. That'll get you to the 1 ring and then go off.
Well,
time was.
Oh my goodness. Keiko, what a sweet Kologun's command that was. Get a Mox Ruby, get a Time Spiral.
You want to talk about classic cards. Koligan's Command.
Yeah.
What a beautiful piece of Magic design.
Stunning. Great card. The fable of the Mirror Breaker of its day. Some might say.
Some might.
Here comes Nethergoy.
Harvey's here.
Love
He's
Harvey.
invited to the party.
Yeah, of course. Gonna go digging. Don't need that blood token. So seize your last card. It's the 1 ring. Brady absolutely taking apart Patterson. I'm not even taking apart. Let's just put them all in the bin.
Just nothing left. been a lot of tension to get to this point. We watched some long games, some slugs. Michael Brady making the finals look easy.
Yeah, okay, Master of Death comes back. I mean, get to Surveil too, I guess. Basalt Monolith.
Now that the One Ring has been discarded, we're not looking for one card. You know, it's not just Mana Source and then I'm online. Especially, you know, the life total is significantly pressured at this point. Vetta needs like multiple things over multiple turns. There's no artifacts online to turn on a Tolarian Academy. That's kind of like the whole focus of the deck. You need mana and a payoff. 3 lands doesn't really get anywhere.
No. It does have Toxic Deluge in the deck. Could use that to reset the battlefield at least.
Yeah, that would be valuable. And then we get to get smoked by the Luris.
That's kind of inevitable though.
Right.
Like, there's nothing you can really do about that, right? Just being in the companion zone. Edict you? Okay. Brady's pushing damage. What do we got? Land, sorcery, instant, artifact. Looks like 4. Vetta down to just 2 life. Here's Luris.
And now, 2 life, you know, that Toxic Deluge doesn't even play anymore.
Right. And that's going to do it. Michael Brady is the winner of CubeCon 2024 off the back of Black Lotus and Luris. What a fantastic match played out by Brady. Great drafting, great deck building, and wow, ultimately taking it down 2-0.
Such a wholesome scene. You see the joy on Brady's face there.
Right.
And, man, you earned it. It's been a long stretch of days.
It has. I mean, some of these players were playing on Thursday in this event, and then 2 pods on Friday, 3 pods on Saturday for the players who made it this far, and top 64 this morning, and then the top 8 draft. So Brady has played a lot of Magic in the last few days, but it's all paid off as he is going to be our champion of CubeCon 2024.
Played a lot of Magic, done a lot of winning. You saw on the frame there, we were tracking the players' trophies, the number of drafts that they won all 3 of their matches. Brady had 4 and racked up a 5th.
Nice.
Only did not win 1 draft.
Right, I was going to say, how many was it total? Wow, that's incredible.
Or is it 2? I think it's 2. But 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
5 out of 7 ain't bad.
It's even better.
Even better. All right. This is, I mean, you know, at the culmination of this marathon weekend of cubing, really kind of fitting that, of course, that it comes down to Vintage Cube, you know, the cube that most people know, many people love, and it really, and coming down to Black Lotus on turn 1.
Black Lotus on turn 1, also just having Luris in the companion zone.
Yep.
There's a lot of ways you can customize Vintage Cube, and CubeCon very much a celebration of the different ways you can build Cube more broadly. When you hear Vintage Cube, you think vintage. So for me, it's really appropriate for the busted power deck to really have the all-timers on display like that, and to have that deck take it home.
Yeah, absolutely. And just fantastic. What a great advertisement, you know, for Cube, for this format. Just, if you want to do busted stuff, you mad that you can't do busted stuff anymore in other formats? Have I got news for you?
You're invited to the party.
You're invited to the party. Everyone's invited to the party, as long as you like Cube.
Right, so everyone.
Everyone. Yeah, who doesn't? Who could possibly not like Cube? Anyway, CubeCon has been absolutely fantastic. Ryan, it's been wonderful, a joy to be here with you. What are your closing thoughts on the weekend?
Well, it's also been a joy to share the booth with you. I've had a lot of fun this weekend. Everyone's been so friendly. People have been so kind, expressed gratitude for my work in the Cube community over years. Signed a few Cube boxes. That's very cool.
That's cool.
Got a handwritten note from a fan. That stuff's really touching. And just seeing the joy on the faces of all the players here, that's really been the highlight for me. And just this gathering that really, it's kind of become cliche where you say it's not about the magic, it's about the gathering. Like you say that at a tournament, it's like, well, somebody got a $10,000 check or whatever,
Right.
But like this weekend has been about the gathering.
Right. And it's also been about the magic. We've seen some great magic.
Absolutely true.
Right. We had some really creative cubes here. One drop cube, Idris Graveyard cube.
100 ornithopters?
100 ornithopters. Go back and watch that one. That was a hoot.
Yes.
I just got to say, shout out to all the staff here at CubeCon, working really, really hard. Really passionate people, many volunteers putting all of their time and effort into making this event a success. So thank you so much to them, to the production team, of course, for making the broadcast happen. The players have been fantastic. The crowd have been fantastic.
Yes.
Just
absolutely.
the community, absolutely fantastic out here. We can sign off and say thank you for joining us. Thank you for watching. Congratulations to Michael Brady, the champion of CubeCon 2024. We're going to sign off, and we will see you next year at the next CubeCon.